news. That's kind of what happens as an American. You have an over consumption of things that you don't need. I got 2 dogs. I only probably needed 1. I got 2. And the funny thing is, when I got the first dog, I had him for about a year, and I said, you need a dog. I told the one dog, you need a dog. So I got 2 dogs. So this is the mindset of the over consumer, just consuming. So I like to add it in there that I'm with you. I'm not exempt from a person of overconsumption. Also, I wanted to show you something this morning about there was a group of people that Biden had released from prison, and it was the cash for kids. These judges that Biden released from prison were so, these judges were not good people. These were the kind of judges that basically was like, you found the kid walking home from school, okay, fine, let's put him in jail. But there was another judge who was not a part of going to jail. She was a judge out of Tennessee. And I wanted to show you all how this woman, 100%, how this woman is vile. And what vile looks like, because a lot of times we as a people, we see judges and attorneys and we automatically think, oh, this is a good old person. This person got a good education. They got good money. They ain't done good with their life. Meanwhile, your father, who's a garbage man, I'm just throwing out occupations, but your father, who's a garbage man, you don't give him no respect because he does an honest day's work that consists of labor, but he doesn't get the same respect. But if you see a judge walk through here, you'll give her all the respect in the world. You'll give him all the respect in the world. So I wanted to share this with you really quickly because I wanted you just to see. This story was crazy. All right, if you can see, say I can see. So look at this woman right here out of Tennessee. This is the crazy part about a lot of these people out of Tennessee, these judges, is that they get a chance to do the most evil things and still, keep their jobs. It's kind of crazy. That's just number one. They get a chance to do the most evil thing and still keep their job. All right. So here's what I will say right here is that Judge Davenport has been considered to be a controversial figure after she created a system to lock juveniles up, in which she falsely imprisoned and arrested thousands of children who were revealed to be as young as 7. Huh? Arresting 7-year-olds? Guess what? She created an environment for the police department that was so hostile that she basically said, if you saw a child walking without a parent, arrest them. Huh? And guess what? She was arresting or having young Black children arrested. She was sitting on the court as a judge. Okay? So the families were able to sue. They did a class action lawsuit. But listen to this. Payouts for the settlements were divided into 2 classes: wrongfully arrested, wrongfully detained. Wrongfully arrested got $1,000 each, and wrongfully detained received about $5,000.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to remind everybody this podcast is on Spotify. If you like Spotify and you want to come hang out with us there, look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I've covered everything in the stock market, particularly this stuff going on with this crash. I think that it's a buying opportunity. I think it's a chance for you to make some bread. I hope that you pay attention because the market went down a lot. Everything's on sale, and I think this would be kind of like that old Kmart blue light special. And I want you guys to make money because I want you guys to get access to the real DEI. The real DEI for Black people is not diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's not what it was. The real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So I want you to develop your own businesses, establish an entrepreneurial mindset, and invest in yourselves, invest in your families, invest in your community. Give me a yes if that's okay with you. All right, so there's a lady named Tabitha Brown who's an extraordinary entrepreneur. I like Tabitha a lot. Tabitha Brown is one of those people that I admire immensely. I think she's super smart. I love her voice. She's got that real smooth, nice, comforting Southern Black woman voice. You know, she makes you feel like, baby, I'm about to make you some warm buttered biscuits, and I'm telling you, I just love it because I'm from the South. I'm from Kentucky, so I love Tabitha Brown. Now, Tabitha is in the middle of a lot of controversy, because of her affiliation with Target. And basically, she actually went out and sort of spoke about what happened with Target and their decision to get rid of their DEI programs. Basically, if you don't know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but let me know in the chat if you've heard about this. But basically, Target, it has been in the crosshairs. They've been a target of boycotts because they folded to the Trump administration and they got rid of their DEI programs pretty quickly. And this is interesting because a lot of people don't know this, but just a few months ago, Target was getting boycotted by the conservatives because of what they did. I think they did some kind of a special that related to the LGBT community. And so they're kind of just caught in the middle. They're just in this really ugly situation where they can't win for losing. You know, when they go too far to the left, they get boycotted. They go too far to the right, they get boycotted because they're caught in the middle of these crazy culture wars. That's what it is right now. Society, America done lost its damn mind. People are all over the place. If you're a political extremist, left or right, I'm gonna just tell you, I can't rock with you. I just don't. I'm not into extremism. That's not my thing. I'm into ideas that make sense, and I believe that good ideas are on the left and good ideas are on the right, and that's where I stand. And you can't talk me out of that. I'm an extremist about not being an extremist, so I'm extremely committed to not being extreme. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anyway, so if you want to talk about the Tabitha Brown controversy, basically Tabitha, came in and kind of defended Target against what was happening in the Black community. A lot of people, perhaps rightfully so, that believe deeply in DEI, the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They pretty much were like, no, Target, you don't get our money if you don't believe that there should be efforts to keep us as part of your organization. You're taking our bread, but you don't give us opportunities. You want to keep our money, but you're not investing in us. And I think that that's a valid point. I really do. I'm not against DEI at all. I'm a fan of DEI. When I got my job at Syracuse University, I was on the finance faculty for over a decade. I did that. I was kind of a DEI hire, but being a DEI hire doesn't mean you're unqualified. Being a DEI hire means that the company you work for is so racist that they don't hire Black people, so they had to force them to hire Black people. They didn't hire Black professors. All the smart Black PhDs in the world, they couldn't find one that was qualified, so they said, we're going to find some people that are qualified and make you hire these people. And I was the only African American on the planet in the year 2002 to get a PhD in finance, and so I was kind of hot stuff. And they hired me, and I think I did a great job, but it was kind of controversial because I'm a Black man even in broad daylight. I didn't code switch. I don't know how to play the game. I don't play games. When it comes to my success, my future, my family, my life, I don't play games with that. So it didn't work out so well, but still, that's what they had to do. Now, with that being said, the Tabitha Brown situation, in terms of why she's been getting this pushback, is basically when Target started getting hit with all the controversy and all of the boycotts and everything else. Tabitha went on her social media and she specifically asked Black people not to boycott Target. Right? She specifically said, hey, there are Black suppliers here. There are Black people that have their products here. I hope that you don't boycott. And she made the statement on Instagram. She said, the thing that concerns me the most, and I can imagine her saying in her sweet baby voice, she's like, baby, look. I can't do Tabitha Brown, but I probably sound weird doing it. But I just love Tabitha. If you're watching, I love your voice, right? She's like, the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well,
if we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there. You go, I can't buy nothing from there, baby. The businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, what that does is you take all of our sales and they dwindle down. And then she goes on to make the accurate argument that if the sales decline, then these brands are going to get dropped from Target. They're gonna get dropped because Target, the executives, because you know how white folks ain't never gonna stop being white, and they're gonna come in and say, well, hey, Tyrone, we really like your Afrocentric coloring book. But it's not selling, and so we got to let you go, buddy. Sorry, right? So really, what Tabitha is really saying, I'm gonna do a translation real quick. Tabitha's basically saying that if y'all boycott my boss, I'm gonna lose my job. That's what she's kind of saying. And I'm not making fun of Tabitha because I told you I love Tabitha Brown. I tell you that sweet little voice. Her voice sounds like molasses and honey mixed with like warm oatmeal. Like really I get it, right? And I understand where she's coming from. But I think that it's interesting to me because I would love to ask her a couple of questions. And if Tabitha sees this, I know people that know her. I don't know her. I don't reach out to people like that because I'm antisocial. But I would love to ask her. First question I'd like to ask Tabitha, if you're listening, is I'd like to know, well, who put you up to this? Who, was this video really something that you chose to do on your own? Or did somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you to talk to the Negroes and we need you to bring your sweet molasses and honey voice and talk them down, right? Because if they did that to you, if they convince you to do that, um, that's not a good look in my opinion because that's what they've always done with the house Negro, so to speak. Not that Tabitha's a house Negro. I'm not calling her a sellout. But you in this world, and you've always had this economically in America. You've had the black people that lived in the house next to the massa who were eating good and living good. And then you have the field slaves who were like, oh, we're gonna kill we're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And then somebody comes out, they're like, Bucky, we need you to go out and talk to him, right? So Bucky runs out and he's got his white chef's hat on. He's like, calm down, y'all, calms down. Right? No, because there's five of us in here. If you burn down the house, you're gonna burn us too. Right. And that's when it becomes complicated. That's when you get into the downside of warfare. The downside of warfare is that in many cases you have collateral damage. The downside of warfare is that even though Tabitha makes a very good point that there would be some black suppliers that would be hurt by a Target boycott, the reality is that in war you kind of have to always you end up having to look at the bigger picture. War is not black and white. War is not good and bad. War has many shades of gray. And sometimes you have to make difficult decisions to say, yeah, I know that if I shut down this business, there are some black employees who are going to lose their jobs. Because that's like, honestly, when you are a supplier to Target, unfortunately it becomes like an employer-employee relationship. Because here's the reality. If you're Tabitha Brown, my first thought, honestly, is you're Tabitha Brown. You've got 10 million followers. You can make money. You're probably making millions of dollars outside of your relationship with Target. So you're gonna be okay. But it sounds like Tabitha's making a legitimate argument to say that not everybody's gonna be okay. And this is actually where the real DEI comes into play: development, entrepreneurship, and investment, financial literacy, economic intelligence, the things that I teach every single morning to you guys in our millionaire training camp, which is free, by the way. I'll tell you guys how to join if you want to join. What we talk about every morning is how you can strategically position yourself economically to prepare for situations like this. See, so here's the thing. Let me explain this. And again, I want to say this without in the least bit giving any signal that I am disrespecting Tabitha Brown. Give me a yes if you understand that how much I love this lady. Give me a yes if you get it. I really think Tabitha is just a beautiful soul, a blessing to the world. I love the fact that she does the children's videos. Like if I was a little 3-year-old, oh my God, I would have fell in love with her as a baby. I'd be like, Mommy, let me watch some more Miss Tabitha because I feel cold and sad today, and I need she warms me up on the inside. Okay, I want to make this clear because I don't want this to sound like this ain't no hating. This is not a hater fest. But here's the thing. Um, you have to understand, economically speaking, the consequences of partnering with the devil, right? Not that Target would be defined as the devil, but they are part of
this thing that we've had to confront for many hundreds of years as Black people called systematic racism. Systematic racism, driven through capitalism, is where they have this habit of coming into Black communities and taking money out and giving nothing back. Do you understand what I'm saying? They love to sell you a product, but they don't want to offer you an opportunity. Right? They want you on the bus and to pay admission to be on the bus, but they'll never let you drive the bus. They don't want you owning the bus. They don't want you to be a person that decides even where the bus is going to go. And so effectively, what's happened here is Target has basically, unfortunately, said to Black people, "Hey, look, you know, we're not really committed to DEI, just like they probably weren't really committed to the gay community when they did the whole gay thing that got them boycotted by the conservatives. They're like, we're not gangster with it. We're like Snoop Dogg. If you know what Snoop Dogg does that, Snoop Dogg will jump out and be like, let's fight for Black people. Then he'd be like, I'm sorry, boss, I apologize. I didn't mean it. Right? So Snoop he ain't really gangster like that. Snoop will back up and run away the minute the heat gets too hot because he's got too much money on the line. So my position with Snoop would be like, don't jump out there if you're gonna run like a coward every time it gets hard. That's what Snoop kind of has done. No disrespect. I know Cube and I respect Snoop, but Lord Jesus, man, you make a decision, stand on something. What do you stand on? So Target is a little bit like Snoop in that regard, where Target positions itself, and this is what a lot of corporations made this mistake, and I'm gonna point out evidence to help you understand this. Target positions itself as a company that never really believed in things like DEI. They never really believed in things like, the LGBT displays that they did and all that. They did it because they felt like that's where the money was. Some people want to go where it's popular and profitable to be. And then when it gets too hard, they walk away. When the boat gets too heavy and starts to sink, it dips. Why am I making this point? Well, because when you look at which companies got rid of their DEI programs when Trump made the announcement that DEI is no longer popular. If you look at the companies that dropped their DEI, every company didn't run away from DEI. Some companies ran away. Some companies like, oh shoot, we don't want that kind of smoke. We out, boss. Walmart, a couple other companies. I forgot the names of all of them, but there were quite a few companies that completely dropped their DEI like a bad habit. But then there were companies who said, no, no, we're not fly by night. We didn't start our DEI program when George Floyd got killed. That a lot of companies did that. Hundreds of companies started DEI programs after the murder of George Floyd because they saw the wind was shifting. And but there were some companies that said, no, this has been a core value of our organization since the very beginning. We've been doing this since the 70s. So we're not gonna jump off this perch just because the political climate of America has changed. We lose a little bit of money, so what? That's okay. Costco was one of those companies. Apple was one of those companies. And I think that they deserve credit for that. All right. So if you are a believer in the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, then I think that those companies deserve to be shouted out for their commitment to DEI. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm skeptical of DEI, just like I was somewhat skeptical of even affirmative action, which was a stronger version of DEI. I saw a Black Enterprise article that said on the cover that only 4% of DEI positions are held by African Americans. So I'm like, wait a minute, if DEI is supposed to be about Black people, which a lot of us think, why would only 4%? Why would we only get one out of every 20 DEI positions? Is that 20? Did I do the math right? It's not even one out of every 20, like one out of every 25. So out of 25 people they hire for a DEI job, let me know if you get this stat. Let me know if you're following this. Out of 25 people hired for DEI, there's the one Black woman. You ain't even gonna hire her husband. Her husband ain't got it. The one Black lady she's the DEI director, and then you got all these other people, gay and trans and white woman here, and all this other stuff that are benefiting from DEI more than us. So if you want to know if I'm really out here fighting on the porch for DEI, the answer is no, not because I'm against it, but because I don't think it's been effective. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's my right to feel that way. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm and analyzing it the way I see it. So with Tabitha Brown, I think the complication that she runs into is that the wealth level of Tabitha and her friends, who all were lucky enough to be the one fortunate Negro out of 1,000 who got a deal with Target, their wealth level is not as important as the needs and values and beliefs of an entire community, right? They're doing the elites doing well inside the big house is not enough, in my opinion, for someone to decide whether or not we're going to burn the house down or not. I think that the conclusion is it's just like in a business. If you start a business, uh, you're going to lose money and you're going to make money. It's never clear, cut and dry. It's not a paycheck. It's not like you're going to only make money or only lose money. You're going to do a little bit of both. So just like in war, business is war, war is business. So when you go to war, it's not like you're ever going to go into a war where no one's going to be killed. That's my point. You're never going to go into a war where there isn't collateral damage. You follow me? You'll never have a war where there isn't somebody who didn't deserve it. Somebody got popped and they didn't do nothing wrong. They were just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have to deal with that. You have to live with that, which is why war can be so unfortunate. And what's the reality is that in America, unfortunately, because of the way black folks have been treated so badly, because of the way we've been so economically neglected, most people understand that economic warfare is a necessity for black people because economic warfare has been declared on us. How many of you understand this? Do you get this point? I can tell you, I'm an expert on economics and finance. That's what my PhD's in, and I can tell you with complete certainty that economic warfare has been declared on your community since slavery. Their goal is not just to take your money and limit the money that you have. Their goal is to use their money to control you. Their goal is to use their money to keep you from standing up. Their goal is to use their money to shape your thinking, to shape what you do with your children, to shape what you do with your life, and to manage you. Slavery ain't dead. It just changed form. If you want to see slavery, go to the American prison system where they make billions of dollars putting black inmates away for 20 or 30 years and making them go fight fires for $1 a day or whatever. Or if you want to see slavery, go talk to the black person who has worked 30 years, doesn't have a nickel in the bank, has no investments, no backup savings, no nothing, no financial security, but they've been working 30 years and they want to do something special that day. They want to go live their dream. They want to live their life, but they can't because they have to go to work. That's what slavery, that's a type of slavery. Slavery is a lack of freedom, a lack of ability to do what you want to do. So economic warfare has been declared on the black community for a very long time. And what my goal is, my job, my belief is the reason I talk to you every day is because I want you to fight back. I just want you to fight. You know, you lost some of your fight, man. You give up too easy. You know, and the way you win a battle is you prepare. There's a book called The Art of War. And in The Art of War, one thing that Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, Sun Tzu is the author of that book. He says, battles are won before they begin. Battles are won through preparation. If you talk to my kids and you say, what is the one thing that Boyce says to you all the time? I'm their bonus dad. I'm not their biological dad. But I repeat myself a lot because I feel like I'm preparing them for battle. Every day, if you ask them, say, what's the thing that he says all the time that just drives you crazy? They would say, preparation is the key to success, right? And every time something goes wrong, I'll be like, preparation is the key to success. You're getting ready for the cheerleading competition. Preparation is the key to success. Oh, it didn't go so well for you. Oh, well, preparation is the key to success. Why do I repeat that? Because I like to say little things over and over that are going to make a big difference. In the economic warfare in America, preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. What does that look like? Well, that might look like connecting yourself with 2025. Y'all think Trump's the only one that got a project 2025. Oh, I got a project 2025, 2026, 2027. You think the white men are the only ones who can make battle plans? Oh, I got a whole roster of the battle plan. I got a project 2070. So I ain't worried about your plans. You better be worried about how you're going to defend against mine. My project 2025 is, I said DEI should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So preparation is the key to success. So what does that mean? Well, that means you develop a community that has its own institution. So you don't lean on the targets when you need to get something done. Development means that you develop children who are prepared economically for the battle that is going to come upon them. Yeah, either you do that or they're going to be financially stressed. Development means that we develop the kind of community that is prepared to fight these battles instead of whining and crying and complaining and being sad. We can actually fight back. So here's the deal. Let's go back to Tabitha Brown, the lady I love so much. Y'all, give me a yes if you want. If I've convinced you that I love Tabitha Brown. I want to just make this clear because I don't want nobody to think I am not the person who's going to be up here hating on Tabitha Brown. But I'm gonna tell you where I honestly think that her message could use some understanding here. When you talk about development and preparation, my thought is that if you are a supplier for Target and if you're making money from Target, I commend you and I congratulate you for that. But one thing you must understand about economics is that economics is gang affiliated. Economics is like some straight up Compton gangster shit. And what do I mean by that? Well, what that means is that when you decide to join an economic gang, like if I was to join the Crips, because I want to get more clout in the neighborhood. I want to have more security. I want to have more friends. I joined the Crips. Well, one thing you got to understand is that when you join the Crips, not only have you increased your number of allies, you've also increased your number of enemies. Now that I've joined the Crips, I've taken on their assets, but I've also taken on their liabilities. So now that means that if I join the Crips because it's beneficial for me to be a Crip, well, that means that now I got to worry about every blood that sees me might want to take my head off, right? At least back in the day when before they started to really start to get along better, and I was really happy to see that. But back in the day, if you decide to be a Crip, that means you're gonna have to now deal with the Bloods, and you can't go to the Bloods and say, "Hey, look, I'm not really a Crip. I just joined the Crips because they was paying me money, right? I just got affiliated because I just needed some protection. Don't hurt me." No, they're gonna say, "No, you're one of them. You signed up for this." Right. So Tabitha and her friends signed up for whatever. Here's let me go full circle in my analogy because sometimes people get a few confused when I throw it out like that. Tabitha Brown, when you and your friends decided to do business with Target, you took on all of Target's friends and all of Target's enemies. So if the black community, for those who are feel passionately about DEI, for those who feel the need to boycott Target because of DEI, Tabitha, you are a Target supplier. You are a Target employee to some extent. So you are connected. You are affiliated. So if I got Target in my crosshairs, it's gonna be you too. So them sending you out there with the white flag saying don't burn down Massa's house, that's not effective because I'd be like, well, why are you in the house in the first place? You supposed to be out here with us anyway. And that's where I think Tabitha, if I was her friend, I would advise her, like, whoever told you to make that video, you should have told them to go to hell. Just do it in your sweet honey and licorice voice, and so they don't feel so bad. Because Tabitha could probably cut you out and make you feel good about it because her voice is so wonderful. But really, though, like just tell them, like, no, baby, I'm not getting in the middle of your beef. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into that meeting and tell you you need to change your behavior. You need to get these DEI programs back in place because what good is it for you to be inside Massa's house if you can't convince Massa to do the right thing? Because at that point, what that looks like is that it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, and it looks like they are using you to fulfill their agenda, which is unfortunate because I think that you're too powerful for that. I think Tabitha Brown is a woman that is going to make millions no matter what. Tabitha Brown I saw her Instagram and her Facebook and her YouTube. I know how much money you can make with an independent platform with that many followers. I've done this. The Black Business School, we've been able to do things and get things done. And I don't make deals with Target. I don't make deals with Walmart. I don't make deals with Citibank. I have a lot of economic trust. I have a whole doctorate. You know how few people have a PhD in finance, like a real one, not these fake ones. I'm talking about a real one. Yeah, I could go to banks and say, hey, if you pay me money, I'll go tell black people to bank with you. I could go to Chase and be like, hey, just write me a little check. I'll get black people to get accounts at your bank. Because they'll listen to me. But I don't do that because I don't want to be caught up in your BS. I don't want to be gang affiliated. I do enough crap on my own to create enough enemies on my own. I don't need your enemies too, especially when you're overdoing some silly stuff. And let me tell you about Target. Let me tell you about Target before I do that, could y'all do me a favor? Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I should tell you all about the daily class that we do. We do a millionaire training camp every morning. It's 100% free. You can bring your whole family. You don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention because I can get you ahead of the curve economically. We do this every morning in a private Zoom. There are thousands of you that have already signed up. Over 10,000 people are signed up and come in every morning. So you can join too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, I should mention that I'm speaking at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State. I'm going to give the State of the Union address on the 1st of February. So if you live near Bowie in Maryland, you want to come and say hi and shake hands and I'll give you a hug. Feel free to go to thewealthsummit.org. I believe that's the URL, thewealthsummit.org. I'll be there in Maryland next week. But here, let me get back to this. Okay, so Tabitha Brown. Here's the issue that I would have with Target when it comes to DEI. Again, I'm a fan of DEI, but I don't believe in the effectiveness. I believe that the real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's where I stand. But still, though, my issue with Target and DEI is this. when you talk about diversity, have you ever noticed how so many companies, every company had some stupid diversity statement that they didn't even believe in themselves? Has anybody ever noticed that? Like every company has this like dumb little statement where they'll be like, we believe we don't support discrimination for race, religion, or whatever, and we believe in diversity and blah 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 blah. Like they really go in and write all this crap, and it's all a bunch of BS. It's just words, right? Well, different companies have different levels of commitment to DEI. There are some companies that have been down for the cause for a long time. That, again, I mentioned Apple and Costco, and there's a few others out there that didn't budge on their DEI statement when the Trump administration came into power. But then there are others who just jumped on the bandwagon. And Target is one of those companies. Target really started digging into DEI after the George Floyd killing because they were like, oh, if we do this, then more black people will shop with us. For them, it wasn't a matter of having a core value that they were connected to. It was really a matter of them trying to do a money grab, trying to get, in my opinion, that's the opinion that I had. Because what I noticed was that Targets, now that they've sort of put themselves in the middle of a massive culture war that's really divided America. This Democrat Republican stuff, this liberal conservative stuff is really causing a lot of friction right now. They got caught in a situation where they were being shot at by both sides. And that's what happens when you become kind of this mercenary where you're like, I'm going to go to whatever side looks like they're winning or whatever side can make me money right now. So what happened was, if you remember, any of y'all remember this, a few months ago, Target was getting attacked big time, not by the liberals, but by the conservatives, because they did this whole gay display or something. I don't know what it was, but there was a big gay display that they did, and the conservatives got mad. And next thing you know, it became like a shit show. Target, and then they did the exact same thing in that situation that they did to the liberals. You know what they did? They just got rid of the whole thing. They were like, oh no, we're sorry. We don't want to make you mad. We apologize, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so, so then they're again caught in the crossfire. You got the conservatives boycotting you. And then you've even got the LGBT community that's like, man, screw you. We thought you were down for us and you were just trying to make a couple of dollars. You didn't stand on it, right? You did a Snoop Dogg with us, right? And then now you have same thing with DEI. So I think that honestly, if I'm sitting with the board of directors at Target or sitting with the CEO of Target, my advice to them would be like, look, if you ain't about that life, stay out of it. Like, don't try to jump in and jump out just because you can make a couple extra dollars this quarter. You got to figure out who the hell you are and who you're going to be. And once you choose who you're going to be, you have to marry that idea. You have to be committed to that idea, for richer, for poor, through sickness and health, till death do you part. You got to stand on that. One thing about the culture wars that I believe is that flip-floppy, fly-by-night, go where the wind blow type people get crushed. You get absolutely crushed. And what's interesting though is I sound like a hypocrite because sometimes I get accused of doing that, but actually I'm an extremist myself, but I'm an extremist about not being an extremist. I'm an extremist in the sense that I don't vote in the elections. I don't vote Democrat. I don't vote Republican. I vote for black people. I vote for black wealth. That's where my extremism kicks in. My extremism is, you're not going to tell me to be whatever you need me to be. I'm going to be Boyce, whether that works for you or not. If that don't work for you, then I need you to go somewhere and figure that out. Work that out with yourself, or maybe you'll never see me again. That's okay. But Boyce has been Boyce. You can go back and look at content I did 12 years ago, and that Boyce was just like this Boyce, except he was a little bit fatter and a little bit younger. That's really it. That's the only difference you're going to see. You can go back to the 90s, and I was saying the same things that I say now. I just say them in a different kind of way because I have a little bit more education than I did when I was in my 20s, and that's supposed to happen when you become a grown-ass man. So at the end of the day, my extremism is that I'm extremely committed to being who the hell I am and standing on that. You won't see me whiffle waffle and wobble based on where the wind is blowing, because if you do that, you're going to lose. I heard Bill Cosby say this. Bill Cosby is weird, as complicated as he is, right? As much we know the legacy of Cosby, it's complex. He did say a lot of wise things though. One wise thing Cosby said was, he said, I don't know the secret to success. He said, but I do know that the secret to failure is to try to please everybody. And what I believe is that corporations like Target, when they're trying to please everyone, when they're like, "Oh, you're gay, here's the gay stuff. You're black, here's the black stuff. You're conservative. Well, we're conservative too. We're conservatives just like you." I think that really doesn't work. I think that ends up putting them in this awkward spot where they end up getting beat up by everybody. And I think that it's going to be bad for the company long term. Whoever's running this show and making these decisions is making a mistake, in my opinion. So that's what I think. And I'm gonna tell you. Let me just finish with this point because I want to make this clear. I love Tabitha. Tabitha, if you watch this, I love you. I will never stop loving you. I admire. I love that honey and molasses voice you have. I think that you have a gift. I think that you are an asset to the community. But I think in this particular case, I think that you're wrong. I think that you shouldn't have let them use you in this way. I don't think that the response is going to be what you want it to be. And I think that the overseers in these companies have to understand that the days of sending a Negro ambassador out to calm black people down, those days are gone. They could do that in the 60s. They did that a lot. They would undermine black leadership. They would, when black folks started to revolt, they would say, okay, who's going to be our black leader? We're going to grab and put that person out front and everybody. And that used to work maybe back in the 60s because you had less access to media. The CIA was involved and they would put certain people in front of us and it would affect the masses. I don't think that works anymore. I think it only creates something worse than what you had before. So I think Tabitha shouldn't have gotten in the middle of it. I think Tabitha should have just said, okay, do what you're going to do. Um, but if you choose to come to Target, my stuff is in aisle 7. Like that's because I think there are a lot of people that are still going to support Tabitha no matter what, and I think that I'm one of those people. I like the lady. I don't care what nobody else says. I think she's great. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, don't forget that we have class tomorrow, and so if you want to be on the list to receive a text message when we meet for class in the morning, you want to come to the private Zoom. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, one other thing I admire about Tabitha is she loves her husband. Her husband loves her, and I can relate to that because I love the hell out of my wife. Y'all know this, and my wife happens to be a therapist. And in the Black Business School, she helped us to create something called the Black Financial Therapy Department because she's a therapist. She's a full professor of social work, and she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. So you're getting the best of the best, and she brings together the best Black therapists she can find to help us understand what psychological barriers we have to overcome to build Black wealth. And I think today is Monday, actually, and she's doing Mental Health Monday tonight, actually. And so if you'd like to be notified when she's meeting with the therapist tonight, pull out your phone, text the word love to that same number, 87948. So text love to 87948, and you'll get an invitation to her private Zoom where she's going to do her thing because I really want to get the brothers out here. We got to support the women. Successful Black women are not a threat to you, but I also encourage the women, like, you got to love your men. Like, we got you. We're good. We're not all rappers who hate women. We're good people, so you just got to give us a chance and find the right brother and don't be chasing after these buffoons. And then you end up like Tabitha and her husband in a nice, healthy, happy relationship, which by the way, healthy relationships are one of the most fundamental keys to financial security. I hope y'all know that. I hope you know that when they destroyed your families, they destroyed your wealth. So if you rebuild your family, you're going to increase your generational wealth 5 or 10-fold because families are better at building wealth. This goes back to the real DEI: development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Develop strong families, you will be developing Black wealth. Entrepreneurial energy means you know how to develop your own institution, so you don't have to worry about what the targets are doing. You focus on what you're doing. Investment means that when you are pouring your money into things, you pour money into things that are going to benefit you. When you pour your time into things, you put time into things that are going to benefit you. That job does not benefit you. Your investments are going to benefit you. When you invest in things, most investments have nothing to do with money. So raising those babies, raising them to be economically minded, raising them to prepare for the battle coming, making sure that you invest for those children, that's going to be the key to their success and their survival so they don't end up in compromising situations. White supremacy cannot win in the face of Black excellence. White supremacy does not have a chance when Black excellence is in the building. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you understand that when you choose to be Black and excellent, when you develop protocols for excellence, when you are committed to the investment in Black excellence, white supremacy doesn't have a chance. Can't nobody stop a determined Black man. Can't nobody stop a determined Black woman. And there are plenty of examples of success out here. That's what we need to talk about. That's what we need to market. That needs to be our target, pun intended. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a good day. Thank you so much for listening. And my book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We also have a whole educational system for children. We have workbooks and flashcards for kids, all kinds of stuff. Just so feel free to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon.
So I just want you to see what Tabitha Brown says, as she says, she did a video, all right? She said, if we all decided to boycott, our sales will drop. Our businesses will be hurt. She said, explaining that reduced sales could give corporations justification to remove Black-owned products altogether. And it further goes on to say that Brown pointed out the logistical and financial hurdles small businesses face, from storing unsold inventory to finding alternative retail opportunities. She emphasized that boycotting without a strategy could unintentionally harm the very businesses the community wants to uplift. Brown urged followers to stay intentional and strategic, choosing to support specific brands within these major retailers while avoiding others. She encouraged, she basically said, boycotting may not be the best thing to do. Now, what are your thoughts on this? Because here's what I believe. To receive something that you have never received or get somewhere that you've never got, you have got to do something that you've never done. So I do believe that there will be casualties when it comes to Black people standing up, when it comes to Black people deciding that I no longer want to be in the middle of madness and nonsense, when it comes to us deciding that one sense of injustice is too many. When we make that decision altogether, then it just don't matter whose product is on the shelf. It don't matter. Just like when they bombed Black Wall Street, it didn't matter if children were present. When they bombed Black Wall Street, it didn't matter if businesses were operating. When they bombed Black Wall Street, it did not matter what was happening. It don't matter to them. So we cannot think that we're going to be ethical and strategic to an unethical place, to an unethical environment. Now, I ain't giving nobody no ideas. Let's be factual on that. But what I'm saying is, you cannot reason with the devil. I ain't about to sit down with the devil and start talking about strategy. I ain't got time. It's not going to happen. So that's my thing, that we have to continuously realize that you're talking about people who are unethical, who do not have a sense of morality. You're talking about corporations who are willing to slowly give you cancer in the name of profit. You're talking about food industries that will put coloring in your food so it can look nice and it will kill you in 30 years. How can you strategize with a mind like that? How? Okay, I'm not going to get going with you all because that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to get me riled up early in the morning and have my dogs looking like, what is she screaming about at 9:30 in the morning? But that is the reality. You cannot strategize with the devil. All right? You got this is the thing. So all that to say, I don't have any additional input regarding that. Tabitha Brown. Oh, another thing. I did a video on this on Madam President, one Madam President on Instagram. And on the video, I shared with you, basically, we have these unrealistic expectations for people. We want people to, do things that we're not willing to do. Excuse me. They did a class action lawsuit. But listen to this. Payouts for the settlements were divided into two classes: wrongfully arrested, wrongfully detained. Wrongfully arrested got $1,000 each, and wrongfully detained received about $5,000. Let me just tell you something. Imagine having a moral obligation to sit on a bench to protect and serve, and you are so greedy and evil that you will literally have children arrested. And this is why it's important for all of us to be on one accord as a group of people. This is why it's so important for the mother and the father and the auntie and the grandmother to all be on one accord, because, and the children to be on one accord. Children must listen to their parents, and I hope that God give you all the sound mind and sound heart to give your children good direction. Because when I tell you that there's a system that is open to ruining the life of your child, you think I'm playing. You think I'm being dramatic. You think I'm being silly. You think I'm being over the top. But this is real life. The woman sat as a judge. They were collecting kids, arresting them. And this is what happens when you are Black and you are poor. You're vulnerable to the court because you don't have the finances, the economic requirement that's needed to fight the system. You remember, folks, Sandra Bland was locked up. She needed $500. 500, not 5,000, $500. She said, I called my sisters. I called my mother. Look, this is how we treat each other. I am God. And I don't want my daughter sitting in jail for $500. Ain't no system getting her for $500. That's the problem. So like, all right, you get what I'm saying. I won't beat a dead horse. Don't forget, you tuned into flynubianmoney.com. This is what I do. I'm going to get some guests on here this week. You will not hear from me every day. I'm going to have some guests. We're going to have some empowerment, some financial literacy. We're going to have some, some things that is just needed for us to be elevated, especially as we continue to go through these different challenges and changes. I want you to know that one of my friends who's a federal employee informed me that Black history has been canceled on the federal level. They was like, we don't want to see no Black history. Don't put no Black history, nothing up. So with that being said, Donald Trump said, I'm coming through here. I'm canceling all of that. No Black history. Huh? I'm so glad that I don't need Donald Trump to give me permission to celebrate Black history. That's just number one. Number two, there is a climate change. Don't be twisted. But a lot of those things, I will say, that was in place from previous administration. As you can see, these things wasn't even cemented in. These things were interchangeable, which is a problem. How could you pass something and create something that the next person can just change? No. Anyways.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's doing well. I feel like this weekend was just full of activity. In case you don't know, we do this every day. We're always going at it. And we had a lot of stuff that happened this weekend. We had a great training on AI by Miss Athena Gardner. That was on Saturday. And if you want the recording, I'll give you the URL for the recording if you guys would like to get that. It was really good. And then also Dr. Alicia last night did a session on relationships. Every Sunday she does her book club. And I'm going to tell you, it was good stuff. And as you all know, we talk about this a lot, that good, healthy relationships is a key to wealth. A lot of people are broke and they don't know why. And I'll tell you, if you're broke by yourself, then that could explain part of it, because economics is best when it's done as a team. If you have the opportunity to make, it a team sport, then your likelihood of success usually doubles pretty much. I mean, if you just the ability to stay married literally increases your potential net worth long term substantially. Like you'd be amazed how much more financially secure a person can be. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of concern right now in terms of what the economy is doing and how people are feeling. I know right now, right, there's this whole discussion about, DEI, and I did a whole conversation about DEI last night. And I don't know if any of you saw that, but I was sort of saying that I think DEI is it's an interesting discussion. I'm not anti DEI. I've always been pro DEI, even when it didn't benefit Black people that much. I think Black Enterprise came out with an article that basically said only 4% of the DEI positions were used by Black people, and so that kind of defeats the narrative that DEI was all about race. It seemed like affirmative action was a lot about race, but it looked like DEI was all about gender and, if you're gay or trans or if you're a white woman and things like that. And it almost felt like Black people kind of got diluted out of the race. Like we kind of got sort of pushed to the side a little bit. And personally, that doesn't make me comfortable. I don't know about you guys, but I personally felt like, okay, even though there are some people who do benefit from DEI, I said, well, maybe there's a safer way to pursue this kind of thing, because I can tell you that that if you are leaning on someone, an untrustworthy person or group to provide your financial security, then you're not going to be financially secure. Right? Financial security, what does that mean? That means I'm safe. That means I'm good. That means I'm okay. That means I don't have anything to worry about. I can sleep well at night. And the reality about risk and security is that risk is partly it's partly a real phenomenon, but it's partly an illusion. Sometimes you can feel safe when you're not safe, and sometimes you can feel like there's a risk when there's not really a risk. I spend a lot of time studying risk assessment under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes! He's one of the leading risk assessment experts on the entire planet, and he tortured me. He made me proofread an entire book he was writing on risk, literally all about risk and measuring risk, what it means, and it was deep stuff. It was the mathematics behind risk. You'd be amazed. It goes into even stuff that almost sounds like quantum computing, because you have to be able to imagine multiple states of the world, multiple possibilities, assign probabilities to those possibilities, be able to understand the nature of risk tolerance, as they call it, the ability of the investor to even process risk. How do they feel about risk? And then some risk is real, some risk is not. For example, my beloved mother-in-law swears that if she ever gets on an airplane, she's going to die. Like we can't talk her out of it. We beg her, like, please, Nana, please fly with us. We want to take you to another country, Nana. And we just, all you gotta do is get on an airplane. Nana will not get on an airplane for nothing. It don't matter that planes are safe. It doesn't matter. I could present a whole slew of statistics about the safety of aircraft and everything else. Nana ain't getting on that damn plane. And and it's something that that I can't, that I can't convince her of, because in her mind that risk exists. So she's going to have a very natural reaction, a natural anxiety that comes from this risk, even though it's not real. So a lot of times we respond to things that just pretty much don't exist. We create these boogeymen in our lives, and I think for Black people, because we're heavily traumatized, and this is something we discuss in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. Because of our trauma, we just see risk really, like we're just really on high alert. All your cortisol levels are high, and this is another reason why you want to heal from your trauma, because if you're constantly on this fight or flight, high cortisol sort of mindset, it's going to kill you. It literally will, like the cancer, the diabetes, the heart disease, the strokes, all these things that happen to Black people, all these things that are more valuable than money, these things happen because of undiagnosed, untreated trauma, but quite a bit of it does. So anyway, that was that was something that was on my mind today. I wanted to kind of share that with you. And by the way, if you want to get the recording of the AI training that was done this weekend by Athena Gardner, you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put that in the chat also. It's basically a group of women, smart Black women, who teach on everything related to economics, finance, wealth building. And every couple of weeks, they bring in a special guest. And at some point, I think they're going to take applications if you have a topic that you'd like to teach on. But all the teachers are women. A lot of the students are men, but all the teachers are women. So it's flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put it up in here. And the ladies on Fly Nubian Money, they go live they're actually they're live. I think Madam President was on this morning. You saw her at the All Black National Convention. Constance Carter and Tierra Williams go live right. I think right after we're done. I'll give you guys the link, and then later on this afternoon they have a panel of ladies like my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, Dr. Lene Javette. They have attorneys and investment experts, stuff like that. And I encourage you to take a look. And if you want to be notified when they go live, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. And Tara says, Dr. Boyce, will you create a men's group like Fly Nubian? Actually, we do have a YouTube channel that where there's lots of content from men. I haven't had a chance to mention it as much, but yeah, we do have men that actually there's a male therapist. His name is Joe. I don't know his last name, but Joe does really good. I think he calls it something like vulnerability is the new sexy. And let me see if I can find like a StreamYard link or something. I can put it in here, and I'll text it out to you guys. I'll write this, make a note to myself. Text Joe, like text out Joe stuff because Joe's good, and sometimes he'll come in with the ladies, and it's really good. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's called Vulnerability is the New Sexy, and I don't know if I can. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get that right. But anyway, yeah, it's good, right? And I think that these conversations are powerful because I really just think that overall, as Black people, it's good for men and women to really talk about how we feel, who we are, what we want to be, how we want to show up for each other, how we want to, for men, what kind of father you want to be, what kind of husband you're going to be, what kind of man are you going to be, and I think that that's an important conversation to have because I feel like there's this media, that tells you what kind of man you're going to be. You're going to be a gangster, you're going to be a thug, you're going to be like 50 Cent and get shot 9 times, and you're going to go to a Diddy party, you're going to be one of these flashy, loud talking goofball rappers. My wife was listening to, and I promise you, there's actually a financial topic I want to drill into, even though this is a financial topic, by the way. Diddy's going to lose about $1 billion because of his shenanigans. So this is definitely related to finances. In case you're wondering, in case you're like, why is this talking about Diddy if he's totally talking about money? Well, Diddy represented money. Diddy what represented black excellence in his mind. Diddy represented aspirational interests. I knew young people who told me that their goal, their dream was to work for Diddy. I kid you not. That young lady I told you about who went to Clark, Atlanta, I think that's where she went to school. And she said her dream was when she got there, she was going to get a job working for Diddy. Like that was her only goal in life, right? So these things affect the trajectory of the energy of our young people, these images, it affects their outcomes. And so anyway, with Diddy, my wife was listening to a therapist's assessment of Diddy. He did this white therapist in Seattle is doing this like, I don't know what it's called. I wish I could find it. If I find it, I'll tell you guys what it is. But because my wife is a therapist, but in case you wonder, she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. That's how deep she is in that. So anyway, she was listening to this therapist breaking down Diddy, and basically she was they were talking about Mace, his relationship with Mace, and back in the 90s, and I was asking my wife, I said, or we were talking about it, and she said, yeah, she said, I remember when everybody liked that stuff. I said, I never liked that stuff. I never liked Diddy and me. I never liked all that goofy, flashy. They wear those flashy green suits, and they be in the camera like, "How will you want to be fly like me?" Duh, duh, duh. I mean, they look goofy. They look like clowns. It was the corniest, silliest stuff I've ever seen, and and it kind of reminded me of my belief that America loves to see the black man kind of as a clown, not as a serious person, but as a like almost like a cartoon character. That's what they were. They were kind of like these cartoon characters, and ultimately, um, you know, uh, it's just something that I really think has to kind of be processed, right? And so anyway, long story short, if you want to talk specifically about Diddy and wealth and money, Diddy is a reminder that when you're wealthy, your wealth doesn't protect you from the consequences of your choices. What happens is that the wealth actually makes you more of a target. And so if you have a son or a daughter, one of the things you want to protect them from is arrogance, right? Arrogance in the face of opportunity can lead you to lose everything. I think that when you get to where you think you're above the law, you think that you can't be touched, then you start doing things you really shouldn't be doing. And unfortunately, Bill Cosby learned this lesson. And then next thing you know, they remind you that you're black. They knock on your door and say, "You didn't forget that you are a Negro, did you?" And here's the truth, though. I think even white people. I don't think even a white man would be smart to be that arrogant and that ridiculous, and that will cost you everything. And what's really crazy is that you spend your whole life working really hard for something, and then it just gets taken away like that. I think that's an element of financial risk that doesn't get discussed that often. Is the fact that that when you don't protect what you have, you might as well not even work to get it in the first place. Risk assessment and the ability to protect your wealth really comes down to being able to assess every single threat that you have, every threat that you have. And I always believed that as a black man, I had to be super strategic about every single move I made, every friend I had, every situation I was in. I learned this in the 90s when the Biden crime bill was sending thousands of black men to prison. A lot of them were good men. Now, some of them were criminals, but some of them were just good people who were in a bad situation, made a bad choice, were in the car with the wrong person. They had a friend. When you're a black man, it's not hard to have a friend who's a drug dealer or a friend who's in the streets. A lot of us have friends who are in this situation, and I would just see people get killed because of who their friend was. Or my best friend that was traumatic for me. My best friend got killed because of who he was dating, and the person he was dating had a brother who was into some street stuff, and next thing you know, he dies. He gets shot in the head in front of his daughter. And so this was real. So in my opinion, it became very because it was so traumatic, it heavily influenced my belief that as a black man, I had to be super strategic, have my head on a swivel. I had to be very conscious of my surroundings and my environment because it wasn't enough for me to watch what I did. I had to watch what the people around me were doing. And I don't think black boys get taught that. I think they learn, some of them, unfortunately, the ones that really, really end up in tough situations like 30 years in prison and all that, they learn it after they go to jail. And it really sucks because their biggest role models are some of these hip hop artists who literally are like, yeah, pick up, if somebody makes you mad, pick up a gun and shoot him. That's what I would do, right? So you pick up a gun and you shoot somebody, and then the judge is like, you're going to jail, and you're 18 years old. So the best years of your life are gone. You don't get to enjoy your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, which are a lot should be a lot of fun for a person. You're getting out of jail at 54 years old, and your little baby that you just had before you went to prison doesn't even know you. They don't even want to talk to you anymore because they don't respect you. They don't like you. They're like, my dad was gone, and that was traumatic for me, and it's your fault because of the decisions that you made. So I personally think that it is a critical mandate. I think that when you talk about the things that we must do, it is absolutely essential that we teach our kids about risk and teach them how to protect all things that are valuable, protect all wealth. Protect all wealth. They used to have that slogan that said "Believe all women," right? Which is I thought was crazy, but it's like protect all wealth. Paw, like Paul. Get your paws up, right? I just made that up. Anyway, so yeah, protect all wealth, right? And what do I mean by that? It means wealth is not just money. Wealth is people. Wealth is opportunity. Wealth is your health. Wealth is your intellect. Wealth is your family. Wealth is anything in your life that's valuable to you that you would not sell for money. Right? Anything in your life that you would not sell for $1 million, you should protect that. You have a mother and a father. Maybe you love them and you wouldn't sell your relationship with them for $1 million. You protect that. You have your children. How many of you would never sell your children for any amount of money? Some of y'all got kids that are so terrible. You might say yes, but really, how many of y'all would never sell your kids for $1 million or your grandkids? Would any of you? How many of you would never sell your grandkids for $1 million? Right? None of us. Most of us wouldn't. If you say yes, then that's okay. We got therapists you can talk to, because I get it. Kids are crazy. But seriously though, so that means that's wealth. That's wealth. Do you understand? See, people can talk about money all day, and that's like level one. But what people don't talk about are all the things that money cannot buy. That's level two, three, four, five, and six. That's consciousness. You're going to higher dimensions at that point. So when I'm talking about wealth, I say this all the time. I'm not talking about money most of the time. Well, money is probably 1% of wealth. In my mind, money is less than 1% of all wealth in the world. Most wealth is the stuff that you cannot buy with money. That's a whole nother level. That's a type of wealth and power that money that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have that, because you wouldn't there are things you have in your life that you wouldn't sell for $250 billion, right? And that might be your health, your youth, your kids, your freedom, your happiness, right? I wouldn't sell my happiness for hardly anything. I mean, you could offer me a job making $10 million a year, and I'm not taking that job if it's not going to make me, if it's going to make me unhappy, or if it's going to take away my family and take away my quality of life. I wouldn't do that, right? So protecting wealth really means assessing, right? You have to make assessments, just like insurance agents make assessments on things, and they're trying to figure out, what your policy should be and all that stuff. You got to make an assessment on your wealth and what's around you, and then think about how to protect that. And that requires consciousness. It requires almost like meditation, sitting still and looking and observing, counting your blessings. I do this every morning. That consciousness, that fire, whatever it is that drives you, the things that makes you feel good, that excellence, that commitment to excellence that you may have chosen. That's a membership. That's a membership. And I personally have to renew my membership every single morning. I renewed my membership this morning when I got up out of bed at 4:45 in the morning. Instead of sleeping in, I said, I'm renewing my membership today. I'm stamping my damn card. I'm going to that gym, and I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do what I got to do to protect my health, because my health is infinitely valuable to me. And that was a wealth move. That was a wealth decision. That was an investment decision. Do you understand? Because people talk about DEI all the time, and I get it. I understand. I told you I'm not anti-DEI. I'm very much pro-DEI, even though I thought DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action, which was a watered down version of what they're supposed to really give us. So affirmative action was a watered down version of reparations, but DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action. Like Black Enterprise said, only off of DEI positions, Black people only held about 4% of that, right? That's crazy, 4%. But Black Enterprise says this. Maybe they're lying, but I think that sounds accurate. But anyway, even though I'm a fan of DEI, I always felt that DEI was very risky to lean your financial security on anything that relates to the goodwill of others, to provide for you. Like anything that leans on sort of these corporations saying, "Oh yeah, let's bring in some Black people," and a lot of corporations created DEI programs and put DEI listings out after the George Floyd killing. The George Floyd situation led to like all these companies advertising DEI positions. We need a DEI director, DEI this, DEI that, and what they found was that when the president said, "Okay, DEI is gone. DEI must DIE," a lot of these companies cut their programs just like that. They dropped you like a bad habit. They said, we didn't really want to do this anyway." And but they did find that there were some companies like Costco, and there were a few others, Apple, and I can't remember the others. I got to get a list of the companies, but there were companies that actually said, "No, this is what we did before the George Floyd situation, and this is what we're going to do after this presidency. We're not going to allow ourselves to be trapped in the moment." They made a decision that I thought was pretty ethical, right? It was anti-capitalist. The capitalist decision is, oh man, it's going to cost us money. Let's go ahead and drop this. Let's push the Negroes off the boat because the boat's getting a little heavy right now. We're starting to sink. There were sturdy companies that said no. Like Apple. Apple's like, we're not a boat. We're not a dinghy. We're like the biggest gigantic battleship that you've ever seen in your life. Your pressure can't sink this ship. We sell iPhones in our sleep. We're worth $3 trillion. We're not bending and folding to the whims of a society that changes every 4 or 5 years, right? And I respect that. I thought that was pretty awesome. Good for Apple. Good for Apple. Now, with that being said, though, I always felt just the same way I told you how I never liked the Diddy stuff when they had the shiny suits and all that rapping back in the 90s. I never really liked DEI that much as a pathway to financial security for Black people because it was too risky. I felt like it was too fickle. I said, so wait a minute. So you telling me that I got to lean on the good graces of this white man for me to be able to provide for my family? That just didn't sit well with me. Again, I probably got just enough toxic masculinity to know that if you mess with my family, I'm gonna kick you in your ass. So if that's toxic, then just call me Mr. Toxic, because that's how I feel. I feel that I grew up with a guy named Larry Watkins who taught me about being tough and fighting for what is yours and defending what is yours. He defended my mother. He was by her bedside until she took her last breath. And he repeatedly told me over and over again, after 50 years of marriage, he said, my number one goal in life is to protect and take care of your mother. And I just thought that was just quite extraordinary, quite honorable. So, in my opinion, I felt that as a protector of me and mine and what's important in our world, the protector of this space, I said I don't really know how I feel about DEI. Because DEI, it's like a little drug, right? It's like a financial drug. Money's like dope. Money affects the dopamine in your brain. So money really is dope. It rises your dopamine levels, and you start feeling good and comfortable and safe and happy because they gave you this DEI position. But what you don't think about is the dark side of the dope, right? Every dope that gives you a high can also cause you to crash. Like Mike Epps talks about being high on cocaine and how after the crash he was ready to kill himself, right? So the same thing has happened with economics. Your economics can give you a high. You get on that dope, you're feeling good, you're feeling safe. You're like, look, mama, I made it. Let me go get a Mercedes. Let me get a bigger house. Let me go to the Gucci store because I'm living good. I got this nice little DEI job. They're paying me 300,000 a year to be the DEI director, and now I'm doing well. I've made it. Look, mama, I've made it. But what you're not thinking about is the crash. You're not thinking about like what happens if suddenly the world just changes. What happens if they say, I'm sorry, Shaniqua. We have to cut the DEI program completely. So your stuff is packed, and we need you to turn your keys in on the way out the door, and you can't log into your computer anymore right now. So good luck to you, though. Good luck, good luck, good luck. You people are great to have around, and then at that point. You're dealing with a lot of psychiatric issues. You're dealing with anxiety, stress. You're dealing with depression. My wife, who again, because she's a therapist, I think she's great for a Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because there are so many people of our people that deal with extreme amounts of financial anxiety, extreme amounts of not just the sadness that comes when an economic opportunity is taken away, but also the fear, constant fear that one day you might be traumatized, right? The financial trauma, like just knowing that, like think about, imagine it's almost like having an alcoholic parent or parent on drugs, where you never know where one day they're gonna come in the house and be mad and just decide they just want to punch you while you're sleeping, right? And that's the thing. That's what happens. That's the economic trauma. That's what happened, in my opinion, when we gave up some of the more sturdy economic habits of our ancestors. Your grandparents, great grandparents had to live in a world that didn't have DEI. They lived in a world that didn't have affirmative action. They lived in a world that didn't even have integration. So what they did was they would do things that were more sturdy because they didn't trust these damn folks. They didn't sit around thinking that, oh, well, we got all these allies that are going to look out for us. I got an ally who's going to feed my family. I have an ally that's going to make sure that I'm good. The ally that's never going to leave my side. They understood, like, look, you can't trust some of these suckers. So we're going to make sure that we are solid. We're going to be conservative. That's the first thing, right? First risk assessment. They weren't flashy Negroes with big shiny suits throwing all their money away at the club. They were conservative. They would save that nickel. They would save that money. They had solid principles when it came to saving and protecting the little bit of money that they had. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse University, and Essence Magazine asked me to write an article about financial money habits, I called, I did, I had a whole PhD in money, but I called my grandma. I called my grandma. I said, because I need to talk to you, Mama. My grandmother, her name's Felicia. I called her Mama. That's the Panther. We named our Panther after my grandma. I got to name something after my mama too, because I need my mama with me too. And I went to my grandmother because I knew what she learned from my great grandparents. And I said, I know that tell me your money rules. What are your rules when it comes to money? Do you have rules? She said, I've got rules. And she sent me a whole list. I said, can you write it down and send it to me? She did. She wrote me a whole list. You give 10% to the Lord. You put 10% in your savings. You never buy anything on credit. Like, she didn't use a credit card. She didn't go into debt. And what she was saying was that she had a very strong risk assessment because she knew that being a black girl born in Louisville, Kentucky during the Great Depression, that Superman wasn't coming for her. She knew she didn't have nobody coming to save her. She wouldn't sit around hoping for a DEI program. She didn't believe she had allies. She didn't believe white folks were her friend.
She didn't believe she couldn't even depend on the men, to be honest. Like even some of the, black men, we're great in our own way for sure. Shout out to all the great black men in the world. But you know what it is? I think that they work very hard to distort the mindset of a lot of us. So some of y'all brothers need to step up a little bit, right? And so the reality is that she had these sturdy rules of economics such that as a single mother of 5 kids, she never ever went into debt. She had perfect credit. She never had to borrow money from anybody, and she was the most financially rock solid person I ever saw. And none of that came from a high income. None of that came from being born with a silver spoon in her mouth. None of that came from somebody giving her a DEI program or her having a sugar daddy. She did that because she understood risk. She understood things that many of our people have forgotten when it comes to our economics. We think that we're advanced because, we like it's a new day, it's 2024, and that's old fashioned. And shit, have you seen some of the some of the things that are happening in the country right now? I'm not saying I'm for or against. I told you I don't the politics. I'm not going to argue with nobody about no politics. But really, I mean, when they're literally pulling the rug out from things that you thought were secure, that really says that maybe you weren't secure in the first place. And maybe you should understand what financial security actually looks like. And in fact, actually, I did a whole training on what financial security looks like. I'm gonna remind me to text that out to you, and also to answer questions in the chat. Some of you are asking like where this shirt is, this black gentrification shirt. We have this site. It's woke black tees, wokeblacktees.com. So feel free to go to wokeblacktees.com, and I got all kinds of militant, angry black man, black woman shirts that you can check out. I'm playing it. So, it's like I call it. I jokingly call it militant because apparently people think that black people being intelligent and prepared is militant, or that when I say I want black people to be intelligent, they say that I'm being uppity. So yeah, so if you want to be uppity and militant like me, then this is wokeblacktees.com. That's the URL, wokeblacktees.com. All right, so here's what one thing that I believe also. I think that when you talk about DEI, I made up a new term for DEI, and I'm actually gonna talk about this more. I'm speaking at the Black Wealth Summit in Bowie State on the 1st of February. If you live in the area, I think the URL is thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org. So if you live in the area, feel free to pop in. I'm excited because I get to go see Dr. Claude Anderson. Let me make sure that it's right because I want to support them. I have so much respect for what they're doing. Yeah, thewealthsummit.org. Not .com, .org, thewealthsummit.org. Anyway, so I was thinking about DEI and I said, DEI, in my opinion, should not stand for anymore. It should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe that for some of us, DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. I believe that the best DEI program is the DEI program that you have in your black owned business. That's the best DEI program ever. That's the DEI program nobody can ever take away from you. And to me, DEI, development in entrepreneurship and investment, means, in my opinion, that we should develop our own institutions. We should do the work required to develop financial security setups and protocols that allow us to be safe economically, no matter what the political weather is in the United States. Development means developing businesses. Development means developing our children to be investors, to be smart with their money, to develop the ability for them to survive economically. Development in terms of institutions is absolutely essential for any community that wants to be financially secure. And one of your biggest weaknesses, one of your biggest vulnerabilities as a community is that you don't have your own businesses. That's why when we started the Black Business School, our Black core of 3 was that we believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black-owned businesses. If we do those 3 things, Black wealth goes up by 5 trillion in less than a generation. We do those 3 things. Educate our own children. Why? Well, because so many of our children are miseducated, and when they get miseducated, they get distracted and pulled in the wrong direction, or they end up not being an asset to the community. Therefore, you're losing a couple $1 trillion every generation
medicine just by the virtue of the fact that millions of your children don't even have a basic skill. Millions of your children, if they don't have a basic skill, they don't know who they are. Millions of your children are stuck in this economic tornado, this twilight zone of an economy where they are trying to struggle, trying to survive, and they're failing. Many of them are failing. Many of them are struggling. Many of them are experiencing extreme financial desperation, extreme financial anxiety. As a person with a PhD in finance, I can tell you how to easily avoid this, how to easily get out of it. But you've got to prepare. You've got to develop your system. You've got to get ready. You can't fix it overnight. It's not like you can't go to the doctor when you got stage 4 cancer and say, give me a pill and make it better. You can't do that. You can't show up and say, "Oh, I've been eating the wrong food. I ain't been exercising. I've been smoking as many cigarettes as possible. I've been doing that for 30 years. Now, doc, I want you to make me as healthy as an Olympian." You can't do that. That doesn't work. You have to like I see Juiced Up Reese's here. I love Juiced Up Reese's. She runs this great juice company with all these healthy juices. And every time I see her, she'll say, "Hey doc, here's some juice," and I drink it. And it's so good and it's healthy. Juiced Up Reese will tell you that prevention is the best way to stay healthy. In fact, even if you talk about this, speaking of health, for example, we know that financially, the Rockefellers made a lot of financial moves to push us away from natural preventative maintenance on our bodies and our health. They pushed the country away from holistic medicine because he wanted drugs. He wanted drugs because they were based on oil, and he controlled oil. So Rockefeller, in all his philanthropy, I don't know how many of y'all know that, but all the money that he allegedly put into supporting medical schools and all that. That was all basically done so he could force the doctors to move away from natural cures and move toward pharmaceuticals. And so now you have a country where millions of people are hooked on drugs. They actually antidepressants. The United States prescribes antidepressants at an unbelievable level. We prescribe more antidepressants than any other country on the planet. The big company, the Purdue family, just got sued for the opioid crisis because they got half the damn country hooked on opioids, right? So you can't trust even the medical profession. Just speaking of health, just since we're talking about that, but just like health, physical health, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You have to develop the kind of health that you want to have. You have to develop a protocol. You got to develop things such that you say, "Oh, I'm doing this every single day right now, so that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I will be in good shape." So that's what development looks like, brick by brick. Things that you build brick by brick are much more sturdy than when somebody just sort of props you on top of an institution that they control. And what does that mean? Well, that means that you have lots of, again, I call them shiny Negroes, the celebrities or whatever, who look like they have power because they're standing up on top of a stage. But really, the real power is not the person who stands on the stage, because they can be flicked off like a blunt or a fly. The person standing on the stage does not have the power. The power belongs to the person who built the stage, the person who developed the stage, the person who, or the company who brick by brick built that stage, because they know that they can put anybody on that stage and make them shiny and powerful or look powerful and important. So ultimately, development is extremely important. We have to develop the kinds of children that we need to lead our community. We have to develop the kinds of businesses that we need to employ our people. We have to develop the mindset that's going to lead us to understand the importance of being economically strong, capable, and independent. And the best builders that we've ever had in our community are people who were born before integration. The people that were born in the 40s and the 30s and the 20s understood this at a level that we will never understand. They knew how to build things. They knew how to fix things. The people on Black Wall Street, they didn't, a DEI program did not build Black Wall Street. But when they built the damn thing, when they were willing to make the sacrifice, put in the years of blood, sweat, and tears and do the work, they built something that was very, very powerful. Now, again, with Black Wall Street, we know the history there, right? We know what they did and we know how they attacked it for sure, right? But still, though, imagine if we had builders like that today. You keep that nowadays, it's much, much harder. And not that anything's impossible, but it'd be much, much harder for them to just decide to get mad and come in there and burn down a whole black town or burn down a whole bunch of black businesses or something, right? Even anything's possible, but it's not as likely as it was in the 1920s and 1930s. So imagine if we had builders that have that mindset today, that could say something like, I know you're offering me a good job, but I'm gonna walk away from the good job because I want to, instead of me pouring into your institution, I'm going to pour into my own. Instead of me pouring into your community, I'm going to pour into my own. Most black communities are struggling. Most black communities that are poor anyway struggle with infrastructure because all the people that could be there building infrastructure left the community to go to work that day. They all abandoned their community and went to work. And so the things that they're pouring energy into are growing. That what you pour energy into is going to grow. My mother used to say that all the time. She said the things that you invest in are going to grow and build and whatever, and the things that you don't invest in, the things that you neglect, are going to fail. So if you invest in your health, then you're going to have better health. If you neglect your health, then you're going to die. If you invest in your future, then you're going to have a great future. If you neglect your future, then you'll have no future. If you invest in your relationship with your spouse, you're going to have a better relationship. If you neglect your spouse, then your wife will be sleeping with the pool boy and your family's going to fall apart, right? So ultimately, being very conscious, financially conscious, means you have to think about, like, what are we developing? What's the plan? How do we imagine the world, our personal world? Think about your life. How do you imagine your life being better or different 10 years from today than it is now? And what is it that's going to be developed and created such that not only will your life be better, but the lives of other people behind you are going to be easier because you develop something for them. If I build a house, then that house that I build can last for 100, 200 years. But if I'm constantly spending my time building houses for other people, and then I don't have a house, I'm living in an apartment, well, that's not legacy. That's not, I haven't developed anything for me. I've developed things for other people though. Right. And so development, entrepreneurship and investment. Entrepreneurship means that we need more people that at least have an entrepreneurial skill as a backup plan in case that job disappears. Dependence on jobs or dependence on DEI especially is very fickle. It's very risky because these things can be taken away at the drop of a hat. Corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations are not loyal. They have no interest in making sure that you are financially secure or that you remain well off or that you're always doing okay. Their objective is to take care of the shareholders. That's what their primary premise is. That's what they're supposed to do. At least that's what Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago said, is that the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. He did not say that the number one job is to keep everybody employed. He did not say the number one job is to make sure the DEI programs remain intact. He didn't say the number one job is to take care of the environment or the customers or the people that are running the company. He didn't say that. He said the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. So the people that will never get screwed in a corporation are the people who wrote the checks and provide the capital for that corporation to exist. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who wrote the damn check. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who built and invested and developed that corporation. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? So white folks got their own DEI program, and it does stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment, because entrepreneurs created Apple, investors came along and poured into Apple, and then their capital developed Apple into this $3 trillion corporation. You're never going to bite the hand that feeds you. You're never going to defy the individuals through which they've become basically your economic god. You'll never defy the person who gave birth to you. So the investors gave birth to Apple. That's what they did. They went and the customers are important as well, for sure, right? Without the customers, nothing happens. But it's the people who came along and said, let's be entrepreneurial and start this business. That was Steve Jobs and his buddy. I forgot his name. He had a real long name. I can't remember his name. And when the entrepreneurs planted the seed, the investors came in and helped water the seed. And then Apple was developing, and now you've got this $3 trillion behemoth. And unfortunately, that's where their loyalty lies. That's who they're going to be loyal to. That's their DEI program. They're not going to be loyal to you when you came along begging for a job 30 years later. It doesn't mean they don't value you. It doesn't mean that you're not important. It doesn't mean that you don't matter. It just means that you're not the top priority for these corporations. So in my view, if you want to be secure in America, the best way to be secure in a capitalist society is to be an investor in something. If you're investing in things, with these companies, you can own shares of stock in these companies, and they bow to the shareholders. Even the companies that, like Costco, that kept their DEI program. I'm talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They only kept it because the shareholders said it was okay. You do know that, right? They had a shareholder vote. And so that means that if the shareholders had said We don't want this stuff. Get this stuff out of here. It's costing us money. Then even Costco would have folded and walked away. So why can't we as Black people have a mindset where we understand that if we develop institutions, invest in those institutions, have entrepreneurs that create these institutions and others that will come along and pour into those institutions, that will keep you much more financially secure than these fly-by-night jobs. America's an interesting country. I learned a lot about America by watching this documentary about the Vietnam War. It was 12 hours long, and I watched it twice because my father was in Vietnam, and it really affected him. He was 17 years old, and they pushed him out of an airplane, and it traumatized him. It really affected him. And I was really impacted by the story behind the fall of Saigon. The fall of Saigon told me it really, I mean, just going back to that term, these hoes ain't loyal. That's a Chris Brown song, in case you don't know it. I said, "Oh my God!" When I saw the fall of Saigon, if you ever want to be freaked out, like just watch like that part of a document where they talk about the fall of Saigon, because here's what happened. They kind of did to the Vietnamese people what they do to Black people when it comes to politics and DEI programs and all that. They come along and they sweet talk you and they tell you, "Hey, I love you. I'm there for you, girl. I got your back." Whatever, right? And you're like, "Oh, he loves me," right? But then as soon as it gets inconvenient for them to keep their commitment, they're like, "I'm sorry. I know I told you. I know you invested everything in me, but I gotta go." And they abandoned those poor people. The people in the south of Vietnam were aligned with the United States. And for them, it was much deeper than what it was for us. Now, Vietnam, for most Americans who didn't have to go over there and fight, was just like a conceptual thing. It was like, oh yeah, there's this war and we don't like this war. For some people, like my father, it was much more real because he actually had to go in there and fight in the war. People like Muhammad Ali were very conscious. He said, "Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga. That's your war. That's your situation, not mine." And they wanted to put him in prison for that because I think that they were accustomed to Black people fighting battles for white people. They were accustomed to Black people doing what we were told. They were accustomed to Black people getting on the front lines and taking a bullet for some billionaire who's sending you off the bat to go fight a war so they can get oil or rubber or whatever mineral they're trying to take to feed their capitalist machine, right? So, long story short, the fall of Saigon really taught me that if you're not smart enough to look out for your own interest, your oppressor never will. They're never going to. If you don't know how to look out for you and yours, then you will be the biggest sucker on the planet. They will screw you. They will chew you up, spit you out, and use you up. They will. They really. I mean, really. The fall of Saigon. So what happened was basically, in case you don't know, is they got the people in the south of Vietnam. They got them invested in this idea of fighting this war. And they were fighting against their own relatives. They were killing, kind of like Black people are with the Democrats Republican thing. I just don't do that. I'm not going to do that with you. I'll debate you. We can talk about the issues, but I'm not gonna fight a relative over some politicians who don't give a damn about. I'm sorry. I just don't, I'm not participating in any of that. Once you get too serious, I'm gonna walk away. It's almost like we playing checkers and you pull out a gun. I'm be like, maybe we shouldn't play this game right now because you taking this a little bit too seriously. And you got people out here that'll do that. That'll literally be like, "I don't talk to my cousin because he voted for Trump. My sister voted for Biden, that old blankety blank." I hate that. I don't like any of that. I'm sorry. And I know people disagree, but that's my position because and if you want to know what's going through my head, it's the fall of Saigon. Because the Vietnamese, the Southern Vietnamese, biggest mistake they made was that they aligned themselves with the either capitalist America or communist Russia. And what happened as a result is that the Russians and the Americans tore that country apart. They tore that country to pieces. They left scars in that community that have lasted for several generations. They came in and just literally took a dump on top of that country. They peed on those poor people. It was terrible. And so the fall of Saigon was when the United States had gotten to the point where all the millions of these people in southern Vietnam had come to depend on the United States to have their back. They were like, oh yeah, you're our DEI program. You're providing this military assistance. You're providing all this money. You're providing these helicopters and tanks that we need in order to fight this war, and you're protecting us. You are our protection. And then the Americans, just the American people were like, we don't like this war. We want to get out. And they said, sorry, we got to go. And that led to the fall of Saigon. Suddenly, they were defenseless. And because there were people in the north that had built up so much hostility toward them because of the war, oh, they were going in, they were chopping people's heads off in the middle of the street. They were shooting men in the face in front of their families. They were slaughtering entire families because they were like, oh, it's on right now, sucker. And the United States was like, sorry, but don't you love the Beatles? Like we're living good as Americans. We're living our good life over here. But for them, it was very real. When I saw that, what I concluded is I said the leaders in Vietnam, including Ho Chi Minh, who was a great leader, he was kind of like their Martin Luther King or their Malcolm X. The biggest mistake they made was they did not pursue true independence. The biggest mistake they made, because that's what they wanted. They wanted independence from the French. The French had been abusing them for a long time, and the Americans didn't want to help. And so they went to the Russians because of that. But what people don't understand is that when you align yourself with something bigger like that, you got to be really careful about what you're aligning yourself with. So let's say I live in a neighborhood. This is all economics, by the way. This goes back to economics because economics ain't nothing but gang warfare. Economics is gang affiliation. Like Apple is an economic gang where you have a group of people that get on the same page, have the same code of conduct, have the same procedures, and they wear the little Apple logo. They're all part of the same gang. So it's almost like if I live in a neighborhood and I'm scared of getting beat up and I see the Crips and the Crips look pretty strong and I say, hey, I think I'm gonna be a Crip because I don't want anybody to beat me up and take my lunch money. And so I'm thinking about the benefits of being a Crip. Like now I got all these people that'll help me if I ever get in a fight or whatever. But the big problem that you have now is now your allies have increased, but your number of your enemies has increased as well. Now, anytime a blood sees you and you're wearing blue, well, then you might have to run because now you've got enemies that you didn't have before, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I think that with the United States, I think that that's what we do. I think black folks do that. I think we'll say, okay, I want to be a Republican, but then now your Democratic friends don't want to talk to you anymore. Or I want to be a Democrat. Now your Republican friends don't like you. And I feel like we get aligned with these bigger battles. And this is what happened in Vietnam. When they were in the North, they said we're going to align with the Soviets because they're going to give us weapons and money and all this. Well, now the Americans hate you. Now you are in the crosshairs of the most powerful country in the world. So then the people in the South get aligned with the United States, and then what happens is that the country itself became the casualty. The country itself became collateral damage in a much bigger war with people who truly don't care about you. Like, I believe at the end of the day, I don't believe the Democrats or the Republicans care that much about the black community. I don't. Because if they really did, then you would not see neighborhoods where babies get shot in their strollers. You would not still have communities that are horrifically underinvested in. You would not still have us having to fight like crazy just to get them to say the word reparations. I just don't believe that they care that much. I believe that they care about us to the extent that we are a pawn in a bigger chess game. They need us to show up. They're like, okay, we need black people to do this and do that, or we can't get elected. Or if we get enough black people to come over to our side, then we can keep the other party from getting elected. But at the end of the day, I think that they're sort of fighting above the rim, and we're kind of down here like these little mice that they're kind of moving around and manipulating. And really, what should happen, in my opinion, is we should disconnect. Because if you don't, then what's going to happen is you're going to have the fall of Saigon, which is what's kind of happening right now. You're going to have scenarios where the heat gets hot and then your allies abandon you. Do you understand? This is where I'm getting at. Like, I think right now, when I see companies just saying, "Oh, hey, we really were into the DEI thing in 2020, but now we're done. We're out of here. We're withdrawing our troops, so to speak." And we just wish you the best. You hopefully your community can take care of you. I hope you can defend yourself because we're out of here. It reminds me of the fall of Saigon. And so to me, the solution to avoid that is you got to be real thoughtful about where your priorities lie. Right? You got to really be thoughtful about. I think a little bit of selfishness could be good for Black people. A little bit of economic selfishness because something happened when we were trained in slavery to really take care of other people before we take care of ourselves. Like I believe that we really take a lot of pride
in saving other, like when I saw the people bragging about how we saved the Biden administration in the last election. I don't want to get too political, but that was kind of weird. Like we saved y'all again. And I'm like, I get it. I understand you saved them and you deserve credit for that, but damn, can't you save yourself first? Like, can't say, how about you save yourself? I don't want to brag about saving other people who don't care about me. I'd rather brag about saving my family. I'd rather brag about saving you. And I don't think our community is saved. I don't think our community is economically safe at all. We're very, very vulnerable. And when you're vulnerable, your number one objective should be figuring out how to become secure. How do you become secure? So when I go back to what I think DEI should mean, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that's how you become financially secure. Because there's no people that were the original investors in Apple who are financially insecure right now. They're billionaires, trillionaires, whatever, multimillionaires. They're doing quite well financially. So if you develop things by making investments with an entrepreneurial seed, if you have the millions of children who have brilliant ideas, who then say, I'm going to spend my time pouring into this idea. And then once I pour into this idea and make it strong enough and develop it enough, others will want to then pour into the idea. They come along and they want to be investors and they say, how about we double up on what you're doing? Next thing you know, the whole hood is fed. The next thing you know, everybody's good. The next thing you know, all the investors are prospering. And this is the fundamental of economic power. This is how you get it. You don't get power by borrowing power from other people. You get the illusion of power. You get fed dopamine. They get you on that dope. And a person who's high is disconnected from reality. So a lot of us are on that dope. We sit around and we feel like we're good. We feel like we're safe. We feel like we're secure. We feel like we've succeeded. We feel like we've made it. And then when somebody pulls the rug out from under us and you get that reality check, and you come off of that dope, suddenly you're depressed. Suddenly you're sad. Suddenly you're like, oh my God, it's so hard to be black. It's so terrible. And then you're passing that same anxiety on to your children because we never taught them the importance of preparation. So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. Um, that's what DEI means to me. If you want specific ways to implement this, I think every black child in America should know how to start a business by the age of 12. I believe every black child in America should have somebody who loves him enough to buy shares of stock for him every month. You pay your car note every month. You pay your cell phone bill every month. You're putting money in the landlord's pocket every month. Why can't you invest for your children every month? You love your landlord more than you love your kids? Because what you do with your money is an expression of love. It is. Because money is power, and if I'm giving you power, that means I got to care about you. So it's a couple things I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give my power to my enemy because he gonna pull that gun out and shoot me in the face with it. And then number two, I'm not going to waste that power by giving it to people that aren't connected to me and mine. I'm going to start with me and mine first. So you buy stock for that kid every month for the time that they're born. Guess what? When they're 25 years old, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. They got $250,000 they're sitting on, and they're not victims of economic desperation. They're not sitting around waiting for somebody to start a DEI program. They're not looking for Superman to come save them. They're not crying and whining and moaning about how they sad because the Republicans did this or the Democrats did that. They're not living that life. They're like, no, I'm sorry that your parents didn't love you enough to prepare you for the future, but my parents did. That's the reality of it. And it sounds arrogant as hell. I don't care what it sounds like, but it's reality, folks. This is real life, people. This is how the world works. The world does not work the way it should. The world works the way it does. So if you talk about financial security, it is very important for you to just bust out of this whole mindset that they gave you. The slave mentality must also die. If DEI going DIE, then the slave mentality needs to die with it. No disrespect to DEI or anybody who's benefited from it. I got my first job through a diversity thing at Syracuse, so I'm not anti any of that. I'm not here to say that at all. But I can also tell you that even though they got me that job, when they decided to take it away, I had to figure out a plan B. So when I think about my life and I go back and say, what would I have done if I was 18 years old? You know, I would have spent a year studying my butt off to become the best entrepreneur I could be. Because if you know how to create economic possibility out of thin air. That's what entrepreneurs can do. They're financial magicians. They're visionary. They can see wealth even when there appears to be none. They're almost like those people that can go out in the woods and they can survive in the forest because they can see where the food is. They can see where the water is. They can see how to kill an animal and skin the bear and cook it and all that. They know how to live good in any situation. They're adaptable. Adaptability is critical in a very competitive economy. And if you think that it's tough now, wait till AI comes on board. When AI pops in, it's going to be over for millions of people. Millions of people are going to drown in the age of AI. And I honestly think that some of it is because we get distracted by goofballs in shiny suits like Diddy. I think that we get distracted by the social stuff. And and I tell you, all that dancing and all that is fun, but at some point you got to stop dancing and start working. You know, less twerking, more working. How about that? How about that? Okay. So anyway, I got to get out of here, guys. I'm gonna let you all get back to your day. I hope that you gained something from this discussion. Just so you know, Dr. Alicia, my wife, she's a therapist, a full professor of social work. She heads our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. She's going to do Mental Health Monday tonight. I don't know what their topic is, but if you want to be notified and invited to her private seminar space, just text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. So text love to 87948. And I see John Trey said you can text money to 87948. Yeah, I do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And I think it might be especially interesting right now, given that the stock market has really took a hit today. I think that this is a great day to invest in stocks. So if you text money to 87948, I can send you that as well. What else is happening? And we got a lot. We usually have a lot of stuff going on in the Black Business School. There was something else I meant to tell you, but I made notes. But oh, here we go. Yeah, I'll send you the stuff about Joe's thing that he does with the men because I think that's definitely. I'm glad somebody brought that up. And also, there's something on financial security. I did a training on basically what financial security looks like and how to know that you're financially secure. So I'll send that out to you guys as well. If you're not on the text list for this class, that's the really important one. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And let's go get it. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's what we're about to do. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and say hi to you guys today about and share some ideas that I was sort of preparing and thinking through as I get ready for the Wealth Summit at Bowie State University. I'm about to give a State of the Union address at Bowie, and apparently there are some people there who care deeply about wealth and Black wealth in particular, and I think that is absolutely amazing, and I love that, and I'm very proud of the individuals at Bowie. The URL for the Wealth Summit, it's going to be on February 1st, if I'm not mistaken, is thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org, and I want to give them a shout out for the great work that they're doing out there at Bowie. Now, with that being said, I want to talk about DEI. Right now, there's a lot of response and trepidation to the reversals of the Trump administration regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the truth of the matter is that this is a long time coming. There was kind of a backlash, a big movement against DEI, which is connected to affirmative action. It's not exactly the same. I think affirmative action was a little more effective and a little more specific to our people. And I didn't have a problem with either program. I actually am a fan of anything that promotes some type of diversity. I would say, as a Black man, though, one of the things that I did have an issue with, though, was the fact that it seems that they got to the point where diversity didn't really mean Black people anymore as much as it meant, white women, gay people, trans, things like that. And then they would even bring people from other countries to replace African Americans. And they'd say, oh, we have people of color here. And it would be, maybe the nice Asian guy on the third floor. And I thought that was disingenuous for Black people because Black people in America, African Americans, those who are descendants of slavery, have made contributions to this country
that cannot be denied. We've been around since slavery. We built this country, and I personally think that America owes a debt specifically to our people. Give me a yes in the chat if you agree. Again, let me know. Let's just see if we're on the same page with that. How many of you believe that African American people are owed a debt in this country? Give me a yes if you believe that, and also give me a yes if you agree that corporations need diversity. I think that diversity matters. I think it's good for business. I think diversity is owed to society, and we don't have enough of it, right? So, if you want to know if I'm a fan of DEI, the answer is absolutely yes. And I'm not Democrat or Republican. I don't vote for either party, but I do believe that DEI is important. And in fact, when I got my job on the faculty at Syracuse University, where I taught for many years, I was kind of a diversity hire. I was the only African American on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002, but universities still weren't hiring black people because the racism is very real, the exclusion is real, the pushing of black people out is very real, the not allowing black people into these institutions is very, very real. This is an issue that and Elon Musk isn't going to understand this, but maybe he does understand because he did grow up in apartheid, and I think that does affect his thinking. Again, I don't even hate the guy or like the guy. I own Tesla stock. There are things I can tell you that I think that he's doing that are good, but then everybody has their bias. I don't think Elon Musk is your friend, but then again, I don't think Joe Biden is your friend either because he incarcerated more black men than any president in recent American history. So my belief at the end of the day, if you want to know where I stand, is that I don't believe black people have any friends. All right, so let's dig deeper, right? So here's the thing about DEI. DEI is DEAD right now. There's a slogan, DEI must DIE, and whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. But this has actually taken over, and now the White House is very clear that they don't support DEI. But here's the thing. I think that this is an opportunity for us to really address who we are. I think this is a chance for us to chin check ourselves and to basically take a step back and say, what are we made of? What are we committed to? Where do we go from here? And here's the thing. Um, there's a new DEI. There's a type of DEI that they don't tell you about. There's another type of DEI that doesn't get discussed. There's another type of DEI that I've always believed in that has not ever really gotten the attention of our people because we were busy chasing black jobs and not chasing black wealth. We were trying to get inclusion and get a seat at someone else's table, but we didn't talk about building our own table. There was distraction from powernomics because we wanted to do strugglenomics. We enjoy the idea of being in a space where we're not welcome and fighting for our seat at the table, fighting for our voice to be heard, fighting for someone to acknowledge us. And I personally think that that's beneath us. I'm not going to lie. I think that we deserve better than that. I think that we are people who can acknowledge ourselves. So my version of DEI stands for, it's very simple, stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If you want to talk about DEI that I believe in, and this is the DEI I've always believed in, this is the DEI that Malcolm X believed in. You talk about what it takes to actually build a table, because if you build a table and you own the table, then no one has to invite you to sit at the table. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you built the damn table and it's your table, you don't have to ask for permission to sit at the table. I have a kitchen table in our house, and if you want to sit at my table, you have to ask me because I'm the head of the household, or you have to ask my wife. You can't come in my house and say, "Well, this is our table. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they behave. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they eat what we feed them. We're going to let Negroes at the table as long as they don't get out of line." Do you understand? Like no, no, no. This is my table, so you're gonna have to behave for me. You're gonna have to do what I say. We make the rules up in here, and so when you're talking about DEI, DEI to me does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It never did. DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. What does the development mean? The development means that in order to have real power in America, you've got to build it, you've got to create it, you've got to develop that. You cannot pretend to have power. You cannot borrow someone else's power. If I have this light switch, see, we got a lot of shiny Negroes that they put on TV. I call them the shiny Negroes because we think that they're powerful because they're on TV. The ditties, up there dancing and doing the whole show tunes kind of thing, the minstrel show. And with the shiny Negroes look like they have power. And you thought Diddy had power for many years. And now as you see Diddy falling, you realize Diddy never had power. Diddy, the shiny Negroes are like this lamp. This lamp is very shiny. And if you don't understand how electricity works, if you don't understand how power works, you would think that this lamp had a lot of power. But if you understand electricity, if you understand power, then what you'd realize is that this lamp never had any power. This lamp, if you unplug this lamp from the power source, then this lamp will go dark. This lamp turns off. If I unplug it from the power source, then the lamp has no power. So the lamp never had any power in the first place. The lamp was plugged into a power source that gave it power. So if you're looking for power, if you're looking for energy, if you're looking for electricity, you don't go to the lamp. You got to go to the source. And one of the things that I think happens in America is when we don't understand economics, when we don't develop, there's that D, when we don't develop our children properly and develop them to understand where the source of the power is, then we can make the mistake of thinking that the illusion of power is the same as actually having real power. We think that the shiny Negroes on TV are the ones who are dancing and singing and making money, rapping about murdering black people, or the ones who are in our favorite movie. We think that they have power, and we don't understand. No, Hollywood is a multi-billion-dollar industry where the real power is coming from the people who are writing the checks. The real power in Hollywood comes from the people who are able to build the studios, the people who spent the time developing the business institution that underlies all of this stuff that you're seeing. Do you understand? Let me know if you're following what I'm saying. So when you talk about DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that is the only pathway to true power. That is the only pathway to true power. And what America did to you, it ain't your fault. You got tricked. A lot of us got tricked. I got tricked for a long time. I'm 53 years old. I probably thought differently when I was 23. Where America tricked you is America made you think that you could have real power by having proximity to power. They thought you could be a real parent by being an economic babysitter. I don't care how many children you babysit. You could babysit 10 million children, but you will never be a parent because you didn't do the work. Sure, you have access to the kids. Sure, you get the parenting experience. Sure, you have special skills that you develop when it comes to nurturing children. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you ain't a mother. You're not a mother. A person who babysits children is not a mother. A man who babysits children is not a father. The process of becoming a real mother and a real father and having the real deep, significant roots to the child involves probably about 187,600 hours of continuous labor required to raise that child from the age of 0 to the age of 18. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to put in the work. You got to put in the time. You must make the investment consistently over time to develop that child. And then when the child is 30 years old, they're gonna show up at your deathbed and say, "That's my mama, that's my daddy." When my mother took her last breath this year on Christmas Eve, my sister and my brother and I were all around her bedside because my mother had put in hundreds of thousands of hours into developing us as human beings, and she had invested in us. And I'm not talking about money. See, don't forget this. When I talk about investing, I'm usually not talking about money. I'm talking about all the things that are more important than money. So when you're talking about getting real power in America, you will not have real power unless you make an investment. You cannot have power without a sacrifice. You cannot have power without putting in the time, putting in the work. And this work typically takes many, many decades. The NFL is a very powerful institution, is it not? Give me a yes if you agree with me that the NFL is a very powerful institution. And if I were to add up and say, give me the total value of all NFL teams combined, it would be a massive number. It would be probably, I'm guessing, over $100 billion, perhaps. The Dallas Cowboys is the most valuable team at $10 billion. If I was to add up the economic value of all 32 teams in the NFL, the total would be $190 billion. $190 billion is a tremendous amount of economic power. Now, what's fascinating is that if you talk about black wealth and the 1.6 trillion that we spend every year, most of which that we give away, most of that power that we give away to others because we're trying to fit in, we're trying to integrate, Well, we could actually buy the NFL 5 times every year. Y'all do know that, right? Actually, what's that? 6 times, so maybe seven, actually almost 8 times. We could actually buy the NFL 8 times a year if with the income that we spend on new cars and Jordans or fast food or cell phones or fried chicken or whatever we spend our money on, bottles of Cavassier at the club, whatever we spend money on. Like so that's just a little economic tidbit for you. For anybody that comes up to me and tells me black people don't have any wealth, I just turn back and I say, well, we actually could buy the NFL 8 times a year if we wanted to, right? You can't do that, but theoretically we could. So stop telling me black people ain't got no money. Stop telling me black people don't have any wealth. Stop telling me that black people don't have any capacity or ability for power. You don't like wealth. What you do like is you like unity. You don't like economics. You like vision. What you don't like resources. You actually like training and development. You actually lack DEI. So you thought you had DEI because they told you it stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion, but you never had real DEI, which stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Your community, in order for you to have real economic power in this country, in order for you to call the shots, build the tables, or build the doors that you're trying to walk through, you're going to have an army of entrepreneurial young people that are going to get it done. You have to have a community built on the idea of putting in the work, putting in the time, developing the institutions, getting it done, starting with nothing, starting from the bottom. Now we hear not shiny Negroes propped up on top of something, some rapper or some comedian or some basketball player who's sitting on top of an institution that somebody else built. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference between standing on the stage and building the stage? Do we understand? Do you understand the difference between being propped up by the institution versus building the institution brick by brick from the ground up? Do you understand the difference? Because sometimes we don't understand that. Sometimes we think, and this is what DEI does. DEI says that somebody who has an institution, who built the damn thing, who built the movie studio, who built the record label, who built the NBA team, integrates you. They say, boy, you are mighty fine, boy. You a good boy. I thinks I'm gonna create some opportunity for you, son, because you're a good boy. You're so well behaved and I like you. I like you. You're a credit to your race, son. Let me integrate you. And we like, thank you, sir. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate you. Thank you for giving me a seat at the table. Your DEI program is excellent, sir. And then one day he just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and says, you know, DEI sounded good when I started the program because, I want to be nice and help these people. But now you're getting a little bit too much power. Now you're getting too big for your britches, boy. Now you're walking around here like you own the place. I walks in the kitchen and you forget this is my house. You think it's our house. You use the word our when talking about the institution that I own and I built. And I walked in the kitchen and I saw you standing in the kitchen in your drawers drinking Kool-Aid out the jug. Nobody does that in my house except for me, boy. Like what's wrong with you? So I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and get you out of here because we don't have space for you anymore. So what tends to happen is that corporations will start the DEI programs and they'll have some nice little statement. It's usually BS. It'll say, we support diversity, equity, and inclusion, blah, 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 right? And then they don't really do it. They don't really believe it, but they're like, we're going to do it because it's the law. And then they'll bring in black people and there's always a ceiling. Tell me if you've ever seen this. There's always a ceiling. Most black people only get to a certain level. There's only a certain number of us that they actually will allow on the boat. Only a certain number. Once they get more than 7 or 8%, studies show this. Once they get more than 7 or 8% black control in an institution, they start to freak out. They start to get white flight, and they start to plucking you out of there because they're like, wait a minute. First, you were a charity case. We loved you when you were a charity case. But we don't like you when you're a competitor, right? We brought you in because we wanted to help you. We don't want you around if you're trying to eat the big piece of chicken like we are. You're gonna have to fight us for that. So this is what happens. DEI, unfortunately, again, I'm not against it. I'm all for it. Diversity, inclusion, equity, affirmative act. All those things are fine. I have nothing against those terms, but I never believed it in the first place because it was a damn economic version of a freaking Disney movie. That's what it was. It was a Disney movie. Why? Well, because what it's telling you is it's leading you to the assumption
that some of the most greedy, corrupt, ambitious, nasty, competitive, economically exploitative people in the history of the world, meaning the white man. Y'all know what he did in Africa. That suddenly he was gonna be nice enough to really share his power with you and share it openly and willingly, unconditionally, and perpetually. You thought this stuff was gonna last forever. You didn't realize that this is a temporary thing. This is like a football game. I just watched the Eagles kick the hell out of the Washington Commanders. I forget, they used to be Redskins, now they're Commanders, and which sounds weird, but anyway, I just watched the Eagles beat the crap out of the Washington Commanders, and never once did the Eagles say, we're just kicking your ass so bad. We're gonna give you a couple touchdowns just to give you a chance to win the game. We're going to here, Saquon Barkley gets the ball. He says, "Hey, here, take the ball, man. I feel bad that y'all haven't scored for a while." And because we believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, we want to have a diverse representation inside the end zone. So we want to include you and have equity in the game. So here's the ball. You can run. Go ahead and run. It feels good to run the ball down the field. No, Saquon didn't do that. Saquon's like, no, if you want to be like me, you got to earn it. If you want what I got, you got to be able to do what I can do. I can jump over people backward and sprint past them and twist them and break their ankles. Can you do that? You can't do that. So you lose, son. You get second place. And this is the real world. This is the real world. See, I believe that part of the effort of America, I believe that America is a country that doesn't really want black men in the country. I don't think they want black men in the country. They want people who look like men. They want bearded babies. They want men who have the beards and the big muscles and everything, but they don't really want black men in the country because men are scary. Men are competitive. Men, we growl at each other. We fight for territory, right? They don't want black men. They want black boys in America. They want 50-year-old boys. They want black girls. They want black men that'll put on a wig and a dress. They want the black men who are also submissive. They're like, well, you can be here as long as you understand that we're the alpha and you're the beta, as long as we're the winner and you're the second, then at that point, we got plenty of DEI for you. Here's a bowl of DEI. Here, boy, eat. It ain't as good as what I'm eating, because I'm eating good. I'm eating the Elon Musk salad and the Donald Trump steak and the the Bill Gates shish kebab, right? I'm eating that. That's how we're eating. We're eating at the 50 100 billion dollar mark. We're building rocket ships to Mars. We're building skyscrapers. We're doing, but you can be part of the DEI program. And what you can do is you can be my sidekick. I'm gonna be Batman and you're gonna be Robin. And it works best. It really works best if you're not really a real man. They don't want your black son to be a real man. They want your black son to be a DEI baby. Oh, well, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate you clearing a spot at the table for me. Thank you so much. It's such an honor. And then when they get tired of you, or when the resources run short, or when the pressure gets too hot or too difficult, you've seen, to give me a yes if you've noticed, how many companies, the minute DEI became unpopular, the minute carrying you on the boat became an issue, what did they do? What did most companies do? They flipped your black ass off the boat. They said, I'm sorry, at this point, son, you're dead weight. We wanted to help you, but we can't because it's going to cost us too much money. So you can proceed to getting the hell up out of here right now. That's what they did. They instantaneously immediately Duke University, all these schools and institutions and corporations and businesses, these institutions basically said, yeah, about that DEI thing, we're not gonna do that anymore because we didn't even really want to do it anyway, but now we really got to stop. Right? So good luck to you, though. Good luck, Tyrone. I wish you the best. And now, mind you, there are some exceptions. I want to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out to Costco. I've owned stock in Costco for a long time, and Costco actually stood by their DEI programs, which I think is great. Costco is just a good company. They are a good corporate citizen in the sense that they are known for paying their employees well, treating their workers in a way that's equitable. I love that company. So God bless Costco. I think Costco is great. But here's the thing about Costco, though. I saw Al Sharpton did a nice little like buy-in or something with the National Network for Costco. They deserve it. Yeah, why not? I mean, sure. Ain't nothing wrong with Costco. But here's the thing about Costco. Costco is a great company, but it's still not a black-owned business. Do you understand? Like a buy-in at a Costco is not as effective as a buy-in at a black-owned business, because in one case, you're saying, thank you, sir, for allowing us to still have a seat at your table. But in the black-owned business, you're saying, hey, why don't we do a real DEI program, some development, entrepreneurship, and investment, and really build this damn table? See, you got to understand, I need y'all to understand something fundamentally true about energy. Every morning, by the way, I teach a class on financial consciousness. It's the Millionaire Training Camp. It's free. Anybody can join. Just go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, where you can text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948, 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll invite you, because it's for everybody. But here's what you got to understand about economic consciousness. You have to really protect your energy, your spiritual energy and your economic energy. And you got to be thoughtful about where you're targeting that energy. And here's what I see when I'm seeing us fighting for DEI, which again, nothing wrong with that. I'm not fighting against those who are fighting DEI. I promise you I'm not. But I want you to really process this and ask yourself or realize something. I believe that it's just as hard, it takes just as much energy to fight for a seat at someone else's table as it takes to actually do the work to build your own table. I do. I believe that it's in one case, you're fighting for a seat at a table, and it's hard and it's exhausting and it's humiliating. It's degrading. You're like, well, why am I on my knees and the white man standing on his feet? Why am I down low and he's up high? Why is he 6'5" and I'm looking like Gary Coleman right now? Why is this, mama? Why does the world operate like this? This does not make sense to me. And that's difficult. That's draining. That's exhausting. Most of you know what I'm talking about, because most of you struggle in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. My wife is a PhD level therapist. She's very good. She's one of the best on earth at what she does. One of the things that we realize is that there's a lot of trauma that you experience in the workplace just from how badly you're treated. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know that just the way the crap you go through, the mistreatment, the micro racism or microaggression, the dismissal, being passed over for promotions, that stress and frustration, and you have to bottle it all in because somebody told you a long time ago that being too black and too loud about what you're going through, screaming too much about your pain, is going to make you into a dangerous Negro, and then therefore you will be booted out of the system immediately. Take it from a dangerous Negro myself. Take it from a guy who wasn't quiet. I got booted out of a lot of situations. I was like Smokey on Friday. I would get fired on my day off because when they see me coming, they got rid of me. And I was super qualified. I was more qualified than all the white people, but that was back when I believed that qualification was the difference maker, and it's really not. Okay, so that takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. Begging takes energy. So in my book, and this was my own personal conclusion, I said, well, it takes a lot of energy for me to go beg for a seat at the table. So why don't I just take that energy and put that energy into building a table? Right? I mean, really, if you're gonna work hard at something, if you're gonna stress yourself out, why not stress yourself out building something that's going to last, as opposed to begging for something that could be taken away from you in a second? Do you follow what I'm saying? I mean, if you're gonna put energy out there, why not put your energy into building something that's gonna give you generational legacy, as opposed to begging for something and working for something that's gonna give legacy to somebody else? Well, if you're going to if you work, think about this. If you go to work every day and you work about 50 hours a week, because you spend 8 hours at the job, but you got an hour back and forth, getting ready for work, coming home from work, all that stuff. So 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, 2 weeks of vacation. That's what they give you in America. So that's 2,500 hours a year. Over a decade, that's 25,000 hours of labor. 25,000 hours of labor. That's a lot of time, okay? 25,000 hours of labor over a 40-year working career. That's 100,000 hours of labor, and that's actually that's a conservative estimate, because most of you work 50 years. Most Black people work 50 years, not 40. But if you work 40 years, let's say you can retire at 65, like a lot of people can't. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you've put into building an institution for somebody else. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not something that's going to help you thrive, but something that's going to help you survive, right? That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not just building legacy for someone else and just surviving, but also there's a lot of stress and drain and letting go of your dreams, right? Your dreams don't matter anymore. All that matters is the dream of the person that you work for. Your vision has no influence. It's the vision of the visionary that started the company that you work
for, that's the vision, right? Your vision is not your vision. Your vision is the one that's held by UPS or whatever company you work for, right? So to me, here's the deal. Here's what I'm saying. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. If you're gonna do the work, why not do the work in a way that's really gonna give you what you're looking for, that's really gonna give you real power? Why not flip DEI on its head? So in my mind, DEI never stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI stood for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If I'm putting my 100,000 hours of labor into developing something, then not only am I building something for myself, I'm building something for others. I pay the bills for about 20 or 25 people every month. There's a couple of dozen people for whom I've been able to make their lives better every month because I am their employer, if you will, boss, whatever you want to call me, right? Um, Development might mean also what skills are we developing in our children? I believe that our children are misled. I believe that we cheat them and we trick them and we exploit them, we harm them when we never teach them the skills to actually create something of their own. I believe that there's also a cultural problem. I wrote about this in my book. My book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. It's also on Amazon. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And one thing I pointed out in this book, and this is from the research we did in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is that there is a cultural problem that leads you to think that one path is the optimal path when it's really the most dangerous path. So you think that the path of the go to school, get a job, go deep in student loan debt, you think that's the optimal path, when really that is the path that has the most potholes. That's the path that has the most landmines. That's the path that blows up in your face. Because, well, why? Well, because what happens is that you get comfortable on that path and it seems really nice and it comes overnight. And suddenly you've got this power and status and everything else because someone gave it to you. But what you forget is that someone can do a rug pull and take it all away from you overnight, just like Trump and his friends did when they removed DEI. I know people that have built entire careers around DEI, and I respect these people. These are very smart people. But the problem, though, is that now that credential, I don't know what that's worth. I don't know what corporation, what big white company or big white university is really going to pay you what you're worth to come and bring that skill to the table. I'm sure you can do other things. I have a lot of respect and belief in your ability to proceed and move forward. But I would encourage you to understand that even though we've been trained to believe that building a business and investing are risky, it's actually having a job that is the most risky economic move you can ever make. When you have a job, if your employer decides that they don't want you no more, a lot of people are done. A lot of people are fried. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. And so understanding basic economic principles at an early age, which is what we should be teaching our kids, would teach them about diversification. It would teach them about risk assessment. It would teach them about the basic ideas, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income. If you got multiple streams of income because you've been making investment and you develop an economic system, your DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, you've been developing a system of multiple streams of income because you're entrepreneurial in your thinking and you're investing in you, investing in us, investing in we, investing in this, then guess what? It's much, much harder for you to go under when there's some sort of an economic problem. It's much harder for you to go bankrupt if there's an economic shock. It's very difficult. Like I'll give you a real life example that'll kind of lay it out and help you understand this. So a lot of people, how many of you have heard, let's talk about Trump since everyone talks about Trump a lot. Anybody heard people talk about him going bankrupt 6 times or something like that? They're like, oh, he can't be a good businessman because he went bankrupt 6 times, right? Anybody heard that? Now, again, I'm not here to claim Donald Trump is a great businessman. I don't think he's ethical. I think that he's in boxing and all these other corrupt industries, right? So I'm not here carrying that flag for him at all. I would not do that. I would not do business with him. But what's interesting to me is that when everyone said, yeah, he went bankrupt 6 times, so that clearly means he doesn't have any money, he doesn't understand finances. And that was a problem for me because I said, well, you don't understand what it means when a billionaire that runs hundreds of companies has a bankruptcy. Like you don't understand. Like I get it. I understand what you're thinking. You're thinking about what happens when Sally down the street, the single mom who works at Ford, goes bankrupt. That's what you're thinking about, personal bankruptcy. And you're right. Sally's in a really risky, vulnerable position. She's the only breadwinner in her house, and she's only got one stream of income, and she doesn't have any savings, any investment, no real estate, no nothing. So if she goes bankrupt, then that's bad. That's really bad. Like she's kind of fried. But when you run
400 businesses and 6 of them go bankrupt, that's a different kind of situation. You got 400 streams of income. You lost 6. Do y'all understand the difference? Do you understand? I'm not trying to say Trump is some good guy. I don't get into that. I'm trying to tell you that this really speaks to the fact that we could probably benefit tremendously by expanding our economic thinking and kind of knowing what it really means to be financially secure. It is very difficult to be financially secure when you're living paycheck to paycheck with one stream of income. You do understand this. One step toward financial security is get married or get a partner or get somebody you trust that's also making money with you, so you have 2 streams of income. That right there increases your financial security by 100%. You're now 100% more financially secure, assuming you don't date broke men or lazy women. Right? You're 100% more financially secure just because you got another breadwinner in the house. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when you learn entrepreneurial thinking, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then you get 5 or 6 multiple streams of income. You've got real estate over here. You've got your stock options you're selling over there. You got your small business you're working on with your cousin over here. And then you've got many, many streams of income coming in. And then you're plowing that money into saving and investing and the ownership of capital. And then at that point, you're actually quite safe financially. I mean, you can't be a fool. You can't go out and be stupid with your money, but you're in a much better position than the person who leans on one stream of income from their DEI, from their little black job that may be dried up at any moment. Right? Like that's a lot of load to carry. My wife actually did a workbook on financial anxiety. And if you're experiencing financial anxiety, which is a severe mental health issue, we do research on this in our Black Financial Therapy department. She has a whole book, a workbook on how to work through that. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can go take a look at that. There's a whole section with my wife's stuff. So drboycebooks.com. This is real stuff. This is based on science, because I don't want you to feel anxious. I don't want you to feel unhappy. And I certainly don't want that for your kids. I don't. And I'm gonna tell you again, I'm not here to speak negatively about DEI. I was technically pretty much a DEI hire when I got my job at Syracuse, and it wasn't because I wasn't qualified. I was more qualified than everyone else on the faculty. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. So I was hot shit. I was the #1 draft pick, and I was the McDonald's All-American. So you can't tell me that they gave me anything because that I wasn't qualified for. But even at that point, even though I had all the skills, all the qualifications, there was something about that institution where every single academic department, for the most part, did not want to hire black people. And this, it really speaks to the racial narrative of America. These were people in the North. This wasn't deep South Alabama. This wasn't Mississippi. This wasn't Texas. This was New York. New York. And even in New York, I went up there and I said, how in the hell is it that you have almost 100 faculty members in the entire business school across all your departments, and you haven't found one African American qualified to be here? This tells me that you have an undiagnosed mental illness called racism, this undiagnosed mental illness that you have not addressed. And because you think the way that you do, which makes sense to me because I know where all the bodies are buried, I know what your ancestors did. You want to blame it all on us. You want to look at us and say, well, the reason you ever hear anybody, give me a guess if you ever heard anybody say this? Well, we love to hire African Americans. We just can't find any qualified black people anywhere. We don't know where the qualified black people are. We search high and low, and there's no black people who want to get up and go to work and who know how to do the job. Shut up. Just shut up. Shut up. Stop your damn lying before I kick you in your mouth, because that's nonsense. We got millions of black folks out here that are very qualified, extremely hardworking, extremely disciplined, and deeply committed. Every black man out here ain't no rapper, basketball player, comedian, or buffoon. But millions of black men and women work hard every day. Black women are on top of their game. So stop that. Stop with the nonsense. Right? But that's what they'll do. They'll feed you something that is entirely illogical, something that makes absolutely no sense. They literally will try to get you to believe that there is a job that 100 white men have done, but there's not one qualified Negro on the planet who can do that same job. That is BS, absolute BS. And so what this speaks to, and what this always said to me is, this is why I didn't believe in DEI. I said, because if you really wanted to diversify the way you say that you do, you would have done that.
It's very easy. I got 10 friends I could call that you could hire. I sat there when I was on the faculty of Syracuse and I brought in a black woman, or I encouraged her to apply for one of the departments. This black woman had all the credentials. She was on top of her game. She was very focused. She knew what her research area was. She was a great teacher. And she did all the interviews, went through all the bells and whistles. And then they said, thank you very much. She went home. She never heard from anybody. No one called her at all. It's 6 months later. I said, but did they give you the job? They said they need black people. She said, no, nobody called me. So it was the secretary who got on the phone with her and told her, I'm sorry, you didn't get hired. And she's like, well, why didn't I? What did I do wrong? They said, well, because you weren't a good fit. What the hell does that mean? They, what that tells me is that you weren't a good fit because you didn't have the complexion for the connection. What that says to me is that we live in a world where we have this reality that we refuse to acknowledge, which is that culturally speaking, people tend to want to be around people like themselves. That's just what it is. And if you're white, don't feel bad. I mean, I'm not calling you racist, but I think most people want to be around people that look like them. That's just a reality. In fact, if I come out the closet and tell a little secret, I like working around black people because I understand black people more. Some of y'all white folks don't make no sense to me. I don't understand why y'all love Seinfeld so much. It was never funny to me. But it was hilarious to you, and I respect that. But it just didn't get me like that. And so the point of the matter is to say that this is the world that you live in. We want to socially engineer a world where everybody is treated the same and everybody is just happy for everyone else and everybody loves it when they see a black man coming down the street trying to take their job. I don't think we live in that world. I don't. I believe we live in a world of competition. I believe we live in a world where money is power. I believe we live in a world where black people, because of your history in America, you don't really have any true friends. I believe we live in a world where both the liberals and the conservatives will dump you off the bus in a second. They will leave you hanging out to dry. They will push you off the boat as soon as you get too heavy. As soon as somebody tells them that they can't have you on the boat, as soon as they start getting punished for carrying you around, they're not ride or die with you. Ain't nobody ride or die with you. Ain't nobody out here really trying to go to war with you and have your back and protect you, even at the expense of their own family. But I think that we're the opposite. I think that we've been trained, we've been conditioned as black people. I believe we've been conditioned to fight harder for other people than we would even fight for ourselves. I believe we've been trained to stand on the front lines and take bullets for other people. I believe somebody taught us that. Like we will go out and we will fight for a Mexican immigrant that comes from a place in Mexico where they don't even like black people. We don't even know this. Like these are things we just don't know. Like we don't know that when you go to South America and Central America, y'all don't understand that you do know. Like when I was in Colombia, uh, you do know in Colombia when I was there, went to Medellin to visit my brother. Do you know that they have a white side of town and a black side of town? How many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes if you knew that. Like everybody who was raised to believe like we're all the same, black brown coalition, Al Sharpton stuff, right? How many of you knew that like if you go to a place like Colombia, if you go to the white neighborhood, it's very, very nice. The restaurants are very fancy and everyone lives pretty well. Streets are safe, all that good stuff. And you don't see any black people. So you would think all the Colombians were pretty much like white people. But then you go to the black side of town, oh, it turns into the hood real fast. It's like, crime and poverty and everything else. And the only time the black people, when I was in Medellin, the only time the black people will come to the white side of town is when they were begging for money or working for the people on that side of town. Like y'all do understand that driving Miss Daisy is a concept that exists all around the world. It ain't just the United States. So when someone comes to me and they say we got to fight for the immigrants, we got to fight, I'm like, yeah, okay, the Haitian immigrants, yeah, I get that. But when you're talking about people that came across the border in Texas, I'm not saying I have anything against those individuals. I'm just saying I want my piece of chicken first. I'm not saying that those are bad people. I'm just saying, okay, so if they come into my country, what would happen if I go into their country illegally? Are they going to treat me exactly the same? Like, are they going to fight for me, march for me, pray for me, give me things that they need for their own family, or is it just kind of a one-sided situation that somebody fed to me? So here's what my belief is. I'm very clear about this. When I tell you what DEI stands for me, when it stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment, DEI, they have this slogan where they say DEI must DIE. And then Diddy used the word DIE when he said vote or DIE, like if you don't vote, you're going to die.
Well, I've got a new slogan. I'm gonna lay it out here. Um, DEI, or you will economically DIE. If you don't embrace the real DEI, then economically you're gonna be dead. Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book Powernomics, said that if black people don't learn to invest in themselves, build their businesses, and make investments in their community, their families, and each other, then you're going to be a permanent economic underclass by the year 2013. And in case you haven't noticed, we are 12 years past the deadline. So based on what Dr. Anderson was saying in the 90s, it's already done. A big chunk of the community is already fried. Like there's no coming back for some people. But for those of you that are listening right now, I believe there's a chance. I believe that those of you that can embrace new principles, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, there's a lot of hope for you. There's a lot of possibility. You know, there's nothing. Getting a seat at the table is not a secure spot. Someone can take that away from you. But if you build your own table, then not only is that a wonderful feeling, but you also know that seat is yours. It's hard for somebody to take something from you that you built and that you actually own. And in America, in American capitalism, if you don't own something, then there's a very good chance that something owns you. So that's my 2 cents. That's my belief. I believe that the real DEI, the one that they really can't stop, that if we embrace it for this generation, we will win, is development, developing businesses and developing children that can start businesses, developing children that have the right economic mindset, developing children that are prepared for the future, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindset, build your own, start your own. Don't beg for a seat at the table, you build a damn table. Don't let me through the door, I'm over here building a door. In fact, not only am I building a door, I'm so busy building a door, I don't even have time to listen when you tell me that you open your door. There's a lot of doors that opened for me when I became rich and famous and successful. I didn't even think about opening. I'm like, why would I go through your door when I'm building a door? I got 10 doors that I'm deciding who to let into the door. I don't really want to go through your door. What makes you think that I'm subordinate to you? If you offering me a door, Mark Zuckerberg, then what the hell is it? Why can't I offer you a door? Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't care if I offered him a door because Mark Zuckerberg's like, I got a door. I built a door. It's called Facebook. What door did you build? So we need people that are gonna build doors, and that means that the development piece is critical. Development takes time and consistent investment in something that is real, that is solid, that's going to last. The NFL is worth $190 billion. But if you go back 110 years, you could have bought the Chicago Bears for $200. You could have bought the Detroit Lions for less than $1,000. You could have bought the New York Giants for $500. Now those companies are worth a collective $190 billion. Why? Well, because they had their own DEI program. They did the DEI. They did the development. They did the consistent investment. They were thinking entrepreneurially. They didn't get distracted by black jobs, white jobs, green jobs, purple jobs, diversity jobs. They didn't get distracted by jobs. They focused on building for the next generation, and now their children are rich. Now, all of their kids will never have a financial problem. They'll never have to beg for a seat at the table. They're the ones who sit there at the throne and decide who's going to sit at our table, because now our table has received so much investment, so much energy, so much development that everybody wants a seat at this table. And I'm the king of the damn table, and this is my throne. This is my crown. You can't take that away from me. You're going to have to beg for a piece of this, and I'm going to give you whatever I feel like giving you. That's what power looks like. That's what power looks like. So there was no power in the original DEI as they designed it. The original DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, was never power. It was a substitute for power. It was proximity to power. It was temporary power. It was conditional power. It was never real power. You thought you had power because you sat next to the powerful person. So instead of learning how to be the assistant to the king, how about we learn how to be the damn king? But to be the king and to be the queen and to have the real power, you got to pay the price. There are no shortcuts. This is not a job for short-sighted, short attention span, flashy Negroes who don't want to do the work. This is not a job for people that want to spend so much time shining that they have no substance beneath the shine. This is not a task for shallow people. This is a task for people that understand the job and are committed to the assignment and are willing to do the work for the kids, that are willing to quietly grind away, build, invest, add on, develop, and then in the next generation, that's when somebody shines because you built the damn stage. Development takes time. Investment takes time. People who tell you that you can get it overnight, that you can get it fast because you got a record deal or an NFL contract or some sort of comedy special, those are the people that don't understand what real wealth looks like. They don't know what institution building actually entails. And to do that, you must have a vision. You must have a vision. You must have a vision that comes from your consciousness. What is your consciousness? I can tell you right now, if your consciousness does not go past next week, then you'll never have a damn thing. You'll never have real power. There's never been a powerful man or woman ever in history that didn't have somebody that had a long-term vision. Do you know that China's economic power is built on a 100-year plan that they put together 50 years ago? Do you know that? Some people can't plan for more than 2 weeks. The Japanese make 300-year plans for their companies. Do you have a 300-year plan for your family? What is your long-term plan? Or are you only planning up to Saturday night? Are you planning up to the next pay period? What is your plan, people? Because right now, things are getting tough. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If we embrace this, that's a DEI no one can ever take from you. But if you get out here and keep falling for the okie doke, then they can pull the rug right out from under you. They slam the door shut. They remove your spot at the table, and then you're crying and whining again. I don't want to whine and cry. I don't want my children to cry. I don't want my grandchildren in pain because I failed to do the work, because I failed to have the vision. I want their lives to be better than our lives, and I know that's going to require some work. So that's my suggestion. That's my thought. Please commit to doing the work. What work are we doing? What work are you doing? What work are you doing for that baby? Because if you do the work, they're going to have a good life. If you don't do the work, then they're going to struggle. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. I want to mention that I'm going to give the State of the Union address at the Bowie State University Black Wealth Summit. I think it's February 1st or 2nd. It's on a Saturday, whichever day is a Saturday. And if you want to come out, you can go to The Wealth Summit, thewealthsummit.org. And feel free to come out. I'll give you a hug, shake your hand, stuff like that. Also, if you want to join us every morning, we do financial consciousness training. We have something called a Millionaire Training Camp in the Black Business School. It's totally free. We have 170,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud of that. That's what we've been building, and that's what we've been investing in. And we have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we work with the best Black therapists to develop this, to understand the psychological barriers to building Black wealth. And in our research, we're finding that there are lots of cultural issues. There are lots of psychological issues like undiagnosed, untreated trauma that make it difficult to build wealth. So if you want to join us every morning for class for free, you can go to drboyceelevate.com or you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. Anyway, have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. And this podcast is on Spotify. So I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Peace. Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in for a minute because I really had something I wanted to talk about involving this really interesting conversation between Pastor Jamal Bryant and the one and only Cam Newton. These are two brothers that I do respect. They've accomplished a lot in their respective fields. Cam was one of the best quarterbacks I ever saw. Jamal is a guy that I spent some time talking to when I went to Ghana. I saw Jamal in Ghana.
And I would say I consider him a friend. I don't know if he'll think of me in the same way after I finish this conversation, but my goal is to be honest. So I saw a little clip of an interview where Jamal was basically speaking to Cam, and they were talking about black on black crime, which is something that I'm very sensitive to. It's something that many of us have been affected by. It's something that has really hit our communities hard. I live in Chicago. And if you know anything about Chicago, there's a reason they call Chicago Chirac. And my sister was actually she actually did autopsies in Chicago, and she would talk about all the young brothers and sisters that are just dying in the streets like crazy. And it's almost like par for the course. It's almost like it's just something that's to be expected. It's just something that we just kind of think is supposed to happen to black people because you're black. And so anyway, I saw this clip, and I'm gonna play this clip. But first off, I'm gonna ask you all, give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes and hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up Boyce Watkins or the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, you can find me on Spotify. So let me know if you can hear me as I pull up this clip. I'm going to share my screen real quick and play this from the brothers. It just, I ain't gonna lie, it really kind of got to me a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second. But let me make sure I am sharing the audio properly and all that stuff. I don't even know. You know what? I hope it shares. Okay, let me see if I can make sure I share this audio properly, because I don't want to mess this up. You know what? I'm not going to share the audio just yet. I'm going to pull the video up in a different way. But I'll tell you what they said as I get the video loaded and ready for you. Basically, they were talking about black on black crime, and Cam made an interesting point where he said it took a white man to tell me that when a black man kills a black man, nobody really says anything, but when a white man kills a black man, there's a riot. And then Jamal goes into a response that is he's a very eloquent, very intelligent man, a very good speaker, but just because it sounds good don't mean it's accurate. And so he pretty much seemed to imply that just the whole concept of black on black crime is a myth, that literally you're just as safe living in a middle class or lower class white neighborhood as you are in a lower class black neighborhood, that a young black man has no greater probability of ending up dead than any other group of people. That black on black crime is kind of a figment of our imagination, because that's what liberals tell us. And as much as I say I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, I get people that will get mad because they feel like because I'm black, I'm supposed to go along with bullshit, and I just don't do that. I cannot do that. So let me play this clip for you. I think I have it loaded. And I just want to, actually, it's still loading, but it'll load. So the first thing I'm going to say here is, before I even play this clip, I'm going to give y'all some stats. You know, when people say black on black crime is doesn't exist. First, I'm going to ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. How many of you know a black person that was killed by another black person? Give me a yes in the chat if you know a black person that was killed by another black person, or give me a yes or no in the chat if you think black on black crime is real. It's okay to have your opinion. I hope it's okay that we can disagree on certain areas. But I want to mention, I know my good buddy Greg Wilkins was murdered when some dope dealers ran up in his house and shot him in the head in front of his daughter. And I think that to say black on black crime is not real would be a little disingenuous, because I've never seen, I don't have any friends that where white boys ran up in their house and did that to them. Doesn't mean black men are murderers. Doesn't mean that we are worse than white people. Doesn't put them on a pedestal, but it does. It does say something. So let me play this clip, and then I'm gonna tell you why this clip just really got me going in terms of saying, come on, man. So here we go. Let me play it.
It took a white man to tell me. He says, how is it when a black man kill a black man, it's not really outrage?
Yeah.
But when a white man kills a black man, it's gonna start a riot.
The American media has manipulated the narrative of crime. Black on black crime is a made up thing. You have never heard white on white crime. Never heard the Asian on Asian crime. They have tried to fraction and compartmentalize us to feel as if where the crime is where we are.
Go ahead.
The lead murderers in America are white men. The lead robbers in America are white men. The largest amount of rapists are white men. The highest number of domestic abusers is white men. The highest number of arrested pedophiles is white men. The greatest number of drug dealers arrested is white men. But if you ask the average American who are the proponents of crime, is a black face to it. They're now trying to create this narrative that the immigrants are bringing in the crime because they never want to own up to what it is that they have done. Part of our responsibility is to pull the sheets off. We had a shooting here in Georgia not long ago. A young man named Colt, 14 years old, went and shot up his high school. His father's now being charged. Can you imagine what conversation me and you would be having if Colt was black and Colt's black father gave him a gun? The television, the internet would explode on the irresponsibility of black fathers, on why it is that young black men have guns and are carrying guns. It has always shifted to make black men feel hyper-aggressive, hypersexual, and hyper-criminalized. It's part of a larger, historic, original sin of America that always criminalizes and points their fingers at black men when it's absolutely not true. The overwhelming majority, Cam, of black men who are under penal supervision are under penal supervision for nonviolent offenses. They're on ankle bracelets, home monitors, on parole, on probation, for possession, not for distribution. It may not sound like it's significant, but it's very meaningful. And so that's why it is that we've got to ask the hard and the difficult questions. Where is criminal justice in America? And is justice just us?
Is that there were a lot of things that Jamal said that I think are fine, right? A lot of things he said I agree with. But there were some areas that have to be addressed if we're ever going to advance as black people. One of the biggest problems that we have is that the Democratic Party pretty much has a slave whip cracked in our back. We pretty much, everything that we talk about has to be framed in the language that is approved by the Democratic Party masters. If you remember during the election, Jamal brought in Kamala Harris because there was some backroom dealing, most likely in terms of them depending on the black preacher to deliver the vote blue, no matter who kind of mindset, or vote or die kind of stuff. The stuff Diddy used to do when he was the de facto black leader and for, representing the Democratic Party. That's what it is, right? It's politics. Everybody has a right to be whatever political party that they want. But one thing you got to pay attention to is this. I want you to think about this, and I want you to ask yourself this question. If we're working so hard for civil rights, and if we're working so hard to build up our community, if we're working so hard to advance our people, why has there not been any progress? All right. If all this voting is supposed to be so beneficial, then why haven't we moved forward? Why is black wealth going down? Why are black families falling apart? Why are black people, black boys, and going to school still can't read? Well, a lot of it is because we get false narratives that have to be cloaked in a type of liberalism that devoids us of any accountability for our own condition. What am I talking about? Well, let's go back to what Jamal said about black on black crime, where he pretty much said that it's made up. Let me just be clear. Black on black crime is not made up. It is very, very real. Does it mean white men can't be violent? Of course not. Does it mean white men don't commit most of the crimes? Of course not. But also, if you consider that the country has 8 times more white men than black people, to just look at raw numbers is inaccurate. You can't just look at the raw number. You have to look at the proportion, right? So if you look at the proportion, and if we're 13% of the population, but we're committing 40% of a certain crime, that's 3 times more than our proportion in the population, damn near 3 times more. So stop talking about raw numbers, because it shows you don't know math. You do not know math. If you say more white people on welfare than black people, that's fine, but I need to know the proportion. And again, maybe it's because I'm a statistician. I have a master's degree in statistics, and I'm like, yeah, but there's 1 black person for every 8 white people. Not to put white people on a pedestal. I'm not doing that. But I'm saying we got to at least be accurate here. You can defend black people without having to tell a lie. So let me give you some stats that'll help you understand what I'm talking about. Give me a yes or no. Let's just start with the basics right now. Start with the basics right now. Do you believe that a black male has a higher probability of dying from a violent crime than a white male or anybody else? Do you believe that black boys are in danger from the time they're born? Do you believe that? Do you believe that black men have a higher probability of dying from murder, homicide in particular, than white women, Asian men, anybody else? Do you believe that? Yes or no? Because if you say no, that's another conversation. But I can point out literally 2-3 dozen dead rappers over the last couple of years, and the vast majority of them are black. And also, when you look at all those homicides that are real, these mothers crying, it's very real. These deaths are very real. In many cases, they don't get the attention that they deserve. They don't get the George Floyd march. They don't get the outcry from the civil rights leaders. Why? Well, because they had the misfortune of being killed by a black person. That's what it is. If you black and you get killed by a black person, Ben Crump is not coming to your house. I know that because I know Robin Simpson, who was stabbed 100 times in Houston. Look it up. Robin Simpson was murdered, stabbed 100 times by her husband in front of her 8-year-old daughter. We called Ben Crump. We reached out to Ben. Ben said, I ain't got time for that because she didn't get killed by a white man. He didn't say it like that, but that's what it is. If that had been a white cop who had killed her, Ben Crump would have been all over that case. No disrespect to Ben, but y'all got to know the truth. It's race hustling up in here. That's what it is. It's insanity. It's weird to me. It's weird. It's weird to me that the death of a black man doesn't get attention if he's not killed by a white person or a cop. And maybe I take this personally because I have a best friend named Greg Wilkins in Louisville, Kentucky, who lived not too far from Breonna Taylor, and he was murdered by a Negro. And did nobody get outraged? Did nobody hold no candlelight vigils? Did nobody call the Democratic Party? Did nobody hold no protest rallies or no nothing? Well, why? Well, because, it's just two black people killing each other. That's par for the course. And then I have to listen to Democratic Party operatives, and I'm sorry, Jamal, that's what you are, man. I know they put something in your pocket. That's what that, and I'm sorry, brother. Some of the stuff you do, I don't agree. I liked you when we met in Ghana. I liked the conversation. I think you're a nice guy. But Lord Jesus, man, I don't understand some of y'all black preachers. Some of them, not all of them. Some of the black preachers are not, I don't understand that. I'm like, y'all ain't working for God. Y'all working for the other guy. Because some of the stuff, shenanigans that happen in your churches don't make any sense to me. With that said, let's continue. Let me give you some FBI statistics on crime. Let's resolve some of this with actual numbers. Did you know that according to this is for the Centers for Disease Control. Did you know that black males are about 50 times more likely to die from homicide than Asian males? 50 times more likely. And as much as everybody wants to tell me that it's the Trump supporters killing everybody, I'm looking for the case. Show me where they went in a black neighborhood and killed 50 or 100 black people. I really need to know that, because if that happens, then I'm definitely going to go and address that. Who do you think was killing these black males? Did y'all hear what I said? Let me know if you heard what I said. Black males, according to the Centers for Disease Control, are 50 times more likely to die from homicide than white males. Actually, let's just be specific. Black males have a 52.9 out of every 100,000 black males dies from a firearm. Asian males, it's 1.5 for every 100,000. For black females, it's 7.5 per 100,000. So black people have a higher rate regardless. For Asian females, it's about 0.5 per 100,000. Now, for whatever reason, I couldn't find the stats on white people, but I'm willing to bet you that the numbers are not nearly as high. I can tell you that those numbers are extremely high for black people. Here's another stat that you should pay attention to. So not only are black males most likely out of all groups to die from homicide, also, if you look at the FBI's data and you calculate how many white people were killed by black people, it's 566. And then you say, how many black people were killed by white people? It's 246. Now, if I give you numbers, I'm going to have people that are going to say, oh, you being an Uncle Tom, oh, you being a sellout. If the truth makes me a sellout, then all I can say is fuck you too. Because at the end of the day, we have to at some point look at the data and really look at what's really going on in our neighborhoods and what's going on in our communities. One of the reasons that black on black crime is so rampant in cities like Chicago is because we have people in the Democratic Party in particular that are telling us that it doesn't exist. No, you didn't see that little 9-year-old girl get shot on her tricycle by some gangster. No, you didn't see that little boy making straight A's in school get killed on his way to band camp. That didn't happen. You didn't see that. What you need to look at George Floyd. Look at George Floyd. He's the guy. He might have been on fentanyl, but that don't mean that he did. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm sorry. When you're telling me George Floyd is Martin Luther King, anybody remember that? Where they were comparing George Floyd to Martin Luther King. I said, look, what happened to George shouldn't have happened. No question about it. But he ain't Martin Luther King. There was some stuff in his background that was pretty horrific, pretty terrible. And second of all, there are so many other cases of injustice that I wish you would look into instead of the ones that fit your narrative, instead of the ones that are convenient for you. There are men right now being raped in prison, beaten and raped and killed in prison. You're not talking about that. There are little children being shot in the city of Chicago every week. You don't talk about that. There are people like Robin Simpson in Houston who got stabbed 100 times by her husband. You don't talk about that. What you talk about are the cases that fit your narrative. Ben Crump talks about the cases that will get him paid. And this is something that I think as black people, we got to address. If you never address the truth, you always going to live in a lie. If you never start looking at facts, then you're always going to be stuck in this goofiness. And I'm gonna tell you, I have people that don't even talk to me because I won't go along with the nonsense. But I'm a college professor. I can't live in the middle of something that just doesn't make any logical sense. And if it did work, if what you were doing was actually working, then the black community would be in a better position. It's not in a better position. It's going backward. And so what's happening is that you got these high-paid Negroes out front that are getting all this money, basically keeping you exactly where you are. And I think it's BS. It's nonsense. And so let's look at the stat again. Let's go through this again. According to the FBI's data, again, because black on black crime doesn't exist, and apparently we're all being murdered by white people or something. If you count in 2019, the number of white people murdered by black people was 566. The number of black people murdered by whites was 246. So there's like 8 times more of them than there are us. So the number of black people killed by white people should be 8 times higher than the number of black people killed by white people. If you look at proportions, for some people that's going to go over their head, but if you look at it on a proportionate standpoint, then you would find that 8 times more white people or 8 times more black people would be dead because there's 8 times more of them than us. But actually, it's the opposite. Again, white victims murdered by black offenders, 566. Black victims murdered by white offenders, 246. And the reality is that none of these numbers surprise you. None of these numbers surprise you. Because we're the only community where somehow these white and Jewish record labels are making billions of dollars getting these Negroes to get on a record and rap about how they want to murder people all day. All they do is they talk about killing black people all day. You got this Klan rap, this Klan music out here that everybody's celebrating. Jamal, I'm sorry, Jamal, you probably have some rappers up in your church, right? We look up to these people that talk about murdering black people, and then we turn around and say, well, no, black on black, the black on black crime don't exist. Black on black crime isn't real. They made that up. The white people made that up. No, they didn't make it up. They didn't make it up. When I had my friend that got murdered, that wasn't made up. He's really dead. He's really in a casket. So stop telling me that black on black crime isn't real, because I know people who've been victims of that. And when you say it's not real, what you're doing is you're disrespecting the victims. What you're doing is you're telling them that your narrative does not matter. You're saying your death is not important because it does not fit the broader socialist agenda of taking down the police state and undermining capitalism and all these other things that they did when they created communist puppets that they proclaimed to be civil rights leaders that were literally using us to pursue a bigger agenda. That's what's been going on for about 60 or 70 years. It's not a coincidence that all these things are being revealed right now, because there's a deeper game going on than what we were aware of. So let me show you some more stats. Here's another stat. most crimes are actually intraracial. So if you wanted to say that white on white crime exists, it does. White victims are killed by white offenders about 2,594 times, at least in 2019. There were white men or white women, white people killed by other white people 2,594 times. But pay attention, look at this. Remember, we're 13% of the population. So our number should be much smaller than 2,594, right? You follow it? Give me a guess if you follow that. That because we're a smaller percentage of the population, if their number is 2,594, our number should be maybe, I don't know, maybe like 500 or maybe 400 or 500 max, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get the logic? Okay. What's our number? It should be about 400, right? No, the number of black people killed by other black people is 2,574. That was in 2019. This is according to the FBI. White on white murders, 2,594. Black on black murders, 2,574. So what this says is that, yes, you can make the argument, yeah, white people kill white people more than black people kill black people. Sure. By 20, right, it's 74 versus 94. But do you understand me when I make this simple point to you? Tell me if you're getting this point. I want to make sure I don't gloss over this. These numbers should not be the same. These numbers should not be the same. The number of white people killing white people should not be the same as the number of black people killing black people. We are 13% of the population. Do you follow? Do you understand? So when somebody says we have to deal with black on black crime, and then you say, no, that's not true. Can wait on white crime. Why are the numbers the same? Do you understand that? And the reality is that a lot of you have people in your own family that were killed by other black people. So it drives me insane when I hear people, and I like Jamal. When I met him, he was a nice guy. But one thing that has to stop is we got to stop. First of all, we got to stop letting these damn rappers get money from their slave masters to promote violence in our communities. I mean, there are places I can go right now. I don't know what white hood I can go to where somebody might pull out a chopper and take me out and carjack me or kill me. I don't know I'm sure that they exist. You can tell me where they might be. Maybe I've been to Appalachia. I've been to Eastern Kentucky. I've been to the hills. I'm talking about where white people were dirt, nasty, danky poor. And sure, I'm sure there were some criminals up in there. They got a meth problem. They got a lot of issues, right? So, but I can tell you this, while it would be very difficult for me to find a white neighborhood where I might get shot, I could find a black neighborhood in about 10 minutes. I know exactly where to go if I wanted to go to a black hood and be killed. And now, is this the fault of the kids? No, a lot of them are babies. No, it's a culture. It's a cultural problem that you have not addressed because your Democratic Party slave masters have not allowed you to address it. You will never solve the problem because these people control your mind. These people tell you what you're allowed to think. They tell you what you're allowed to say. I get it all the time, but I don't listen. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I just tell them to fuck off. I'm looking at truth. And at the end of the day, if we don't start looking at truth, we're going to always be behind. We're going to always be lost. I'm going to tell you, I hear so much fear coming from my community. I hear so much fear. I hear so many people telling me I'm supposed to be afraid of Donald Trump. And I'm like, but where I come from, men don't sit around in fear of other men. Where I come from, a man don't sit around shriveling up his testicles like a little punk, scared like, oh, Lordy G, what they gonna do? They gonna take the ways. They gonna take away our jobs and our black jobs and our DEIs. They gonna take away our civil. I don't do that buck jive and slave dance. That's not something I don't know what that is. What I can tell you is that when I have concerns for young black boys, my concern is not Donald Trump. My concern is that public school he's going to go to, that you're going to send him to. that is never going to teach that boy how to read. It's never going to teach him how to write. It's not going to teach him how to do math. It's not going to teach him how to compete. That's my fear for him. My fear for him is not the Republican Party. My fear is that he's going to be inundated and brainwashed by the age of 10 with homicidal music by homicidal Jeffrey Dahmer ass maniacs who hate black people, who want black people dead, who are going to do everything they can in these lyrics that will pierce his subconscious mind and tell him at an early age that he needs to be a gangster, a thug, a killer, a carjacker, and start looking up to drug dealers. Some of our children look up to drug dealers more than they look up to doctors and lawyers and scientists. So of course you're going to have a violence issue if the children are being raised this way. My concern is for the boy is that he's gonna grow up in a world that's gonna tell him that it's better to become Cam Newton and play football than it is for him to try to actually go and start a company and be able to provide for himself, even in case he doesn't grow up to be 6'5", 240 pounds. That's my fear for him. And then when he's trying to be a husband and a father at the age of 30, people are going to say that the reason he can't read, the reason he can't write, the reason he can't do math, the reason he has no income, the reason his woman's disrespected him because he can't provide for his family, the reason his life ain't right is because it's the Republicans' fault. If you keep giving your children a false narrative, they are going to live in a failed reality. What all this fear that some folks have in Donald Trump, I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans, and I don't care what anybody says. I'm a man, and I'm a free American. You cannot tell me who to vote for. That is never going to happen. But one thing I will say to you is that if you talk about the things that we should worry about, other than just who's in the White House, I encourage you to stop worrying about Trump and start worrying about your goddamn kids. Instead of worrying about Trump, why don't you worry about your health and all that food, all that fried chicken and soul food you're eating every day? It's going to get your foot cut off when you're 45 years old. Got black men like DMX dying at the age of 45 and stuff like that, right? Why don't you worry about that? Why don't you worry about your families falling apart? The inability. The fact that we can make a baby and the couple's broken up before the baby's even born, and that is now the norm in the black community, speaks to the fact that you have a massive cultural problem. Just by virtue of the fact that the parents are broken up before the baby's born because you got this sex addiction that hasn't been addressed, that you're using to put a Band-Aid on your trauma that you haven't healed from, means that your child has a far greater likelihood of ending up dead or in prison and a victim of black on black crime or something. Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe we can worry about our black economics. Maybe instead of sitting around hoping white folks will give us another DEI program to save us, maybe you can learn how to save yourself. Maybe, how about that? What do you think about that? Do you think that maybe, or do you think that we're just too handicapped and too disabled and too ignorant and too backward to do anything on our own, that we need white folks to give us permission before we can do anything with ourselves? Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe you need to worry about the fact that your kids are going to school and they can't read. Is that a bigger concern, or do you think that removing the orange man from the White House is going to make your life better miraculously? What's happening between you and your white Jesus that's making you think that this stuff is even going to make a difference in your life? The thing that makes a difference in your life is you. You are the president of the United States when it comes to your life. You are the leader of your life. You are the sole determinant as to whether or not you will end up in a good space or a bad space. Didn't no Republican make you go out and create 6 babies mamas? No Republican ever snatched a book out of your hand when you're trying to go read and learn. No Republican is going to tell you that you can't save your money and invest your money and start a business. No Republican's ever going to tell you that you can't raise your kids. So when we sit here and we want to just make everything about the politics and ignore the personal choices, then that makes us a pack of suckers. And so with Jamal, again, I didn't dislike everything he said. He's a better speaker than me. Pastors know how to speak. The pastors are basically rappers who smoke less weed. That's what so a preacher know how to get up there. They make it rhyme. They repeat themselves, and then you have the dogs, and then you got the cats, and then you got the monkeys, and then you got the rats, and then you got the hats, and then you got the beats, and then you got the chicken, and then you got the treats. Like pastors know how to do that, right? So God bless him for that. He's a far better speaker than me. So he's going to sound good when he says it. And because we have a community that doesn't really always embrace critical thinking skill, people are going to fall for a sermon, even if the pastor ain't saying nothing. Y'all ever been to church where the pastor literally repeats himself for a whole hour and you're like, you didn't say nothing except Jesus climbed the hill, right? And then when the pastors get political, it really looks stupid. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Forgive me. My mama was a solid Christian. And one thing my mama did as a real strong Christian when she stopped going to church, I said, Mama, why would you stop going to church when you love God? She said, how can I love God and love the Bible, but then I'm letting the Democrats tell me that abortion is a good thing? How is it that it's in the Bible? Did they say that, yes, thou shalt kill your baby if you ain't got enough money, or thou shalt kill your baby if you want to go to another freak off? Thou shalt, like it just doesn't make any sense. It's very weird to me. I'm sorry. When you have pastors that, I get it if you are pro-choice. I'm not telling you that you can't be pro-choice. I'm probably pro-choice myself, to be honest with you. I just wish we would make better choices and think carefully about our choices. That's what I'm saying. So I'm pro-choice. So if you're pro-choice, don't get offended. I support you. I do. I wouldn't support like a law. Okay, so let's just be clear. Do we understand each other? But why is your pastor telling you to be pro-choice? It's because he's in bed with the Democratic Party. For a lot of black pastors, and I don't know if Jamal's in this category or not, but I see a lot of black pastors that spend more time wanting to be famous than they spend really truly wanting to connect with God. That's the first thing. Second of all, I see a lot of pastors who preach a gospel that I just don't understand. It is a gospel that appears to be tainted by whatever the white liberals tell them to say. So if a Democrat comes in and says, yeah, that's in the Bible, but I need you to go ahead and preach this other thing because this is what Satan told me to tell you, a lot of pastors will do that. A lot of pastors will go along with whatever the political party tells them to say. And I'm one of those people that says church and state should be separated. I'm one of those people who believes that you should leave your politics out of the room when you're talking about connecting with God. Everyone else, and the idea, and if you read a book like Powernomics, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson, which every black person, so Cam Newton, if you see this video, you need to read Powernomics, bro, so you can really understand what's going on in the world. He will explain to you how the black pastor has always been in cahoots with the white master to control the minds of black slaves, that the black pastor has always been the primary tool used by the master to control the slaves. And then the rappers came along, and the pastors ain't nothing but rappers that smoke less weed. That's all they are. They basically do the same thing. That's why a lot of rappers and pastors are friends. You go to Jamal's church, you're gonna see T.I. up in the front row, and whatever shenanigans T.I. has gotten involved with, it's all forgiven because you're rich and you're famous, and that's okay. That's what makes you special in this church, right? So again, these are a lot of these people. I know people who know people, so I'm not trying to be offensive or nothing like that. I met Tip in Ghana. Actually, the same trip I went to Ghana, I saw Jamal, I talked to him. I saw Tip, I talked to him. So I don't have anything against these guys. I think that everybody's nuanced and there are things to admire. But one of the things that isn't nuanced is that we have to start committing to the truth as black people. And the truth is that the number one reason that you're not advancing collectively is because you ain't got the guts to do it. You ain't got the guts. If you want to talk about immigrants, Jamal was bringing up immigrants, which again, that's another Democratic Party talking point, right? You can only have a certain opinion about immigration. You cannot deviate from that, or Kamala Harris is going to come and spank you or whatever, right? But even the immigrants come in and they're like, African Americans, they just don't seem to really have it. They're missing the it factor. What's the it factor? The it factor is, are you making sure that all your children have a skill before they graduate where they can go in and if you need a contractor and you need a plumber and an electrician and an HVAC person, can you call an African-American company with solid workers who are going to get the job done? Not so much. Not to say that they don't exist, but not so much. You're calling the Mexicans, you're calling the Ukrainians, you're calling the Russians or whatever. But African Americans, we don't have the reputation of being ultra serious when it comes to our business, when it comes to our families. And you got to admit that. You can't sit here and pretend like everything is all about the racism. It is about the racism, but it ain't about the racism. Meaning that, yes, everything that they've done to infect you, what they do to your children when you put them in school, that does affect you. That is about the racism. With the music they put on the airways that makes our kids lazy and want to get into dope and looking up to drug dealers, yes, that is part of the racism. But then there's also a part where you have control too. You see, what you got to understand is that consciousness has multiple levels. Everybody want to be woke. Everybody want to talk about what it means to be conscious. Well, let's talk about consciousness for a minute. Every morning we do a class called Financial Consciousness. If you want to join for free, go to drboyceelevate.com. My PhD is in finance. I can teach you about economics. I teach thousands of people every morning for free. And you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. We're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this 7 days a week because I'm an extremist when it comes to Black economics. Absolute extremist, because I believe that is the one thing. If we get that right, most problems will be solved. But let's talk about consciousness. See, there's consciousness, which is awareness and understanding what's going on. But then there's like a consciousness of your consciousness, right? So even the most conscious people are not always conscious all the time. Just like Michael Jordan was the best basketball player ever, in my opinion, but he wasn't always the best every single day. Right. So being the best doesn't mean you're always at your best. So there has to be a consciousness on top of the consciousness. Like, are you conscious of how conscious you're being right now? Like that person that goes to church and says, I'm conscious of the Holy Spirit. I'm conscious of God. I got God consciousness. But then next day she's at the club and she's twerking it and she's doing all the freaky, crazy stuff that some of these church folks like to do. Right. So her consciousness has actually dropped. So she's not conscious of her consciousness level in terms of keeping it at a level that she needs it to be. That's sort of a renewal process. You have to renew that every day. So with that being said, I think that the fact that we are becoming conscious of what that man did to us, we're becoming conscious of what they're doing to us. We're conscious of the systematic racism. I think it's time for us to take it up another notch. When you become conscious and then you become conscious of your consciousness, right? We talk about Black consciousness and the lack thereof. That's us being conscious of our consciousness. That is the point where you then have the ability, despite what's happened to you, you have the ability to take responsibility for your life. You can't say, well, the reason I'm not succeeding is because Donald Trump did X, Y, Z. You can't say, well, I'm not succeeding because the white man always take it away from us. No, he didn't. The white man don't tell you. You got that iPhone that you bought and you've been scrolling all day. And did you scroll to any page that's going to give you some knowledge, or were you just scrolling to pages like the Shade Room so you can read about gossip and watching ESPN all day, all these sports teams that ain't even sending you a check every time that they win? Like, what are you doing with your time? See, it's one thing. When you get to the point, let me explain. When you get to the point where you can point to the white man as the reason that you don't know what's going on, that right there tells me that you know what's going on. If you know what I mean, does that make sense? It's almost like when my mama told me that the day she knew that she had to potty train me was the day that I walked up to her when I was a baby. This is kind of funny. I'm a little embarrassed to tell the story, but she said I walked up to her. I put a diaper on the bed. I laid down and I said, change me. Right. So she said that's when she knew that, okay, it's time for him to learn how to take care of himself. Right. So my point is to say this. Look, if you're sitting there and you try to tell me that every problem in the Black community is because of the Trump supporters, and then you can't even give me evidence. Like, you're telling me, oh, they're going to come kill us. They're going to do this and do that. But you can't. But I say, okay, well, show me where the Trump supporters came into the Black community with AK-47s and said, we're going to kill all the Black people. You can't do that. You just say, this is what's going to happen. That's a little weird for me. I don't understand. That does not compute for me. Or if you tell me that Black on Black crime is a myth, which means all those dead Black people who got murdered by other Black people, they don't exist. You say Black lives matter, but apparently all Black lives don't matter. If they were killed by another Black person, then you pretty much said that it's a myth. They didn't really die. Maybe they went to heaven or something, but or Jamal's church, or I don't know, maybe they're in the basement somewhere. But to me, when a Black person dies, if Black lives matter, then the issue should be who did it and why. If a black baby gets shot by a stray bullet in a black neighborhood, this happens all the time in Chicago, should it really matter who shot the bullet? Should we pay less attention to the bullet if it doesn't fit a narrative? Because we know that if a cop shoots a stray bullet and kills that baby, oh, we protest and we in the street, we march and we going crazy. But if a gangbanger, some little Negro from the hood, shoots a stray bullet and kills that same little girl, why is it that nobody protests that? Why is it that no one says anything? See, because at the end of the day, if black children are being ruined, which they are, but by in droves, I don't care if they're being ruined by a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if they're being ruined by a white or a black person. I want to get to the heart of the issue. My background and my training isn't just finance; it's high-level mathematics. I had to study a lot of mathematics to get a PhD in finance. And one thing about mathematics, and I taught math at the University of Kentucky. One thing about mathematics is that you have to eventually solve the problem. And if you have a problem and you don't solve the problem by crying about the problem, you don't solve the problem by deflecting blame for the problem. You certainly don't solve a problem by ignoring the problem. You solve problems by addressing the problem and looking at it in an objective fashion and trying to find the solution. So the reason that your problems don't get solved is because when I bring up a problem, I say, okay, lots of black children are dying. What's going on? Well, people will say, well, black on black crime doesn't exist, so let's not talk about that. Or if I say black children can't read, what's going on? And then somebody says, well, it's because the Republicans won't help them read and they're cutting black history out of the schools. But I'm like, but wait a minute, but those schools were run by Democrats. Well, then it's like, oh, well, you're a Trump supporter. You must be a Trump supporter, right? So what's happening is that your problems don't get solved. Pay attention now. Do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm a problem solver here. So problems don't get solved in the black community because you have too much emotionality. You have too much deflection. You have too much ignorance, meaning ignoring the issue. People just act like it doesn't exist. When they tell you black on black crime doesn't exist, that should offend you. And I'm sorry, Jamal, I'm offended by that. I don't know which white Democrat told you to say black on black crime doesn't exist, but I bet when their relatives get killed, they don't ignore it. So why would you ignore it when your own people are being killed? I don't care if a black baby's killed by a black man or a white man. That son of a bitch needs to be dealt with. If you black and you hurt a black person, you kill a black person, you are just as bad as a white person who hurts a black person, maybe worse. If you are a rapper and you claim to be a member of the black community, but all you've done is rap about murdering black people, getting black children hooked on drugs at an early age so you can ruin their lives, destroy black families because these men are then incapable of becoming healthy husbands and fathers in some cases, because brain damage is very real from drugs. If you're encouraging children to be ignorant, to throw all their wealth away, not only are you as bad as a Klansman, you're worse than a Klansman. You're worse. You are the Trojan horse full of poison. That's what you are, because everyone will let you in. They let you into the neighborhood. They invite you to the cookout. They bring you into the community. They let you into their psyches. And then when you get in there, all you do is you poison the children and make sure they don't have a chance to have a healthy, free life. Any rapper who's ever even glorified something like prison should probably be, I'm not going to say get the death penalty, but it feels that way. It's like what you did is you literally took this little boy who could have been anything. He could have been a doctor, a lawyer. He could have been a scientist. He could have been an entrepreneur. He could have been a great husband and father. He could have been a great leader for his family. You could have poured that into him, but instead you said, nah, little nigga, get you a little gun, get you a little strap and go up here and kill somebody. Now he's in prison. He's depressed. He's unhappy. He's being raped every other day by big guys in prison. He's got 40 years away from his mama. And all of this is because before he had a chance to develop his brain fully, you made sure that you did your job as an artist and destroyed this young man. And everybody let you off the hook because you have money and because white people put you on TV. So if you want to talk about racism in America, I believe you need to talk about that. And this racism is not laced in Democrat or Republican politics. It's not. You're gonna have to learn how to think beyond. If you think you understand racism and all you do is talk about Democrat, Republican, oh, Trump this, Elon Musk that, you don't understand racism in America at all. You don't understand. Dr. Claude Anderson, what he explains in Powernomics is that black folks ain't got no friends. That literally, here's the deal. If you want a solution for the black community, for any black person, how many of you, let's end on something positive. I don't want to sound so negative today. And I admit I'm a little bit, it's weekend, so it's when I kind of let loose. Give me a yes in the chat if you're black and you want to be successful. Give me a yes if you believe in black success. Give me a yes if you want success to be in your family. Give me a yes if you want great things to happen in your life and you expect these things to happen. Give me a yes. Let's put success in the room, because I came in with a little bit negative because I admit what Jamal said kind of triggered me a little bit. So give me a yes in the chat so we can end on a good note. If you want to be black and successful, here's some basic things you can do that will make a massive amount of difference. Number one, you got to heal. The number one problem in the black community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma, which causes you to treat others badly. It also causes you to make bad decisions in your relationships, with your finances, with everything else. Traumatized people have a higher likelihood of dying early. They have a higher likelihood of getting cancer. They have a higher likelihood of getting hooked on drugs. They have a higher likelihood of just making a lot of really bad decisions because trauma is very, very real. My wife is a therapist. She helped us in the Black Business School to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. And in our research, we have found that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the leading causes for the decline in black wealth. So you got to heal. If you heal, then what will happen is you will show up better for all the people that you love. You will show up better for your children. You will show up better for that black woman. You will show up better for your business partners. You will show up better for yourself. You will make the decisions that you won't regret. Your life won't be filled with regrets. Your life will be filled with all kinds of possibility because you made the right choice. You didn't follow the Negro protocol of ruining your life and then being sad about it. You actually proactively thought about your choices and made good choices along the way. That is capable for a black person, but you got to get away from Negroism in order for that to happen. Number two, we got to look at our physical health. Everything in black culture in terms of the food that we are told to eat is stuff that will kill you at a very early age. My beloved mother just died of cancer on Christmas Eve of 2024, just a few weeks ago. And I have to admit that my mother's food, her diet, was not the healthiest diet in the world. This is an American issue. This is not just a black issue, but black people, we tend to get the worst because we get the worst food marketed to us. Again, this is where the racism does exist in America. They market the cheeseburgers and the fried chicken and everything else. And we will run and spend our money on this stuff, and this stuff will kill you. So I would encourage you, if you want to be physically healthy, go to the gym. Make exercise part of your life. Eat better food if you can. I know it's hard. Food is an addiction, but we all got to try to do better. If you are physically and mentally healthier, as a black person, you will have a better life. Number three, we got to have better relationships with each other. Good relationships is a skill that you can actually learn. You can read books on it. You can take classes on it. You can watch videos about it. This is a skill that is as important as any science or math or accounting or dentistry or mechanical work. Anything you've learned in school, relationships is right up there in terms of importance. It is right up there. A lot of people out here trying to wing it, and you're jacking up your kids when you do it. Divorce rates through the roof. Relationships can't last until the people breaking up after the baby shower. You're showing up for the sex, but ain't showing up for the responsibility. This is a common thing that happens amongst traumatized people because the sex feels good. The dopamine, it gives you temporary release from all the pain that you feel from the undiagnosed, untreated trauma. So you're getting in there and having sex and everything because the world tells you that that's okay. And the liberals tell you that free sex and free love is the way to do it. You just abort the baby if the baby gets on your nerves. And next thing you know, you're creating this chaotic, ridiculous life, and it's spilling over on your kids. Your kids are suffering even more than you are because nobody ever taught you about the importance of balance and discipline and planning and the value of a good, healthy relationship. Do y'all know that the number one wealth hack in America is just finding a woman or a man that you can get along with who can help you pay the bills? Do you know that?
Do you know that me and my wife, our bills are half of what they normally would be just because we work on our marriage so we can get along well enough to pay the mortgage and pay for the kids and all this other stuff? Don't you dare tell me that relationships are all about who you fucking. It ain't no situationships and 50-50, all these dumb conversations on the internet. It's dumb conversations with dumb young people who are going to have dumb, crazy lives. And when you acting like a damn clown, then the circus is going to follow you everywhere you go. Because you're acting like a clown. You're not making a plan. You're not thinking things through. You're not trying to make intelligent, logical, careful decisions. You're literally going from one orgasm to the other because that's all that you know. That's all that society talks to you about. And I can just tell you that there's life after the orgasm. And I think a lot of people forget that. Healthy relationships. Learn how to be an asset in the lives of other people. Put your damn ego to the side. Stop going into your relationships as a narcissist. Nobody will be around no damn narcissist. Well, I know my worth. Women got to submit to me. Stop all that. Just learn how to pick the right people and get along with them. That will help you in your economic survival. You do know that all these statistics where they talk about how people are struggling financially to get by in America, you know that most of those people are single, right? You do know that, right? People that work in groups, they don't have that problem. People that have, a spouse or maybe children or family business, they don't got those issues. Those are Negro problems. Those are problems of people that think that they don't need nobody else and they can do it all by themselves. I'm a strong black woman who don't need no man. I don't need these hoes. I'm a divest. Okay, well, you go and do that. You go and do it all by yourself, and you neglect how valuable a hardworking black woman next to you can be in your life. And then see how you do. A lot of people struggle because they're doing it by themselves. So relationship management is something that children should learn. It's something that makes a big difference in your life. It allows you to have business deals because people want to work with you. And again, this is where the racism comes in, because a lot of the messages in hip hop from hip hop artists is a very narcissistic, self-absorbed message. The most frustrating conversation in the world I ever had was the one I had with Kanye West. And I didn't call him. I don't call celebrities. They call me. When they hear about me, they reach out sometimes. And I talked to Kanye for 12 hours. And it was a very unpleasant experience because the only person that Kanye sees in every conversation is himself. And I said, I don't want to work with an asshole. So don't be an asshole. If you're a good person, sometimes we call good people simps, or we call them pick-me's. But I'm going to tell you, the simps and the pick-me's are the ones who are doing better. They're winning because they're able to get along with another person by not putting their own needs first all the time. But we mislabel it and make people say, well, I don't want to be no simp. I don't want to be no pick-me. No, I'm a simp for my wife and my family because I want us to get along well enough to raise these babies so we can have a strong, secure situation here. When I talked to my children's father, I married her. She had 3 kids. When I talked to my children's father, I showed the utmost respect. We don't have pissing contests with each other because we know that we're here to collaborate on a project that is bigger than both of us. And the project is called, how do we raise these crazy ass kids and make sure they get to adulthood safely? So you're getting the wrong message. I get criticized all the time. People say, well, you need to connect to the culture, doc. You're not connected to the culture. It's not my job to be part of the damn culture. I'm 53 years old. I ain't trying to fit in. You think I'm trying to be cool? I'm trying to think I'm not, this ain't Earn Your Leisure. I'm not trying to fit in. I like Earn Your Leisure. I like those guys, by the way, but I'm not trying to fit into the culture. If the culture's stupid, I don't want no parts of it. And it's my job as a senior person to critique the culture and to speak truth about the culture, not to say, well, let me just fit in so I can be lit, yo. I don't even know how to do that. I don't care about doing that. You need people over 50 to tell you the truth. I don't know why some people are afraid to do that, but I don't care about the culture. Not that culture. That's not my culture. That's white culture that they just gave to black people. They're like, we're going to give you the garbage culture so you'll have the garbage children in the garbage community, and then you can blame it on the Republicans. No. No, thank you, sir. So what else can you do? Well, did you get to the area that I do? That this is what I do. The wealth part. The wealth part is so easy. The wealth part is so remarkably easy. You have no idea how easy it is to be financially secure and wealthy in America if you are healthy and mentally healed and have somebody in your life that gives a damn about you. Really, it's very easy. Like, so for example, if you had a parent who said, gosh, I don't want my daughter turning tricks at the age of 30 to pay the rent, so let me buy her some Apple stock. And it's 1997. She's still a baby. You buy the baby some Apple stock every Christmas and every birthday. That child now has many millions of dollars in the bank account, and she's financially secure. She ain't got the Negro problems, all because she had a parent who was conscious enough to actually engage in financial consciousness and start making investments for that child. That's it. That's it. I mean, we for some reason we understand the importance of feeding the kids. We understand the importance of sending a little boy to football practice and basketball practice. We send a little girl to cheerleading camp. We'll buy them new clothes every school year. But somebody never taught us that, hey, if you buy some stock for that kid, you do know that the stock market is the #1 wealth generator in America. You do know that while you sitting back being mad about all the little billionaires that Trump had on the dais with him when he did the inauguration, you do know that out of that 1.3 trillion in wealth on that stage, that most of that wealth came from the stock market. You do know that, right, dude? We know these things, right? I hope we know. I hope we know. Not one person on that stage with Trump is a person that gets up and goes to work 40 hours a week at a job. There weren't UPS employees on that stage. God bless them. There weren't DEI hires on the stage. No, again, I don't want to put the white man on a pedestal. I'm just telling you the facts. The stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. Why would you not participate? Oh, because of the culture. Because you got bad culture. You got bad culture. That's what's coming. So I would almost say, and I stupidly say this in a way that's going to probably be offensive to any dumbass that comes in and wants to get mad at me because I refuse to be a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just going to tell you the truth. If you simply loved your kids enough to buy them small amounts of stock from the time they're born, all their financial problems pretty much disappear as long as you make sure that they're psychologically healthy, which by keeping your family together, you significantly increase the probability that your daughter ain't going to have some daddy issues, because sometimes not having a daddy can create a daddy issue, right? Like not having a daddy in the house, right? So I would just say that these problems are quite solvable, but they're not solvable if you're distracted. And we get distracted by our emotions. We get distracted by the Democrats telling us that the Republicans are the reason for all of our problems, not them. We get distracted by all these politics. And if you just do the right thing and raise your kids right and make simple decisions, a lot of these problems go away. A lot of them go away. And so if you want to hear where I come from and why I sound so frustrated, because again, remember, I'm not in my 30s or my 40s. I'm 53 years old now. I'm too old to be young and stupid. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at being young and stupid. So what this comes from is me spending 20 years listening to politicians, letting them fast talk me, letting them pimp me, letting them talk to me, like I got on a mini skirt and I'm supposed to go out and work for them. And me realizing like ain't none of this stuff that y'all telling me to do is working. Ain't none of this stuff working. But what does work is when I get up off my ass as a black man and read a book, do some research, treat my wife well, raise these damn kids, save my money, not get caught up in temptation too much. I mean, we're human. We all make mistakes. I make a banana split once a week. My wife tells me that that's not good for me, but you got to live. But at the end of the day, balance, moderation, and knowing how to live a proper life goes a very long way for people. And for anybody who's looking for another solution, I just want to encourage you, think outside that box. It was very sad for me when I was 21 years old and I was the #1 student on my campus. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students. And it made me very sad that I could not find other black males to really hang out with, because too many of them, unfortunately, had been cursed by bad culture.
They didn't want to study. They thought that I was a nerd because I would be in the library, but I was just competitive. I'm like, the same way you want to kick ass on the football field, I want to kick ass in the classroom. The same way you can go dunk a basketball, I'm going to dunk on these fools in science class, right? The same way you the fastest kid on the track team, I want to be the fastest thinker on earth. Like what the say, I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm doing. And some people get it. There are a lot of people that get it. This is the thing. We got to make sure we're clear about this, though. There are a lot of you that understand what I'm talking about. A lot of you that are doing it at the highest levels. You know, I'm going to tell you, one guy that I was thinking about the other day was Marcus Freeman, the coach of Notre Dame. Anybody seen Marcus Freeman? I like Marcus Freeman. He's under 40. He's the head coach of Notre Dame. He's probably making millions of dollars a year. He seems smart and disciplined. He was a hell of an athlete. And I like him. I identify with him because I was an athlete too. I wasn't as good of an athlete as him, but I like the idea of us understanding what it means to compete. That's my point. It's about competing. And I think that we live in a country where the black man is encouraged not to compete. He's encouraged to complain. And all that complaining makes you look very weak. It makes you look really, I would say feminine, but that's an insult to strong women because even strong women are stronger than some of these guys. And I think that's the racism in America. So if you ask me if racism exists, yeah, it does. But it's not what you think that it is. Right. It's not just some Trump supporter wearing a MAGA hat. No, it's a whole system and a whole process that's really designed, in my opinion, to get you to think poorly of yourself. Right. Like how they rope-a-doped you into calling yourself a nigga so much that you literally only react when a white man says it. but you'll call yourself a nigga 25 times a day. But then if a white man says it once, you start freaking out and going crazy. And then you're ready to punch somebody and go to jail. That doesn't make sense. If I'm not gonna be a nigga when you say it, I ain't gonna be a nigga when he says it. You know, how about we pick another word? Like, is that the only word you can think of? Is that literally the only word? So that's just it, man. That's my 2 cents. I'm sure, you know, Jamal and Cam have good things to say, and I respect them, but some of the stuff I ain't signing up for it. I think it's nonsense and it doesn't solve the problem. So I encourage you to solve the problem because there is a way out. There is a way to achieve your goals. There's a way to be what you want to be. There's a way to compete with the world. And that's not something somebody's going to give you. It's something that you have to get for yourself. That to me is the ultimate Black consciousness. Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. We have things like tools that you can use for your family. I developed some financial flashcards for children. You can go to drboycebooks.com. The URL's on the screen. We have workbooks for kids, things like that. We also have, my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So you can go to drboycebooks.com to take a look at that. Also, if you want to join us for class tomorrow, every morning, so I don't just talk, I put my money where my mouth is. Every morning I teach finance for free. So you can go to drboyceelevate.com to join our millionaire training camp. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And also, if you want to be notified via text, if you're going to get a text message, like kind of a wake-up call to let you know when class starts, all you got to do is text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will let you guys know. Yolanda, I don't know which book you're referring to. I think you're talking about Powernomics. Powernomics is by Dr. Claude Anderson, Yolanda. So I think that's it. I just talked to Dr. Claude Anderson the other day. And Busy Works Beats, love listening to a Boyce Watkins live stream every day. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you saying that, man. It's nice to know that I'm not the only alien out here because I know that not everybody thinks this way and it ain't popular. It doesn't fit into a Democrat or Republican agenda. I'm kind of hated by both sides. But the area where I'm an extremist is that I'm definitely 100% pro-Black. I'm also 100% pro-wealth. And I'm 100% pro-Black wealth. And I believe that if we build our wealth and we get our finances right and we become the leading economic thinkers on the planet, which I know that we can be, can't nobody stop us. Ain't nobody going to stop you. You know, to hell with these damn politicians. You got this. You can win. You will succeed if you demand it. So let's go out here and fight it, everybody. Okay. All right. Let's go get it done. All right. So have a good night, everybody. And also I do have this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up my name, you'll find the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Also I have Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, another stock market related podcast that I do. We do a lot of stuff in the Black Business School and I'm very proud of that. So have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning. I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club, which is just I'm almost embarrassed. But then again, that's a good thing, right? That means the fact that I'm sad and I feel like I was lazy because I slept till 8 a.m. really says like maybe I've got a pretty good schedule. So have no fear. I will be back on track tomorrow, right? So sometimes you fall off the wagon, but you get right back on. And sometimes you got to rest, right? Self-care is very important. And I was having a conversation yesterday with my father about happiness. And he was explaining something to me that I kind of knew, but I was, you know how it is with your daddy. You just sort of still listen. And and he was basically saying that when you accomplish big goals like being married to your mother for 50 years, he said I wasn't happy every day. He said I had a lot of sacrifice. I wasn't happy every damn day. And I said, yeah, I get that. I understand you're not going to be happy when you're accomplishing a big goal, but what I do think happens is that when you talk about investing as a foundation of happiness, when I talk about investing, I'm talking about things that don't have anything to do with money, right? So don't think I'm talking about money. I'm talking about investing your time, your energy, your love, all these other things. Happiness is a balance between short-term and long-term happiness, short-term and long-term gratification. If you lose that balance, then you're going to struggle, right? People that focus on instant gratification, they have a really great time in the short term, but their long-term lives are terrible, right? They make bad investments because they engage in what economists would refer to as we call that consumption. If you are consuming, then and never investing, never delaying gratification, never making sacrifice, then long term you're going to pay a price for that, right? Like the person that goes to college who doesn't study, who decides I want to have fun, I want to be happy, so I'm going to party all the time. Well, that person doesn't have a good life. That person ends up having to work 10 times harder later on in life because they didn't make any investments, they didn't put anything aside for the future, they didn't make any long-term sacrifices. So now you got to spend the next 40 years in a job that you hate, living a life that you didn't want to live. Whereas that person who studied really hard and worked really hard and made the right choices when they were young, they get to skate for the next 30, 40 years because they already put in the work. They've used the value of time. And there's always a balance, right? If you go too far one way or the other, um, you know, it's one of these things where everybody has to have their own process for how they do that, right? Everybody has to have their own process, and balance is really essential for that. So what I told my dad was, I said, yeah, I understand that being married 50 years is hard. I was there for the whole thing. I watched it. I saw the ups and downs, and I commend you for that. I said, and I agreed. Every day isn't going to be good. It's like marathon runners. Marathon runners are probably not comfortable when they're running marathons. They're running is hard, right? They're exhausted, they're tired, they're whatever, but they're thinking about the bigger picture, right? They're not thinking about whether or not they're enjoying the run right now. They're thinking about how they're going to feel when they cross the finish line. They're going to think about how they feel long term when they say, I ran 5 marathons this year, or I'm in excellent shape. I look in the mirror and I love what my body looks like, right? So that's the gratification that they're seeking. So ultimately, really, in all this stuff about investing in wealth and financial consciousness, it's all about that balance, that gratification balance. I want you to be happy. At some point, you're going to be happy. If you make good decisions, you're going to be happy. If you make sacrifices, you're going to be happy. If you watch what you eat, you're going to be happy. If you work on your relationships, you're going to be happy. If you invest in and save your money as opposed to spending it all, you're going to be happy. But short term, you may not be. Right. Short term, you may feel like you're missing out. Short term, you may feel like you're in the struggle and everything else. And I just think a lot of people young people don't have enough nuanced conversations about that. Like, so for example, like they'll get in relationships, it'll go bad for about a month, and then they'll be like, I had to leave because I wasn't happy. Well, of course you ain't gonna be happy. Like, seriously, I've seen people go to college and they'll be like, I was in college and I wasn't happy. Going to class didn't make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, but is working at Arby's gonna make you happy? Like, because now you're working at Arby's and you got two baby daddies, and you're trying to pay bills with two baby daddies and an Arby's paycheck. Does that make you happier? Are you happy now? Are you happy? So I'm not making fun of anybody. I promise you I'm not. But it's life, right? Life kind of has this boomerang effect. I had this friend in college. when I was 18, and I remember she was super smart. She was a little white girl from the hills of Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is an interesting school because like all the like more modernized kids were from Louisville. Kentucky is a little bit like New York, where the state of New York, in case you don't know, you've got New York City, and then you got the rest of New York. And so when I moved to Syracuse, everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're going to New York!" Like they thought they pictured me being in this big city with big buildings. It's like, no, I'm living in Syracuse. Syracuse is very, very slow, very, very dead, very, very just damp, economically damp, right? And anyway, Kentucky is the same way. In Kentucky, you've got Louisville, which is popping and big and modernized. And then you got the rest of Kentucky, which is much different. So when I went to college, I would meet a lot of really very country people, from like small towns, Eastern Kentucky, backwoods, redneck, if you want to call it that, Appalachia, like everybody's on meth type towns, ain't no jobs. Everybody hangs out at the Walmart on Saturday nights because they don't have anything out there that they can do, right? Stuff like that, right? But a lot of them, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them were really good people. That's the funny thing too. People who don't spend time around like country white folks from the South think that they're all like these gun-toting racists that just want to wake up and kill black people for breakfast, and that's just not true. But they are conservative, right? So like they got their Bible, they believe in stuff like that. They take care of their families, not all of them, but they believe in stuff like that. They believe in hard work and all that, right? So sometimes what I found is that they don't understand like hip hop culture. When we market hip hop culture, where it's like I want to smoke weed, have 8 babies, mamas, and kill black people for a living, which is in a lot of your music, they think that that's ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's all just this horrible propaganda that makes the black man look like a degenerate, which that's not what we are. We're not degenerates. We're just as hardworking as everybody else, assuming that we're raised that way, right? So anyway, long story short, when I was in Kentucky, I met this girl. She was as country as they came, and she was from the hills of Kentucky, and she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. And this was my one of my biggest life lessons. I was just kind of watching this young lady's life. So we were 18, and I think she probably liked me, but I told you I'm allergic to white girls. Like I just never would cross my mind to date a white. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. You come back. Don't leave. Don't go. Because I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm saying I don't. Well, I don't like you, but not in that way. I like black women. That's just what it is. But anyway, she would come and hang out with me, and I had this job where I would sit desk in the dorm, and I would stay up all night. It was a really hard. It was a crazy job. I would either work the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift. Both of those shifts I could handle because you're either staying up late or you're getting up early. The shift that was the absolute beast was 12 to 8. That's entirely unnatural. And just as a reference, as an FYI, in terms of investing in health, just so you know, it's not. It really will mess up your health, your long-term health if you work that graveyard shift. So be really careful about that. Sleep, I found that sleep and water are far more important than I ever knew that they were. Like those are two things that like if you don't get those things right, you're getting Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of stuff later on. So anyway, I would stay up on this job from 12 to 8. And I'd be tired as hell. So to stay awake, she would hang out with me, and we would throw the football. She had a real good, nice tight spiral, and so we would just throw the football in the lobby. It was like a little Nerf football. And I remember her telling me about what she wanted to do in her life. And I remember her telling me that she was a straight A student in high school, valedictorian, and she was going to be a neurosurgeon. That was her plan. And I just assumed, oh, great, you're better than me because I had terrible grades, and I don't know what I'm gonna be. I know I ain't gonna be broke, and I ain't gonna let the white man tell me what to do. But I don't know what my plan, what my future looks like. I'm just gonna do my best and see what happens. So anyway, as I move forward, really quick, Frankie says I'm breaking up. Can you guys hear me? Okay? Am I coming through all right? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through. Okay. Okay, I need some yeses just to make sure. Okay, Shaquana, Jason, Robin. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. So Robin's my mother's name. I love that name. All right, so Karen, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you help. Okay, yeah, sorry. I get self-conscious about that. So anyway, so here's what happened. And this, I promise you, this story relates to investing. It really does. So I remember that she had a really bad first semester. Like my first semester was like a breakout, like almost like a basketball player that has a breakout season where they average 30 points a game and suddenly you're an all-star. My freshman year was a breakout. Like that was when was finding myself and like, holy crap, I'm actually good at this school thing. I just got to put my mind to it. For her, it was the opposite. She was a person that was used to making straight A's, and she got like I think a couple of C's on her report card, right? And, and that's a shocker a lot of college students go through. Like when I became a college professor, I learned that this happens a lot, that sometimes students will come in with a lot of overconfidence because of what happened in high school, and they don't know that this ain't high school no more. You know, your mom and your dad are not going to get you out of bed in the morning because professors, we just didn't care if you came to class or not. Also, we were gonna challenge you. I used to teach a class, Calculus 1, and we it was specifically designed to weed out students. Like that was the goal. We were like, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna push them hard because we want to know who's serious about becoming an engineer and who's not. And so half the class would change their major after it was done. So, long story short, she got hit pretty hard. And rather than sort of taking that as a challenge and coming back harder, I think it kind of demoralized her. It really made her sad. It really deflated her. And so next thing I know, she was dropping her credit hours down from 18 hours to like 12, because she went in kind of survival mode. And then I remember her telling me a year later, she said, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna move off campus. And I was like, but you're only a freshman. We shouldn't really move off campus as freshmen, should we? I read that in a book. That's too early. And she said, no, I'm gonna be fine. And she moved off campus. And then later on, she's like, well, I'm gonna drop down to part-time temporarily so that I can make money or something, right? A lot of people do, right? So it was all these temporary fixes, right? And I was like, you're gonna go to school part-time and you're moving off campus? And so when she moved off campus and she's like going to school part-time and working and trying to make money, I started to see her less and less. I saw her less and less. So I would go, I was trying to be focused because I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing well in school because I had never done well in school ever in my life, where she's doing her thing. And she was changing. Kids find themselves in college, right? So she's getting all these tattoos, and this is back when tattoos were kind of a unique thing when everybody didn't. Now everybody got tattoos. They got entire sleeves made out of tattoos and all that. I ain't gonna lie, I'm old fashioned. Like the women that have the tattoos everywhere. That's not my thing. So anyway, so starts getting the tattoos and she's smoking the cigarettes. I remember she would smoke the cigarettes, and by this time it's like our junior year. And I remember then she's like telling me she's taking a semester off. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to take a semester off so that I can." Again, it's always like I'm going to go make money and then I'm going to come back and resume my regular life. And so by the time her junior year comes around, I had not seen her for months at a time. She had dropped out of school temporarily. She shows up at my door and rings the doorbell, and she's smoking cigarettes and telling me about her life. And then she tells me that she's pregnant, right? Holding a cigarette in her hand, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. It's Kentucky. Things happen. And she tells me she's gonna go back to her hometown to have her baby. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't I'm 20 years old. I don't know how to respond to everything. I'm trying to listen and be supportive. And she goes home to have her baby, and I did not see her probably for another 4 years, right? So she goes home to have the baby, and and then I came back to grad school because I struggled in grad school trying to because I didn't know enough math, so I had to go back to University of Kentucky to I got a joint master's in math and statistics, and I because I math was my weakness, and I just got good at it, and so when I was there, I saw her and she was working at this restaurant called Fazoli's. Anybody know Fazoli's, right? They got the real good Italian food. I love Fazoli's. Anyway, so she's working at Fazoli's and I'm eating at Fazoli's. And now the story, every time I would see her, the story would embellish. Every time I saw her, her life was a little more complicated. Every time I saw her, there was always like more interesting kind of things happening because I'm kind of in this mindset of like staying on the straight and narrow because I'm a black male, and I felt like I always learned early that black males have a smaller margin of error than everyone else. Black men, I knew black men that went to prison just for being in the wrong car with the wrong person. I knew guys who got murdered because they were in the club and people started drinking and somebody started shooting. I know black men who got 30 years in prison because their friend who's a drug dealer had something in the car they didn't know about. Like so to me, I just kind of had this protocol, like, and I wrote about this in my book. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I wrote this book in 2005, and it's about that thin margin of error. And if you ever want to know my irritation with people like the Joe Bidens of the world, the reason I can't forgive is because I saw what they did to black men in the war on drugs and how many people I knew that were good people, that were redeemable, that could have come back and really made a contribution to society, who were kept in prison for way too long. And that's what they do to us, right? They'll give us just these crazy draconian sentences, and everybody else is like, "Oh, Hunter Biden, he's a good kid, and we're gonna give him a pardon," right? I'm like, "Well, what about Pookie? Pookie was smoking all the crack too, but y'all gave him 30 years." So that's me. That's Boyce. That's my bias. I admit to that. So anyway, so I'm on the straight and narrow. Her life is kind of like this. So her stories would get more and more interesting. So by this time, 4 years later, she's working at Fazoli's. She's talking to me. She's making minimum wage, and she's got a baby daddy. Because white girls get baby daddies too, and her baby daddy was in. I said, "So where is he?" She said, "He's in jail right now." And so, of course, she's a single mom getting no help, and her baby's maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And so she's working at Fazoli's at the minimum wage to survive. She's in kind of survival mode. And I stuck in my head. I stuck back to the original point. I was thinking about the original conversations we used to have back when, maybe I just was being nostalgic, but I look back when we were 18, and now we're 24. And I looked at 18, and I remember thinking about those long nights where we would throw the football, and she would tell me about how she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. Right. And I thought that was going to be her path because she had done so well in school to that point. And at this point, we're 24, so we're still young, right? You're 24. You can still do anything you want to do. But now the whole thing had become complicated. Right? Her life has started off like this clean slate, like this clean sheet of paper, and then you start writing on it, and it gets messy, right? It gets complicated, right? You can't put the things on the paper that you want because you've scribbled in and filled out a lot of spaces. So her trying to pursue that dream as a single mom with a baby daddy in jail, working at Fazoli's making minimum wage would be much harder than when she was an 18-year-old with no responsibilities, no bills, a full scholarship, and her whole life in front of her. And here's where I knew that the dream had died. Here's where I knew that she was never ever going to go to medical school, because I'm this almost like ridiculously stupidly optimistic person, right? I'm the person who would go to my friends and say, "You can still do it. Come on. We can try. You can get it together. You can fix it. Come on, we can do." Right? I was that guy, and I was giving her that pep talk. But then I remembered, I'll never forget that I said, when we were talking about her being a doctor. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it, but I gotta do one thing first before I go back to school." And I said, "Well, what?" She said, "I want to pay off my student loans first." And I said, "Well, how much are your student loans?" And she said, like $11,000. And I was thinking, but you make $4 an hour and you got a baby. How you gonna get $11,000? Like you ain't never gonna pay the 11. Like I remember just thinking, like, the math ain't mathing. And then I realized, oh, we're just talking now. We're talking theoretically now. This is not ever going to happen. This is a false dream. The dream has officially died if that's your requirement for you to pursue it. Because my math was pretty simple. I was like, just borrow more money, get through school, and then you'll be a doctor and you'll be making $15,000 a month, right? Then you can pay off everything. You can go back and fix everything financially, because you got money. Like why not do that? But in her mind, because she just wanted to pay off these student loans. And here's the thing, I don't think it was because she wanted to pay off the student loans. I think it's because she also knew that the dream was dead. But sometimes it's hard to admit that. Sometimes it's hard to say it out loud, right? And so literally now I think she and I are Facebook friends. Now we're both in our 50s. Now that those two 18-year-old kids who threw the football in the lobby, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. And now I think she's probably a grandmother. And when I tell you that watching this little white girl and her life and her choices and how everything played out was one of the biggest lessons about investing that I've ever seen in my life. I'm not kidding you. When I tell you that watching her life play out was one of the biggest lessons about choices that I've ever had, I'm telling you that. Like when I tell you that story, that her experience watching her was like one of the biggest lessons I ever had about the value of time and not wasting time, I'm not playing. When I tell you, like, I teach stock options, right? But stock options doesn't exist without the word options. And you know what options are. You know what it feels like to have options and not have options. When I tell you that was one of the greatest lessons in life I've ever had about options, I'm not kidding with you. Like because when we're 18 and we've got no responsibilities and we're young and energetic and we have all this time, then the whole world is open to you. You got options like crazy. You got a million. That's why I get so mad with the hip hop music industry whenever I hear any rapper marketing drug addiction to a 15, 16-year-old kids, it makes me angry because what you're doing is you're killing off all their options. They're gonna have brain damage now because you got them hooked on Molly, which a lot of these drugs destroy their brains. Fentanyl, all that. It's hard. Some of the stuff is hard to come back from, right? So you're killing their options, and that just makes me very sad, right? And I mean, what is youth if it's not a space full of possibility? If you have the right mindset and the right coaches and the right people encouraging you, then being young can be the most wonderful experience in your life. But if you don't have the right people around you, the wrong mentors, then it can be horrible. It can be miserable. It can be sad, very disgusting. So when I looked at her life, when I looked at those choices and those just really bad investments that she was making in herself, it taught me, like, okay, when God opens that window of opportunity for you, the biggest mistake you can make, I think, is to believe that window is going to be open forever. That's what we do. We think that, okay, or you're in love with somebody and y'all start to fighting or whatever, and you're assuming that you can pick up the phone and call them and go back to their house and apologize. It's going to be okay. But then you forget that then maybe one day you'll get to a point where you can't do that anymore. And then at that point, all you have now is a lifetime of regret over the fact that when you could have picked up the phone and called that loved one and apologized, or that girlfriend and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, let's work on this." You didn't do that because you assumed that option would always be open for you, that you could always do that, right? But now you can't do it anymore. Or you're young and now you can travel, you can go do stuff, you can expand and explore and live your life. One day you'll be a senior citizen in a wheelchair, maybe in hospice, and that option will disappear. You're 18. She was 18 years old. She had the option to be anything she wanted in life, but by about 24, 25 years old, that window of opportunity was slowly closing, and then it eventually shut. And now you're a 35-year-old single mom. Now she's got two, three kids, a couple baby daddies. You can't go back and be that 18-year-old anymore. That option has shut for you. So, so really, when I think about the things that we study in finance, we study things like options. We study time. Time is a huge variable in investing. I've mentioned this before. Uh, one of the biggest things that I think carefully about is, Boyce, don't you waste any time. Don't you dare waste time. My version of financial consciousness is that I meditate on time. I meditate and remind myself that today is January 26, 2025, and I'll never have another January 26, 2025 ever again. I can walk in my wife's office right now and tell her I love her and give her a kiss. I can't assume that I can do that forever. And even when my mother was here, I would think that way. So when she finally is gone, I don't have any regrets because I was always aware that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, that opportunity may disappear on you, and they disappear very quickly. The wormholes shut very fast. So ultimately, when you talk about investing, I would encourage you to think about things like that and not just think about the money side. I think the people that just think about money when it comes to investing are really missing 99% of the picture. We're not talking about money, we're really talking about life. We're talking about just regrets. We're talking about, like when you talk about investing and you have FOMO, right? We have FOMO where, like, some of y'all will have the stock and you sell the option and then the stock goes up and then you're like, dang, I could have made money, but I didn't, right? Then that's financial FOMO and that sucks. But the worst kind of FOMO is when you just have FOMO in life. When you're like, damn, that she was the one that got away. Or the FOMO of like, dang, I wish my kids were babies again so I could spend more time with them instead of focusing on my career, right? Or the FOMO of just saying, man, I wish I was 19 years old again so I could spend more time being happy and focused instead of wasting my time being sad and distracted, right? So life FOMO, I find, is far worse than financial FOMO because with money, money is interesting. Money allows you to manipulate time in a certain way. You can go back and get money that you lost sometimes. A lot of times money there's a lot of do-overs in money if you know how to invest, but there's not a do-over in life, right? And life is far more valuable, and so there are no do-overs. So when you're in that moment, you got to live in the moment. You got to meditate on that. Like really think about that. And then that way, as you're going forward and these windows of opportunities are shutting, FOMO is fear of missing out, by the way. That's what that is, fear of missing out. And that's actually a big financially scientific concept. There's a lot of research papers about investor FOMO. A lot of times when you all come to class and you ask me about a certain stock, I know 9 times out of 10, the reason you're asking me about that stock is because the stock has shot up a lot in the last week or two, like maybe gone up 100% in the last week. And now it's in the media and everybody's talking about it. And so people have FOMO and they're like, dang, I missed out. I wish I had bought this before it went up, or Bitcoin. But there's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of people are mad that, damn, if I just bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, I'd be a multimillionaire now, which is a horrible feeling. I think 100 Bitcoin, what's 100 Bitcoins worth? Let's see, 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. So 100 Bitcoin would be $10 million. Is that right? Yeah, and so you could have bought 100 Bitcoin for $100, maybe $200, depending on when you bought it. And for it to be like $100,000, it just makes you want to vomit, right? And so with investing, this is the idea, right? With investing, it's a matter of not torturing yourself, right? In fact, Jeff Bezos, who's one of the richest men in the world, he talked about his strategy in terms of what led him to decide to quit his job and start Amazon. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would you quit a good job to go start this raggedy business? A lot of you go through this now. And he said that what led him to make that decision is something that he calls a regret minimization strategy. Regret minimization means that he knows you're going to have regrets. He knows that hindsight is 2020. He knows that 20 years from now, you're going to look back on your life and look at areas where you could have done better, mistakes you made, opportunities that you missed. But he said, I figured that I would minimize my regrets by trying to do Amazon because he learned something that they say, for example, when they study old people, they find that older people that are on their deathbeds, they have more regrets about things they did not do than they have regrets about things they did do. Right? It's not trying to start the business that they regret. It's not like they're like, dang, I tried to do this and it didn't work out. I wish I hadn't done it. No, it's when you had it in you and you could have went for it and you didn't because you let fear guide your decision making. And then next thing you know, you're constantly wondering like, well, I wonder what would have happened if I had tried. I wonder what would have happened if I'd pushed myself. I just talked just now, right before I talked to you, I talked to a cousin who's about 32 years old, and he was asking me about advice about business and life and everything else. And I said, one of the biggest things I would tell you is, don't make decisions in life out of fear. If you make decisions out of fear, which is unfortunately, fear is very contagious. I think in our community, I think that because of what we've gone through, we just kind of, fear is always just this thing. And I'm gonna just tell you, if you're ever trying to convince me of anything, whether it's something political or otherwise, if you use fear to try to convince me, then it won't work. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you want because I'm going to identify that instantaneously and realize that no, I'm not making this decision out of fear. I make my decisions out of desire. You see, risk, which is another very big financial concept, risk is something that can be good or it can be something that's bad. Risk has a double-edged sword. Risk has the benefit of taking a chance and going to the highest heights. It also has the scary side of that things may not work out and you'll go south. And how many of you notice this? How many of you notice that in a lot of our families, when you talk about trying to do something different, you talk about trying to really go for it, you get a lot of fear. You get a lot of people warning you about how this isn't a good decision. It may not work out. And what if this and what if that and this, and it's very depressing. It's very demoralizing. It makes you more afraid. You start to fixate on this. Your consciousness becomes collapsed and trapped because all you're focused on, all you're seeing is the downside. You're walking on this tightrope. It's already hard. It's already dangerous. And then you start looking down and saying, oh my God, what if I fall? Well, guess what you just did? You guaranteed that you're probably going to fall. You've increased the likelihood that you're going to fall. So really, my belief is, look, if you're trying to warn me about a problem I'm going to have. If you're trying to tell me about an obstacle, like, well, if you try to start a business, the white man ain't going to let you get too rich and, white folks control everything or whatever, then don't just tell me about the problem and then let that be the end of the conversation. Tell me about the problem and then also help me formulate a solution. Like if I tell you, look, I'm determined to climb Mount Everest. I'm going to go climb Mount Everest. I don't want you telling me all day about how many people that have died on Mount Everest. I don't want you sending me, Instagram reels about people that tried to climb Everest and froze to death. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want you like, well, the odds of dying are 20%. Man, shut up. Like, no, tell me how to not die, right? Tell me how to survive. Tell me how I can get on the good foot and the good side of the people that actually climbed Everest and succeeded. And you can warn me, like you can let me know, like, hey, be really careful. Like with investing, like I will tell you, if you are in my class, I will talk all day about the downside. Like, in fact, I talked to a student that was doing stock options, and he started doing credit spreads, and he said, yeah, it kind of went bad. I said, yeah, that's the thing about credit spreads. They're very deceptive. It's like this beautiful, gorgeous, really attractive woman who might stab you in your sleep while while you're knocked out, right? Or beat you up over the head and take your money, right, and drug your drink. So basically, I will talk all day about risk, but you shouldn't talk about risk without also talking about reward. Risk and reward are evil twins of each other. Risk and reward, they travel together. They're like Satan and God. They say Satan used to be the biggest angel in heaven, and then he went south and became like the biggest person in hell, right? So risk and reward are like that. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, the bigger reward, the bigger the risk. And it's very, very difficult to embrace one without understanding the existence of the other. It's hard to talk about God without talking about the devil. It's hard to talk about the devil without talking about God, right? So ultimately, if you talk about risk, you got to talk about reward. Anybody who only talks about risk is, in my view, that's like a financial version of worshiping the devil. Like that's all you're fixated on the negative. You're fixated on what can go wrong. You're fixated on limitations. You're fixated on fear. You're fixated on a limited lifestyle, limited outcome, limited mentality. And anybody who trains you to only acknowledge limitations without acknowledging possibilities is unfortunately passing a disease onto you, a disease of the mind that affects too many people where their dreams are this big, but they're living in this tiny little box because the box feels safe. They're so afraid they haven't. And again, this goes back to healing from trauma. I've told you the number one challenge for Black wealth, the biggest challenge that we have is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. That's what destroys your relationships. That's what destroys your finances. And traumatized people have a very hard time processing risk. They have a hard time processing failure. Failure happens. It's like, oh my God, I was supposed to fail. I knew this wasn't gonna work. My cousin and my mama and my brother all told me that it wasn't gonna work out. And here I was being stupid. I shouldn't have done it. What's wrong with me? Right? You process it. If you process it the wrong way, then yeah, failure is gonna suck. But there's also a way to, as Aisha Verzi is saying in the chat, that there's a way to fail forward. There's a way to fail and say, gosh, either sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right? There's a way to understand that there are rules in the universe, like no pain, no gain, risk and reward. Right? So no pain, no gain means if I'm going through this pain, how do I flip this into a gain? How do I convert this into something that's going to actually benefit me long term? How do I go through this really hard experience and realize that 10 years from now, when I'm detached from it, I'm going to look back and say, man, that was one of the most valuable lessons that I ever learned. I paid big tuition in the school of life. I paid big tuition in the school of regrets. I paid big tuition in the school of failure. And now I got this advanced diploma that I can carry through life that makes me tough as nails, smart as a whip, and I can identify problems long before they arrive because I've been through something. See, what you got to understand is that you can't really even talk to anybody about overcoming something if you ain't never been through nothing. If you ain't never been through nothing, then you're not going to be a good coach for anybody else. And when you go through tough experiences, you're not going to know what to do. The smartest, most capable people in the world that I find are the people that have failed so badly that the lesson was literally embedded in their skin. Like they literally had it tattooed on their brain. It was branded and everything else. So ultimately, what I would say to you is you have to know how to process risk. You have to know how to process failure. If you know how to process risk and failure in a healthy way, then all these things are going to propel you forward. That's what's going to make you great. That's what's going to make you powerful. But if you don't process it properly, what it's going to do is it's going to make you quit. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you afraid. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you limit yourself. If you don't process it properly, you'll never go for anything other than what is handed to you. And then you're going to sort of look back one day and say, "Damn, I could have had it all, but I was too scared to go for anything, and that's why I got what the world gave me." And I just do believe this too. I believe that when you're black, the world don't give you much. Like I just believe that, like in right now, we're dealing with the new president and everything else, and DEI is gone, and so all these other things are gone, and it's like, I'm sorry, I kind of feel like, um, I don't feel like white folks give us much of anything, and then when they give us things, they decide later they're going to take them away. So my feeling is I'd rather do the hard work now so that maybe I can give myself something that they can't take away. Um, they can't take away my PhD. It would be harder, much harder for them. It would be easy for them to take away my job. It's much harder for them to take away my business. They can't take away my experience. They can't take away my grit, my guts, my work ethic. They can't take. I mean, they could theoretically they could take away my family, but it would be very hard for them to do. So the things that I have in life that I value the most are not things that are given to me by massa. The oppressor will give you things, and unfortunately, in many cases, when they give you something, I feel like it usually comes with a trick attached. Like I think it comes with like a strings attached. Like, okay, we'll give you money, Negro, but you better do what we say, and you better, like Diddy, we'll make you the most famous person in the world. But if you get out of line, we're gonna tell everybody what we let you get away with. I don't think living in that world is very safe. I think that or we'll give you this DEI position, but the minute we decide DEI is not interested anymore, we're gonna let you go. We are your friends until we just don't need you anymore, and I think that's what you're dealing with. So what I believe from an economic circling this back to economics and investing is I think that I think one thing that we have to kind of accept and understand is that sometimes life tricks us into believing that there are shortcuts. Right? Sometimes life tricks us into believing that you can have it all very quickly and you can look fly the entire time and it could be easy and a piece of cake. Like I know a lot of people, I know people that have made over $1 million doing DEI related stuff. Maybe they go to college campuses and tell white people why they're racist and explain, like cultural sensitivity, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that as a career, but I always felt like I said, gosh, what if they just decide that they don't want to be nice to you anymore? Like, what if they decide they want to just get rid of all this, and then suddenly, you had a certification in DEI, and now that certification is worthless. That was the risk I always thought about. Because there's the history where people have not ever really been all that nice to black people. And I personally think that things like owning a business and learning to build wealth in a very solid, consistent way, kind of the Booker T. Washington way, I think that we ignored the lessons that were given to us by our ancestors. We ignored them because we traded in integration, for example, in the civil rights movement, we traded our land and our businesses for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. We thought that the doing the dirty work of building a nice carpentry business or building a company that can do plumbing for people, that's beneath us. I'm going to Brown University. I'm going to get a nice job with a nice fancy office where I don't got to get dirty every day. And the sad reality is that those jobs did not build wealth, and many of those jobs could be taken away at the drop of a hat. But if I have a skill, like if I have the kind of skill that a black man in 1945 could make money doing, because there were black people that were actually doing okay at that time. There were black people who were prospering, and a lot of it started off with having that solid foundation, saying, "Look, I just want to own me some land. Maybe I'm gonna raise me some pigs. What I mean? I'm gonna grow me some crops. I'm gonna learn how to fix stuff, right?" Like I think that sort of solid sturdiness was kind of lost because I think that we got very comfortable when we had things like affirmative action that opened doors and possibilities and opportunities. And even in my own family, my career path was very different from my father and my grandfather. My father and my grandfather are the types of men who could fix anything in the house, anytime. Me, I became a college professor.
I hire people to fix things in my house. Right? I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy who's going to go and figure out how to make the air conditioner work. It's just not my thing. And so, but what is my thing? What did give me that sturdiness was when I said, wait a minute. I got to go and start my own business. If I don't start my own business and invest and own something, then he will always own me. If I cannot have something that's mine that I can sink my teeth into, that I can hold on to, then they can take it all away from me. And I just don't want you or your kids to be in that position. So you really cannot get away from the ownership of assets, the hard work required to actually develop and build something of your own. And the great thing about it is that if you're smart and if you love each other, you only have to do it one time. You only got to go. So one person has to make the sacrifice. One, like in football, when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the championship, the running backs and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers got a lot of credit, but it's really the linemen who cleared the path because the linemen block for the quarterback. The linemen are probably the most special players on the field because their job is critically important. When the offensive line doesn't block for the quarterback can't do anything. He gets sacked every time. He looks really bad. So the offensive linemen to me are special because they do the most important job and they get the least credit for that. Right. So in economics, in black wealth, in black empowerment, we're going to have to figure out who are going to be the linemen, who's going to block for the next generation, who's going to make the sacrifice without getting all the shine, all the glory, without being able to, floss and brag and throw money up on Instagram, right? Who's going to be the generation that's going to make the sacrifice? And if you have somebody in the family that does that, that really at a high level that commits to that, then what happens is that if you are appropriate in the way you distribute the benefits of that hard work, then you have children and grandchildren that never have to work for anyone. They're very happy. They live a good life. And it kind of sucks though, because sometimes if you don't teach them the right values, they become these little ungrateful, spoiled little SOBs that we just want to kick them, because they don't know how hard somebody else worked to create that life for them. Right. And that's the other part of it too. That's a really hard part about sacrifices is sometimes you make a sacrifice and you don't even get acknowledged for it. Nobody even really thanks you the way they should. Nobody understands like what you did to create that possibility for them. And so you have to kind of be willing to accept that. And if you are, then I think you have a great opportunity. That's what I've noticed in terms of the secrets to black success. It ain't DEI programs and electing Democrats or Republicans. It comes from core values, raising the kids right, educating at a high level, eating right, mental health, working on mental health, healthy relationships, investing consistently. Things like that is what typically creates security. You don't really get security from a job at all. Like jobs are not secure because if the corporation decides they're bored with you, they'll just flick you off like a blunt, and then you next thing you know, you're right back in the struggle. So I don't think that that's what you want for your children. Okay, so a couple things I want to mention before we head out. Number one, we are going to do another financial slumber party. You guys seem to like that a lot, so we're going to do another one. This is going to be February 7th. Financial slumber party. In case you don't know what that is, that's where we get together really late at night and we wear our pajamas and we bring our popcorn and we talk finance but it'll be like a weird like 11 o'clock, like it starts at 11 p.m. And I'll do a special lecture and a training and we'll play some music and have fun. So if you guys want to join us in the financial slumber party, it's all digital. So we hop on a Zoom basically and do this. And you guys loved the last one so much that I said, let's do another one. So this is going to be February 7th. And we're going to cover exchange traded funds. I'm going to break down ETFs and how ETFs are a pathway to wealth, different types of ETFs, how to pick ETFs for your family, and that will be the training that we'll do that night. So you guys will get a link where you can join the Financial Slumber Party. Those of you that are in the Black Stock Market Program, you can actually come in for free. So if you can do a free trial in the Black Stock Market Program, you can get in for free, or there's a fee. I think it's like $55 or something like that. But you get lifetime access to all the materials, and you can share it with your family, so your family can have the recording forever. So there is a recording max after it's done for anybody that comes in. So so we're doing one of those. Number two, don't forget we're going to Ghana this summer, and Ghana is
Oh gosh, Jay Cameron. Jay Cameron is going to guide us through Ghana. And so if you want to learn more about Ghana and the other trips, they do other trips as well. But the B1 trip will be Ghana, but there are other trips that Jay's company does. So if you go to b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com, you can actually take a look at some of the stuff that's there. Or you can also text the word travel to 87948. So if you text travel on your phone to 87948, I'll send you links and information on trips that we have coming up. We are going to also visit Black Wall Street and basically go there and support financially, but also learn. We're going to learn the history. We're going to the real history. You'd be amazed how much stuff you just never hear from anyone. So that's going to happen. Now Miami, the thing in Miami, we're gonna do the Live Millionaire Training Camp in Miami, and I mentioned February 21st, but what happened? Some things popped up, so we're moving that date back a little bit to March, and I believe it's going to be the weekend of March 7th now. So sorry about that. Sorry to change that. But logistically speaking, we had to move it a little bit. So March 7th is the weekend that we're looking for the Millionaire Training Camp, and that's live. That's in person. So we're all going to meet down in Miami. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and don't forget, if you want to be notified when we meet for class every morning, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So, besides texting morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And I see Errol and Aisha in there, and I know both of you do consulting and things like that. So feel free to drop your information in there as well if you'd like for people to get in touch with you. And I'll leave the Zoom open for a second for you guys to do that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our Millionaire Training Camp, where we cover the art of economic elevation. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. We don't stop. We don't take weekends. Weekends, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean or rude when I say this, but you know what? When you grow up in a world of champions, weekends are for suckers. I'm kidding. You enjoy your weekend. Don't be weird like me. But really though, and you don't understand. See, I'm also super inspired because I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the great Muhammad Ali. So I grew up kind of seeing that as the standard of greatness. I mean, I just watched a big long documentary by Ken Burns about Ali and his life and every great thing that he did. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's so inspiring. I love watching his life, and he knew a lot of people. He lived in a lot of the places I've lived in my life, and he knew a lot of the people who I knew or were connected. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right there in Chicago and in the South Side. I lived in the South Side around the corner from that house where Farrakhan. I remember Minister Farrakhan taking me around the house and showing me and telling me about the story of how in the 1970s the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave him the house. And it's interesting, and he spent all this time in the South Side of Chicago and Louisville and went out and just did these awesome things and just had these ideas and these beliefs about what we need to do as a people to be great, what we got to do to be our absolute best. And I'm gonna tell you, it's for a little kid that grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, that was born around the time of the peak of his career, that grew up watching my father watch him fight against Leon Spinks and that unfortunate fight, Larry Holmes, the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, and all that stuff, and just to have that be right in my city, man, you talk about something that just gives you fire. Oh my God, I love that man so much. I have so much admiration for him, and it's really exciting. And also, his daughter Layla is a friend of mine. So it's just really cool kind of having to go full circle and kind of saying, okay, I think I understand that. I think I understand God's mission. I think that God's mission is that we are supposed to continue what people before us did, right? We're supposed to take that same courage, that same hard work ethic, that same commitment, that same relentless and really tireless desire to make our people great, and we got to run with it, so I think all of us are the greatest, right? So we are the greatest. That's what we are. I am the greatest. You are the greatest. Can't nobody stop us. See, when you show up in your greatness, in my opinion, and you believe in that, can't nobody stop you, man. Can't nobody stop you. I talked to a young black man the other day, and I was explaining to him, I said the biggest battle that any man or any woman has really is the battle with yourself. Most of us unfortunately become our own biggest haters, our own biggest critics. We don't like ourselves very much. We feel like we need validation from white people in order to feel comfortable and in order to be somebody. And I just reject all that stuff. Like I just reject all that. And my belief is that the biggest battle I have every day is the battle against Boyce, right? The battle between the mediocre Boyce and the excellent, outstanding, and empowered Boyce. And he's going to win. This guy's going to win. The empowered Boyce, he's going to win that battle. And it's a daily thing. That's the thing I want to share with you guys too. Is it's a daily thing. It's a constant thing. It's intra daily. I mean, it happens all day long, every day. In the next hour, are you going to be excellent? Or are you going to be average? Right? Are you going to be your best, or are you going to be your worst? Are you going to stand up, or are you going to sit down? Are you going to give up, or are you going to keep going? Those little decisions are made every single day, all day long. And I can tell you 100% certainty that everybody feels that. Everybody goes through that, right? So anyway, and in fact, if you look at the life of Ali, just since we're talking about him, if you look at Ali, you'll notice that in the course of his life, you saw times where he was extraordinary and outstanding, and then you saw times where he was mediocre. You saw times where he did his best and he showed up, and and he'd fight like hell. But then you saw times where he didn't show up prepared, right? And sometimes he had to get his butt kicked, right? Shout out to Joe Frazier, a great fighter, right? Joe Frazier knocked him on his butt, and a few other people did. And every time he got knocked on his butt, he would come back and he'd say, okay, I got to go back to the basics. I'm going to go back to what made me great. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back and stop acting like a celebrity. I'm going to start pushing hard again. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to make sure I'm ready. So this is the interesting thing that I want you to understand. And this is not even related to our topic for today, but God tells me what to say and I always listen. Is that, remember this, that when you become great at something, right? So let's just start the conversation off right. How many of you want to be great at something? How many of you believe that you are capable of being great at something? How many of you are striving for greatness in your life? I hope that I've convinced you that Black excellence should be just mandatory for all of us. And everybody's version of Black excellence is going to differ. Everybody's version of what it means to be Black, what it means to be outstanding is going to vary, right? But how many of you want to be Black and excellent? Give me a yes. Excellence, I think, is something that should be required for us to even come in this room together, a commitment and a belief in that. Well, here's the thing I want you to understand about greatness, in my opinion. There's a difference between being the best and being at your best. This is where I become a statistician. One thing that we do in statistics is they'll say, so what's the volatility? And you'll say, well, this is the volatility. And then they'll say, well, what's the volatility of the volatility, right? Or they'll say, well, what's the average? And you'll say, well, the average is 12. And they'll say, well, what's the average of the average? And what people don't understand is that there's always a layer beneath what you think is the bottom layer, meaning that there you might say, well, who's the best basketball player in the world? And you might say, well, I don't know, LeBron James or Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or whatever, right? But then you might look at Michael Jordan's life and say, on what days was he actually showing up as the best? And what days did he show up as somebody else? At what days did he show up as the Michael Jordan that we remember, the legend, the amazing guy that we know he is as an athlete anyway? And what days did he just show up as an imposter, right? What days did he think that just putting on the number 23 and just showing up with a basketball under his arm was the same as him being the great Michael Jordan? At what point did he forget that to be a Michael Jordan or to be great at anything, it requires a certain number of ingredients, right? It requires a culture, it requires a certain approach to things, right? It requires a standard. It requires being prepared for the battle, preparation for the battle. And some days he did not prepare for the battle, and the days he did not prepare were the days when he did not do as well as he wanted to do. Those are the days where he failed. Right. And a lot of us go through that every single day. There's something to prepare for. There's some kind of battle. And one thing I tell the kids all the time, and this is an economic statement. This is an investing statement. This is a statement about investing. I say preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to, if you prepare at an optimal level for everything in your life that matters for you, then you are going to win. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If you prepare for all the things that matter for you, you will succeed. You will give yourself the best chance of success. You may not always succeed the first time, but success is more likely to show up and greet you when you show up prepared to receive it. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Wealth ain't nothing but financial preparation. Financial security ain't nothing but economic preparation. Being rich ain't nothing but the fact that in the past I prepared for this moment. I'm showing up to you in this moment as a guy that's got money in the bank, as a guy who's got financial security, as a guy I'm talking to you right now, and I'm sitting here talking to you from Europe, right? I'm literally in Denmark right now. I'm showing up in this moment in a certain way because I prepared for this moment. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? If I had not prepared for this moment, then this moment would not exist. When it comes to the life you want, economic life, otherwise, and not just the money, I'm talking about also the things that are more important than money, the other things that you invest in that money cannot buy, you have to prepare for that. If you want to have an excellent family, I meet some of you, you say, this is my beautiful wife and my 7 kids, and the kids are all sitting there all well-behaved, and he's an engineer, and she's a scientist, and she's got her own business, and he's got $1 million in his portfolio. Well, that tells me that you prepared. You didn't make all them babies in 30 seconds. Those are not babies that were born last night. When you show me what you are looking like right now, and you're this really healthy, successful family of 7, and I've been married to my wife 30 years, and we're worth over $1 million, and we got 7 kids, and 2 of them are in Ivy League schools, and the other 2 are making millions of dollars again. That tells me that there was thousands of little steps that took for you to prepare for this moment where you're presenting this to me. Like you're presenting this masterpiece, like an artist, you're presenting this masterpiece that you've been painting for the last 30 years in a very intricate way. And I'm like, wow, look at that art. That's amazing. And this is a financial consciousness exercise. This is a consciousness exercise because unfortunately you live in a world where people believe in this Disney fairy tale, this myth, this big, fat, stinky, fat, nasty ass lie called instant gratification. You got people that really think that you can make success the same way you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid. Just add water and put some sugar in it and stir it up real hard. It's going to taste delicious. You can't create success like Kool-Aid. Success is it's like your mama's crock pot. You remember your mama would put food in the crock pot in the morning, and it would take like 12 hours for it to stew while she's at work all day. That kind of thing. Except it's like even worse than that. It's like a crock pot that sometimes you got to let the stuff stew in the crock pot for like 20 or 30 years. Right. You have to that's what greatness looks like. That's what economic success looks like. That's what a strong family looks like. That's what health looks like. Physical health. When somebody shows up with all big muscles or they looking good and they slim. Oh, that's hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the gym that you're looking at. That's thousands of little decisions to pick up the carrots instead of the potato chips. Right. That's thousands of little choices to say, I'm going to get my butt up out of the bed at 5 a.m. and go to the gym today, even though I'd rather sleep in and eat, and eat ice cream and hang out with my friends, right? So remember, everything is a culmination. Everything is an accumulation process. Most things in life that matter for you, most things that are really worth something, whether you're talking about greatness or you're like Ali, or you're talking about, greatness financially or anything else, it's an accumulation. That's what wealth is. See, that's what you got to understand. In finance, we refer to wealth as what you call a stock. It is a stock. It means you've been stacking your nuts for the winter. You've been stacking your paper. You've been stack, putting stuff in the storeroom, right? Now you got this big storeroom full of money, and that's wealth. That's why we call it a stock. But see, people don't see the stock. They're not thinking about the stock,
Like we talk about stock markets and all that's connected. It's deep stuff. What people see in the world of instant gratifications, they don't see the stock. What they see is a thing called the flow. The flow builds the stock. See, here's the flow. The flow is income. How much money you make? How much I gonna get paid? What's my paycheck gonna look like? Oh, he doing good. Look at how much money he's making. That you ever hear people talk like that? Like they just say, well, how are they doing? Oh, they doing good. He got a good job, making good money. So what they're talking about is the flow. They're not talking about the stock. In mathematics, maybe you might say they're talking about the first derivative, not the second derivative. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The first level, not the second level. Because really, if you want to ask a question about how somebody's doing financially, you don't say, well, how much money they're making. No, what you say is, well, how much wealth did they create with that money? Because money doesn't mean anything if it flows in your pocket and out, then goes out. If it comes in the front door and goes out the back door. It's like Mexican food. You eat it and then it leaves your body and then you're hungry again, right? So if all you focus on is the flow and you don't think about the stock, then you're missing the majority. You're looking at the tip, but you ain't even paying no attention to the damn iceberg. See, what you got to understand is that income means nothing without wealth. Income is the little brother. Wealth is the big brother. Income is an opportunity to create wealth. And if you think about this, pay attention. Most people in America don't build any wealth. They work 50 straight years, make millions of dollars, thousands of hours at the job, and they got nothing to show for it. Their income, and I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in this category, because they trick you into this. They trick you. Remember, you're in a world of instant gratification. So don't think I'm shaming you for being tricked. It tricks a lot of us, right? So because we're focused on the flow and not on the stock, we make the money and then the money's gone, and then you have to go make more money because now you're out of money because you spent the money that you made and right? And so when we talk about the word poor, what does the word poor stand for in this class? We talk about poor all the time. Poor stands for what? P-O-O-R. Give me the acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So if you are a hardworking person who has busted your butt for some corporation for many, many years, and you still feel poor, you still feel financially strapped and everything's kind of stuck, then what's probably occurred to some extent, and I want to say this without you feeling like I'm beating up on you. I am not holier than thou. I'm not a man who's never made mistakes. I am not here to sit here and shame you about your life. So let's just make that clear. But poor, what's happened is that you passed over opportunities repeatedly. I bet you when I come in here and I tell you depressing things like, well, if you had spent $1,800 on Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million in the bank right now. That pisses you off. That it should. It's like, man, wait, what? Huh? Nobody told me that, right? Somebody told me I had to spend $1,800 at the club, or I need to go on vacation that year, right? You're like, damn. Right? You get mad, right? You get FOMO, but that's okay. That's that first step. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get mad. See, what I've noticed about champions and great people, like I was talking about Ali, is like I think people that have a high standard for themselves, that have high expectations for themselves, that believe in the pursuit of excellence and are willing to sacrifice for that, they tend to be frustrated sometimes. I'm frustrated with Boyce every single day. Every day I get mad at Boyce. Every day I'm like, damn, come on, Boyce. You're supposed to get up. You're supposed to work 12 hours. You only work 9. Oh, dang, Boyce. You'll never be great if you keep on giving up so early. Boyce, you really should have stuck with it. Boyce, if you had done this in 2021, you'd be here in 2025. Now you're starting over again because you messed around and didn't start when you should have started, right? So frustration comes with the territory. So what I kind of am okay with, and I want you to do is I want you to think about the benefit of being a frustrated Black person. But here's the thing. I don't want you frustrated about what white folks are doing. I don't think that benefits you. I've never met a white man who's going to change his behavior because I'm frustrated with him. I don't know anybody running this government or running these corporations or anywhere that's going to change their policies because I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that you keep taking Black wealth. I'm frustrated that you're selling us toxic fast food and killing us. I'm frustrated that you're telling us to destroy our families, right? Yeah, I can be frustrated with you, but I don't think they really care. But I think that if you're frustrated with you and you see you and your choices as the primary driver of what's going to make you great, then I think that will give you more benefit. At least if you're going to be stressed out, you're stressed out for a cause. You're stressed out for a purpose you can believe in. You're stressed out in a way that you're going to get a return on investment, right? So anyway, before I move on, I want to mention really, really quickly that the ladies at Nubian Money did a great show yesterday
about these trade-offs that we make in terms of family and finances. We touched this a little bit, but really, I think this is this is the sweet spot, man. This is when you talk about Black wealth, you gotta blend in that relationship and family conversation and the mental health conversation. That's how you get to the bottom of this mystery. The mystery is, what the hell happened to our money? Why is it not growing? Who took it? How do we lose it? What's happening? They did a great conversation. They had five intelligent Black women. There's Lala, Constance Carter. She ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. Dr. Lene Javette. Who else was there? Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who's out of Botswana. So you got an African family-oriented perspective from that. And there was someone else there, and I don't remember the name. But anyway, I'm going to text that out to you guys because I think you should watch this episode because it was really, really good. They did this yesterday. And by the way, if you want to get notified when they go live every day, 5 days a week. You can just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they will and they can send you a link when they go live and all that good stuff. Okay, so in fact, their conversation was so interesting that I wanted to drill into this just a little bit more, so we can kind of understand a framework. I think that, white people are not the only ones who can come up with their own theories and frameworks and of how to approach things. I think we need our own, right? And this is something that we do as scholars. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, that's what you do as a scholar. You develop theories and you do research and you come up with models, right? So I want to talk about the model of the Black family as it pertains to wealth building. We've touched on this before, but I really want to touch on it in a slightly different way so we can really understand this. So I'm going to start with a basic question. Start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Or answer. Don't give me a yes or no. Just answer. Children. Very expensive. In America, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Childcare, all that stuff, stress. So are children an asset or are children an expense? An asset or an expense? Some of you that have been in this class for a long time are going to jump in with an answer because you've heard me talk about this before. Are children an asset or an expense? I will sip my coffee as about 90% of you are going to give the wrong answer. The ones who are really on it are giving the right answer. I see a few of you are. A lot of you are saying asset. Not many are saying expense. That's good. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay, they're both. Yeah, they're both. Basically, if I give you an asset, let's think about an asset like a car. A car is an asset, and people talk about it as a depreciating asset, but that's just the capital gains part of a car. Like a car's value is not going to go up. So yeah, if you buy a car and say, I'm going to hold it for 10 years and then resell it for a higher price, you're probably not going to be able to do that with 95% of most cars. So that is correct. But that does not mean that ownership of a car can't be a positive ROI experience for you, right? It doesn't, like, imagine this. Imagine if you have no money and someone says, I can pay you $300 a day to deliver products for me, but you need a vehicle. So you say, okay. So you go buy a car, and now you're making $300 a day. Let's say you're working every day of the month because you're a hustler. So now you're making $9,000 a month because you went out and you spent X amount of dollars to buy you a car. Is that a good move for you financially? Let's assume you save and invest that money as well and all that. Would that be a good move? Would buying the car be a positive ROI decision for you? Would you have gotten something good out of that asset? Give me a yes in the chat or a no. The answer is absolutely yes. So in that particular context, buying a car is a good move, right? It was good for you. Hooray, right? Good. We smart today, right? So never ever let anybody make you think that buying a car is always a bad, stupid thing to do. That's not the case. A car is an asset because you can sell a car just like you can sell shares of stock or sell a house. What makes an asset valuable or not, or what makes it a good asset or whatever, is what you do with it. It's what you do with it. So if I get a car and I'm using the car to make money, then the car is a positive financial asset for me. If I get the car and I just use it for nothing, I sit in my driveway or I just drive it around and don't make any money from it, then it becomes a negative net worth kind of thing. Then I have to be really careful, because if I overspend on the car, if I do what a lot of people do and invest everything in my car and don't invest it in stocks, bonds, real estate, none of that stuff, then I'm going to end up in a negative net worth position where I'm looking fly driving my Cadillac Escalade, but my net worth is negative because this Escalade took $100,000 off of my net worth, right? So when you think about what an asset is, I want you to really think about it carefully, because a lot of whether an asset generates value comes down to how you use it. Let's get back to families and children. Same thing is true with kids and children. The reason that answer is both is that children are an asset that can really add value to the family wealth. We've talked about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point. If you want to see me break it all down in a different way, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club and get 30% off. So drboycebooks.com. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I break all this down. So I'm not going to go through that point, but what I am going to say is that what you want to consider is that when you talk about the Black family or we talk about kids, a lot of the conversation about kids and family comes down to the expense of having a family, how it's expensive in terms of not just the money. The average child costs $300,000. Also, it's expensive in terms of time and energy. I've heard, I think that the Disney girl, the girl who did the mermaid movie, that she had the baby with the rapper / influencer. And then like a lot of families, they broke up before the baby was born or right after the baby was born. I guess that's a convenient time to destroy your child's life. It's like make sure you get her pregnant and then break up with her right after the pregnancy, right? Or just leave that man as soon as the baby's born. Make sure that baby ain't got no daddy in the house, because we got to make sure that baby stays extra black, right? That's what it means to be black. Being black means you ain't got no daddy in the house. What the hell are you doing with a daddy in the house talking about you black? We taking your black card, right? That's kind of what's happening in America. It's very, very sad. But anyway, let me stop sounding like an angry old man. But here's the deal. So I heard him on an interview, and he said, yeah, bro, you know, having a relationship, it's like a part-time job. It's a part-time job. And I was sitting there while I was watching, I was like, yeah, bro, relationships are a lot of work. It is. It feels like being married. You just try being married. That's a full-time job, right? And so it's hard work for sure. There's no question about it. I think that the question then becomes, how do you frame it, right? Because here's the deal. The same person who says that the relationship is hard work and it's like a part-time job might be a person who actually has a part-time job. So I would say, well, if you don't want to work on behalf of the family, like why are you going to work on behalf of the corporation? Right? You're going to your job, and that's not even a part-time, that's a full-time job, right? Or maybe you work hard at basketball, right? That's a full-time job. But you didn't quit basketball. You didn't say, man, bro, basketball is like a full-time job, I had to quit. No, you stuck with it. You kept doing it, right? But then there's other things you do, right? Everybody has 24 hours in a day, and everybody's kind of doing something, right? Most of us are working on something. I bet if I ask you, give me a yes or no in the chat, do you have something every day that you're doing that's taking a lot of time and energy, that's requiring sacrifice, that's maybe draining you, it's kind of wearing you out, get you tired at the end of the day? Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your fitness, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's that business, maybe it's what, right? Everybody's got something that they're working on, but there's kind of a discernment. There's a decision that's made in terms of what we're doing with that time, right? There's a decision, right? So if I'm working hard on something that doesn't seem to add value to my life, then I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to say, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. But if I'm working on something that has a payoff at the end of the road, or so I believe, then I will work hard on that. Like, for example, I've seen people that will work really hard, like staying fly, looking good, right? They will spend time in the Gucci store and spend money, like buying the nicest whatever, because they want to get on Instagram and have Louis Vuitton from head to toe. Or maybe they'll spend time at the hair salon and the nail salon and doing all the work. I mean, I've seen how much work the ladies have to put in to look good. It's impressive. I mean, it's expensive and time consuming. It's like, wow, like y'all, but y'all look good. Black women, beautiful, all of you, right? Congratulations, that's amazing, right? And you do it because there's some sort of inherent ROI, right? You see this outcome as some sort of an asset that you're willing to invest in. And you don't really hear a lot of women say, I stopped getting my hair and my nails done, and I stopped taking showers because they take too much work to smelling good, looking good. Oh, that's too much work. So I just stay in my house. I stay funky. I cut my hair off. I decided I'm not even gonna try to look nice for anyone ever at any point for anything, right? Most women don't make that decision. Most men don't either, right? But ladies, I point to the ladies especially because I know I want to show how much appreciation I have for the work that you put in to looking good. It is really, really amazing, right? But you do it. You put in the time and you put in the energy into this job because you see the ROI. And the thing about the return on investment, ROI, that's what ROI stands for. The return on investment, it doesn't always have to be real. It doesn't always have to be something that really is going to happen. You just have to believe it's there. You have to see it, right? So here's where I'm going with this. If I have a kid and I see children as an ROI, if I see, okay, you know what, putting time into this kid, it's hard work, but having put time in this kid, I'm going to get to be a dad. My kid's gonna grow up and love me. They're gonna maybe the kids are, my kids are gonna, when I get older, I'll have some people that are there for me. So I got these 7 kids and I'm investing in all of them. They're not all gonna be the same, but I'm gonna really do my best to be a good parent and stay with their mom so that they can have stability and have a structured household so they don't grow up half crazy and mad at the world and they actually come back to the family. The home's gonna be loving. I'm gonna put work into making a loving home so that even when they're gone and they don't have to come back, they're gonna still want to come back. And then when they're in their 40s and I'm in my 70s, they're going to want to come back and check on dad and they're going to bring all the grandkids and I'm going to have this big family around me at Thanksgiving dinner. And this is my return on investment. This is my vision that I have for the world. This is my vision I have for my life. And that's why I'm investing in that vision, right? That's also a very logical approach to things, right? You are okay. That's what you see. But if I am living in a world of instant gratification, where all you see is the flow, but you don't see the stock. Let's go back to the beginning. If all I see is the work and I don't see the reward, or let's say I see the work and I don't even value the reward, or I don't believe the reward is attainable, or I've never seen anyone have the reward. I've never seen what a grandfather looks like when he's smiling because he's happy to have 27 grandkids around. I don't respect any of that. I don't know nothing about that, right? Then maybe I'm going to make a different economic decision. And this is an economic decision. Just be clear. We're not always talking about money. We're talking about the allocation of scarce resources, which is really the fundamental of economics. You don't understand. See, finance, I got my PhD in finance, but we are, to some extent, we are posers. The true economists are the people over in the economics department. They were better at math than we were. They understood what money really is. Money is just a representation of value. And it's not the only representation of value. It's like if there was a singing group like the Jackson 5, Money is like Michael Jackson. Money is the Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5. But then you got Tito and Marlon and Jackie, and you have a whole group here, right? So what I mean by that is money is one representation of value, just like Michael is one representation of the Jackson family. But if you do the research on the Jackson family, you'll know that Catherine and Joe had a whole bunch of kids. And some of them were really talented. Some of them were super famous. Janet was super famous. Jermaine was pretty famous, right? We even know about Tito and Marlon and all that. And then there's like an underlying sort of infrastructure that led to the manifestation of the Jackson family, that there's a whole legacy and a story to this, such that if all you know is Michael, then you're probably missing about 95% of the Jackson story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what the point I want to make. If all you know about is money, then you're missing about 95% of the economic story. If all you know is cash flow and investing and money and all that, then you're missing the whole damn point. You're just seeing the bright, shiny object that's out front. And Michael was amazing. Don't get me wrong, money's nice. But there was a whole lot going on in the background to even make all this happen. Without the Jackson 5 and without Joe and Catherine getting together and going on a first date and all these other things and building a certain kind of a family structure, there is no Michael Jackson. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you get this analogy here. So if your goal is to get money and I want to understand money, I want to learn about money, then you must also, it helps to really understand economics as a construct that's far bigger than money. And then if you really want to understand economics, then you should understand the underlying infrastructure
that determines how your economics shows up, how economic decision making is made. And then you start getting off into these other areas that seem to be almost disconnected. Well, what kind of women were you picking when you were 25 years old? Well, Dr. Boyce, why would you ask me that question? Well, because the types of women that you pick is going to determine a lot of your outcomes economically and financially. Or if I just ask, well, what do you like to eat fried chicken or do you eat vegetables? Which one is more likely to end up on your plate? The fried chicken or well, why would you ask me that question? You're supposed to be a financial. No, I'm asking you an economic question because if you understand economics and finances at a deep level, you'll know how much money, how many people go bankrupt because of the healthcare system, because their bodies are not in good shape and they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a surgery that costs $300,000, which wipes out their entire lifetime of net worth. So you'll understand. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? Really, if you want to fix an issue, you got to go to the root of that damn thing. You got to go to the root. People don't go to the root. They don't go to, you go to the doctor, you're like, I got cancer, so my arm hurts. And they put a Band-Aid on your arm and they say, okay, you're healthy now, you're healed. And then you don't understand why the cancer keeps spreading, why you're dying, because the doctor all he did was he looked at the cut on your arm and put a Band-Aid on it. And nobody did whatever, the ultrasounds and the CT scans and the blood tests. Nobody did any of that. They just saw the cut and put a Band-Aid on it. It's okay, you're good now, go home. And that's what we do when it comes to the economics. We think that we can fix Black economics without really fixing Black culture. We think we can build Black wealth without building Black family. We think we can build Black wealth without working on the mental health. We think we can build Black wealth without talking about the physical health. And if you know economics the way I do, again, I taught my first finance class when I was 22 years old at the University of Kentucky. I've been doing it that long. You'll know that it's a very complex process. Like everything that happens in your life, especially financially, is a manifestation of many thousands of little intricate processes that you may never think about. So you see Michael Jackson on stage and he wows you because he can sing and dance and he's wearing the sparkling suit. There's thousands of little things that had to happen for that moment to even occur. So here's what I want to dig into. And before I move on, just a reiteration, I want to remind you a couple things. Number one, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is the weekend of August 24th. It's going to be in Atlanta. We are partnering with an alliance of Black organizations. So you're getting the best convention ever this year. You're getting a convention where there will be not a few hundred people, there will be thousands of people there. And we are connecting with Africa. Dr. Ken Harris and his organization, the Black Business League, they're bringing over, I think he said 6 African presidents are coming. So it's African-American business owners and families connecting with Africa. It's epic. It's going to be historic. We are making Black history because we are great like that. You are great like that. And because great people can't be great without other great people around them. So this is happening August 24th in Atlanta. And on top of that, the tickets will be cheaper than they were before. So I'll make an announcement on the tickets very, very soon. Some of you have already bought your tickets. Those tickets will be honored, but we're going to have to do kind of a reset on exactly how everything's structured. We'll have that done in the next few weeks. We're just hammering out some details. Number 2, we are doing a Millionaire Training Camp, an Economic Elevation Summit live in Miami on February 21st, the weekend of February 21st. So go ahead and get prepared. You can buy your ticket, get your hotel, everything else. I'll let you guys know. We're making the deal with the hotel. We should sign the deal very soon. I will let you all know as soon as it's done so you can join us at the Economic Elevation Summit that's going to be in Miami February 21st. So we're going to do LA. And we had our contract, but unfortunately, LA is not the best place to have a conference right now because for obvious reasons. I don't want to force you to have to fly over a forest fire to get there. So maybe LA in the future. God bless you, though, if you live in LA, and my heart's really with you. What's going on out there is absolutely terrible. All right, so we talked about this, whether kids are an asset or an expense. The ladies at Fly Nubian Money broke this down yesterday. So to finish up their conversation, one of the things that I want to share with you is research studies that connect to the family thing. One of the biggest points of debate that consistently happens is how do you balance it, right? What do you choose, family or money, or family or career, and all this other stuff? And a lot of times I think the choices are made difficult for both men and women.
I think for women, it's probably a little bit tougher in certain ways because y'all have the babies, and there are certain household domestic expectations society puts on women. But it's a decision for men as well, and it's one that men have to also grapple with in our own way. And one of the things about the family and children is that you have to decide in the beginning, is this investment, because it's going to be an investment, this, in terms of time and money, is this going to be an asset or is it going to be an expense? An expense is where you just do something that's hard and nothing comes out of it. Like you raise a bunch of kids and there's no benefit to it. You just did something nice for someone else, almost like charity. An asset, an investment means I did all this hard work. I busted my butt, and now there's a payoff at the end. Like my mother, when she died, bless her heart, rest her soul, Robin Watkins. When she died on Christmas Eve, my sister was the medical doctor right next to her bed because my mother invested in my sister and loved her enough to make her want to be next to her dying mother. And also, she encouraged her to go back to medical school. So after going back to medical school, my sister was qualified as a physician to check on my mother. That was an asset that she created through love, right? She made investments not with money, but with time and love and energy, things like that. And also, I was able to pay a couple bills because my parents invested in me. My father invested in me when I was 3. Some of you know the story. I was not his biological son. I had a biological father who, for whatever reason, wasn't part of my life. I think drugs and stuff got him a little bit distracted. And this other man said, I'm going to put down the drugs. I'm going to walk away from the drugs because he went to Vietnam. A lot of drugs happened there. And he decided to raise me. So he invested in me. So now I'm more loyal to the man that raised me than I ever could have been to the man who actually created me, right? So that was another investment. So we've talked about this kind of thing in terms of kids, whether they're an asset or they're just an expense. It depends on your perspective and your mindset. So here's the thing. If you see family as an asset worthy of investment, and I'm not just talking about the people you're biologically related to. I told you about my dad, right? A lot of my kids are not biologically related to me, but they are investments. They're, for me. If you see children as an asset that you invest in, then one of the things you have to understand is that an asset only has value if you are A, making investments in the asset, and B, qualified and trained to maintain the asset. Let me explain. Let's go back to the example earlier. Now, remember we talked about a car and I said, yes, a car is an asset. A car is, it is an asset. And what you get out of the asset depends on what you're going to do with the car. Well, it doesn't just so getting something out of the car isn't just a matter of whether or not you use the car. Like if you don't use it, you just sit in the driveway, then it's going to be a huge waste of money. But if you use it properly and make money from it, then it becomes a good move. But also remember this, in addition to using the car and investing in driving the car, you also have to know how to drive. See, if I buy a car, and let's say the car is going to be a great asset for me because I'm going to use it to deliver pizzas or whatever. But let's imagine if I drove blindfold every day. Or imagine if I just would get high and drunk and get behind the wheel every time I drove my car. Or imagine if I never took the time to get a driver's license and I got behind the car and I'm drunk and I got blindfold on and also I never learned how to drive. Is that asset going to pay off for me? Yes or no? What's going to happen with this asset if I take control of this asset and I just don't know what to do with it? I totally mess it up. I drive 120 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I make sure that I'm high on weed and liquor every time I get behind the wheel, and I'm also looking at my cell phone and wearing a blindfold at the same time. Then that asset is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. That's going to be a liability. It's going to be a huge expense, and it's not going to help improve my life on any level, right? Well, it's the same way when you talk about having kids. Well, it's the same way when you talk about things like marriage and family. See, the marriage and the family and the children, that's an asset that, like a car, it can drive you anywhere you need to go. It can help you to elevate in a multitude of ways. It can make your life so much better than it would have been otherwise. But the ability to maximize that asset comes down to your training level as it pertains to knowing how to use the asset. See, one of the people that we sponsor in the Black Business School, I love to brag about this because I love this kid, is LeVar Scott. LeVar Scott is a 21-year-old NASCAR driver. He was Rookie of the Year this year, and he wears a Black Business School suit when he gets in his races. I have so much admiration for LeVar. He's 100% Black, and he's a badass, and this year, we're going to win some NASCAR races. We bought him a simulator so he could. I told him, I said, man, I send him like Michael Jordan quotes and Muhammad Ali quotes in the morning, and I'll send him like motivational videos, and I'm like, you can
can do it, man. Come on, bro. We're going to get this win because he got second place by like a half a second. This year, we're going to get a win. And when he gets a win, I'm going to brag about him. But here's the thing about LeVar. LeVar knows his way around a car. LeVar knows race cars extremely well. He knows that you can give him a big old, $1 million car with this revving engine with all these complex systems, and LeVar knows exactly what to do with it. So LeVar can get in that car and he can smoke your butt. He can go 250 miles an hour around that track and be good with that. Now, imagine if you gave that same car to me. And let's say that I'm also, not only am I unqualified, but I'm also sleepy and I'm on drugs. That would be an absolute tragedy. Somebody's going to die that day. Somebody's going to die that day, right? So LeVar's ability to drive the car is critical for his ability to get the most out of that vehicle, right? He understands how these things work. So your family is like that car. If you know what to do, it can be a tremendous asset for you. If you know how to manage problems when they come up, then great things can still happen. If you know how to pick the right woman or the right man, if you know how to raise the kids, if you are trained on how to negotiate issues in your relationship, if you know how to set up the right situation and maximize that, then that's like LeVar's race car. It will take you 250 miles an hour down the road. You'll be far ahead of your friends. You'll be kicking butt, taking names, and kicking ass. But what I want you to understand, I want you to think about our society, though. And I want you to ask yourself, how much time does the Black community spend teaching young people how to manage a family? Or I want you to think about how many people out here are really good at making babies, men and women, but they don't know a damn thing about raising one. Seriously. I mean, the same way you need a driver's license to drive a car. I'm sorry, I offend people, but I almost feel like maybe we need a license for you to start having kids. Like, right? You need to get a baby license. Like, are you qualified to drive that vehicle, right? Did you go through the necessary requirements to take control of this asset that's in front of you? Because if you did not, you gonna kill somebody. Someone will get hurt because you got 4 kids and don't know a damn thing about raising them because you didn't even fix your own trauma. You're still screwed up from the fact that your parents also didn't have a license and they messed you up so bad that now you're messing up the babies. So to some extent, you're kind of passing the psychological STD to the kids. Right? You're giving them this generation, a big dose of generational trauma. You're supposed to give them generational wealth. Instead, you've taken the generational wealth and replaced it with generational trauma. So instead of our kids being rich with assets and stocks and real estate, they're rich with pain and agony and addiction and stress and anxiety and all these things, and they got it from their mama. They got it from the daddy. They got it from the parents who took control of this asset called a child and never got the qualification to control that asset. No different from if I was to take control of one of LeVar Scott's $1 million race cars. So what I'm going to say to you is this. I'm going to tell you, I don't give a damn what is trained in an educational system. I don't care what we say people need to know to be successful in life, academic. No, I don't care about what your university told you because I'm a college professor. I have the qualifications to override all of that. I'm telling you that when you decide what education a Black person needs in America, you need to be educated on the things that are going to make a difference in your life. When you ask me, what should I take a class on? I'm going to be like, did you take a class on motherhood? If you ask, what should I study? Hey, did you take a class on how to be a good husband? Maybe you should do that. If you ask Dr. Boyce, what should I invest my energy into? Did you're traumatized. You got beat, abandoned, mistreated, neglected as a child. Did you go and heal from your trauma? Because if you didn't heal from your trauma, then you're gonna start a family and you're gonna F it up. I would say fuck it up, but I'm not gonna cuss today. So instead of saying fuck it up, I'm gonna say F it up. Now you can't say I cussed. So here's the deal. Let me give you some quick stats let's stick to the trauma thing. My wife is an expert on trauma, actually. She's not just a high-level therapist. We talked about this. She helped us create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, but she's also an expert on trauma. Let me tell you some linkages here so you know why Black wealth is dropping and why it's connected to Black families being destroyed and what's really happening here. So let's just talk about trauma. Give me a yes if you agree that trauma is huge in our community. Give me a yes if you feel like there are, or even maybe tell me about yourself. Like, how many of you were traumatized as a child? Anybody? I didn't know. I took the trauma test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was traumatized through the roof. I didn't know this. I was like, I thought I just had a normal Black upbringing. Your daddy abandoned you. Your other daddy was a Vietnam veteran police commander who liked to maybe beat people up sometimes, and it just emotional dismissiveness and the stuff that we go through in our families is pretty horrible. Okay, so trauma is huge. Well, check this out. Pay attention. This will help you connect the dots in terms of what's going on here, in terms of what's happening with wealth and family. Here are 3 ways that trauma can impact your ability to have a healthy relationship, therefore have a healthy family. 1, emotional regulation. Trauma can make it difficult to manage emotions. Surprise, right? Trauma, and we thought traumatized people were emotionally stable, leading to heightened reactions or withdrawal. So, traumatized people like us, it's very hard to take things like rejection or somebody hurt your feelings because it all reminds you of stuff that happened when you were 7. Man, it sucks. It's like, damn. Trust issues. What do you think? You think it doesn't surprise you that traumatized people have a hard time trusting? Experiencing trauma can lead to difficulty in trusting others, causing barriers to forming close connections. So you're traumatized. You can't trust nothing. You put up walls. You block out everything good, right? Because you're blocking out the bad. You're giving yourself like an emotional type of chemotherapy. You know how chemo kills people, right? Chemo kills the bad cells, but it kills everything else. So a lot of people, they get cancer, they die from the chemo, not from the cancer, right? The chemo and the cancer form a tag team partnership, like a tag team wrestling match where they just both like, we gonna kill him. Okay, when you're not killing him, I'm gonna kill him, right? So that's what it is. It's like an emotional chemo, right? I'm so busy trying to block out the bad that I'm also gonna block out the good just so nothing can get in. And then it just goes to hell anyway. Communication difficulties. Trauma can affect how individuals express themselves, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts in relationships. Most good relationships, whether you're talking about the breakup of a business team, or you're talking about the breakup of a music group that could be making millions of dollars, or you're talking about the breakup of a relationship, in many cases, things like miscommunication is massive, right? Somebody says something, you interpret it a certain way because of your trauma. Next thing you know, your feelings are hurt, and then you react based on this reality you formed in your head that isn't the actual reality. Next thing you know, somebody is no longer your friend when really a good conversation could have smoothed things over. Like, for example, Biggie and Pac both died, both of them billion-dollar brands, billions of dollars in wealth lost in the Black community because they didn't get a chance to sit down with, I don't know, Louis Farrakhan or something and talk it out. If Farrakhan had got those 2 guys together, took them in a room, and worked with them, helped them talk it out, I guarantee you that both of these men will be alive today. Now, Biggie, he had a weight issue. Hopefully, he would have fixed that by now, but I really think Tupac, I don't know, Tupac, maybe he'd be a senator or something, so I don't know what he'd be doing, maybe rapping with Dr. Dre, who knows? But, well, you got AI, so now he's rapping with everybody. But you get the point. So the point of the matter is to say that one investment, one expense that could lead to an improvement in the maximal use of a certain asset called family, which is connected to another asset called wealth, is to heal. You have to heal, right? Healing should be required. Healing should be not something that's optional, something that you do just because you happen to go to an Ayanna Van Zant seminar. It should be something that you just do because you're like, wait a minute, I want to maximize this thing. I want to be wealthy. I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to show up for the battle in a proper way. So in order for me to show up properly, I got to work on myself. I got to dig into me. I can't sit around just blaming the world for the rest of my life. I got to start with the person in the mirror. And a lot of people don't want to do that. This is an elevated conversation. We don't live in a society that encourages accountability. It's a society that encourages you to blame everybody. I'm going to blame the Democrats. I'm blaming the Republicans. I'm blaming the bankers. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming men. I'm blaming women. And everybody does all that. And I guarantee you that 99% of those people are not happy with their lives. The people that tend to be happiest, the people that tend to get to where they want to get to, the people that tend to build the wealth and have the success tend to be people that understand that accountability really starts at home.
that I cannot look at the world until I look at Boyce Watkins. And that's really hard to do because then I'm going to start seeing stuff that maybe I'm not comfortable looking at. Can I get an amen on that if you agree? Okay, so another thing that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money covered, and I'll send you guys this episode. I'll text it to you. Make sure you're on the text list for this class, by the way. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, Constance Carter is going to be live this afternoon on Fly Nubian Money. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified that she's alive as well. She's really smart. She's been in here before, and I really like Constance a lot. All right, so the other thing here too is I want you to just understand that the real goal, and this is the clear message from today that I want you to understand, is let's circle back when we were talking about earlier, what it looks like for somebody to be successful. When we talked about Ali being the greatest, we talked about what a millionaire or billionaire looks like, what a financially stable person looks like. We talked about what it looks like to have this really successful, healthy family. To me, that's just a display. You're showing the culmination, the accumulation of thousands of little decisions, whatever it is, right? When someone shows up with $1 billion in the bank, it's because they made 10,000 little decisions that created the $1 billion. They made 10,000 of little investments that added up to $1 billion. So they're showing up to the battle fully prepared because they understand the battles are won well before they even start. Sun Tzu said this in The Art of War. Their battles are won before they begin. The winner is the one who's prepared. The winner is the one who's done the work. The winner is the one who's made the investment. So when you talk about this in life, here's the thing. Here's what I want to leave you with, and I hope that this benefits you. I hope that this helps you to win and to get what you want out of life, whatever that may be. I think it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach our children, commit ourselves to a basic idea. You must show up prepared for the battle. You have to show up prepared for the battle. So if you think about things like family and the connection to wealth and relationships and wealth and all that, you have to show up for the battle. You have to be trained for the battle. You have to be prepared for the battle. You have to make decisions that are going to lead to the stock and not just focus on the flow. You can't just focus on the now. You must focus on the long term. You must focus on the big picture. You can't see just the little picture. You must see the big one. So that means that if I'm talking about family in particular as a direct vehicle to wealth, it's one of the greatest drivers of wealth in America, then I'm talking to a young person. I'm training them. I make sure they get training on how to choose the right partner that's going to help me build this institution called a family. I'm going to talk about how to heal properly from your trauma so that you can learn how to lead and drive this asset called a family. An asset has no value if the person controlling the asset has no skill. A business could be the most valuable business in the world, but if the CEO is not trained to run that business, they will run that business into the ground. Intel used to be one of the biggest chip makers in the entire planet. They were one of the biggest chip manufacturers anywhere. They used to have this commercial. Anybody remember that commercial? Intel Inside. They got Intel Inside, right? Because everything had an Intel chip in it. But they got bad leadership that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now Intel is struggling. Intel is the big, gigantic Titanic that is just crashing into icebergs right now. Intel is losing. Death Row Records. I saw some of y'all mention Death Row Records. You had this $1 billion asset that wasn't properly managed. That's why it sank. That's why Death Row Records didn't become a fraction of what it could have been. So a lot of families are similar to that asset. A lot of families sink as an asset because the people running the asset were not trained. They did not show up prepared for the battle. They showed up with this big race car and didn't know how to drive. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were pure and healed and clean and ready and focused and understanding the gravity of the decision that's before them. I had a conversation with a young black man in the airport the other day. We talked for a minute. He came up and he said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, and how you doing, man?" He wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" We took a picture together and he was really curious. He wanted to talk. And he said, "I don't understand why my coworkers, they don't know who you are." And I was like, "This is Boyce Watkins." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay." I said, "I'm not the teacher here. You're the teacher." I said, "Maybe you go back and you tell them about the things that we talk about, and then you can be the leader. You're supposed to lead now." And I said, "So how many kids you got?" He said, "I got 2 kids." I said, "Man, I need you to understand this. You're 31 years old. I need you to really meditate on how much power you have as a father. I mean, I really need you to sit back and really, as you're fixing yourself, I need you to understand," in economics, they call this a ripple effect. I said, "I need you to understand the ripple effect, the multiplying effect of what happens when you fix yourself."
He said, yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm trying to get things together. I'm trying to do something. I said, I know. I said, let's talk about this. I need you to understand how important it is for you to get your stuff together. I need you to understand how many people will benefit from you getting your stuff together. I want you to understand that not only whether you choose to get yourself together, whether you make that investment, that's not just going to have a profound impact on your daughters for the next 80 years, but that's going to impact every single person they interact with. This is going to impact people. This is what the ripple effect is, or the multiplier effect. See, what you don't understand is that you doing your job as their dad and being the best father you can be is going to impact dozens, if not hundreds of people that you will never meet. It's going to impact how they interact with men. It's going to impact how they raise their children. It's going to impact how their grandchildren's lives go. Like, you deciding to heal in 2024 is going to have an effect on how hundreds of people that you don't know are going to live in the year 2105. So I need you to understand that you are important. You matter. You are absolutely essential. You are an essential worker right now. You are the CEO of this thing. Don't look at me like I'm important. No, don't. In this particular game, you're what matters. You're the key chess piece. If you make the decision to be great right now, you will have a massive impact on so many people that you can't even fathom the impact of your decision as a 31-year-old man to get your stuff together. Because if you make the wrong decision, it will have an equally impactful effect, except it's going to be tragic and painful for the people involved. So what I really want you to understand, this is how assets are built. This is how wealth is built. Whether you're talking about family wealth, or family as an economic asset, or you talk about wealth as an economic asset, it's built by these sort of small decisions that don't seem to matter. You know, like, am I going to buy 100 shares of Apple stock, or am I going to spend my money at the club, or am I going to decide to become an investor, or am I going to just waste my time doing nonsense? These decisions are huge in terms of whether you show up prepared for the battle. And a lot of people show up prepared for the battle, and it's no surprise they're not prepared because they don't even know what preparation looks like. I'm not surprised people aren't prepared because they never had conversations like this. They never had somebody kind of explain how all these things connect to each other, how this works. So when you decide to do the work to heal yourself, when you decide to do the work to better yourself, when you decide to do the work to be a better husband, be a better wife, be a better father, be a better mother, just be a better human being, be smarter, work harder each day, take care of your health and all these things, I want you to really understand the gravity of what you're doing in terms of turning something that's in front of you into an asset, as opposed to making it just this perpetual expense. Because there are so many of our people who are just spent, who are tired, who are exhausted. There are millions of our people who are in pain and they don't know why. They are struggling. They're not ready for retirement. Their physical health is in the garbage. Their mental health is gone. Their financial health is not there. Their relationships are in the toilet. They have a string of 30, 40 boyfriends or girlfriends, and they don't know why. Nothing's ever accumulated into anything. And so that work, to me, should be essential. And I think that this is something that you want to talk to kids about. You can have your kids watch this video. If you don't mind me saying a cuss word earlier, then play it for your kids, because I don't know, but I don't really think I don't see anybody. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have a conversation like this. Like, I talk to you about people that I really admire, that I listen to and I respect, you know, from whether it's Farrakhan or it's Dr. Claude Anderson and people like that. But I don't really see these conversations happening regularly. And to me, it's like a math problem that has a solution, but maybe no one sat there and actually tried to solve it. So do the work, and that will help you to prepare for the battle. And if you show up prepared for the battle, you will have a happier outcome, because you've been given these assets, given these blessings, whether it's children or opportunity or family, and you know what to do with it. Just like in business. Business people who make money are people who know how to identify the right asset, invest at the right level, train themselves in the right skills, and manage the asset properly. There's a whole field of finance called asset management. If you don't properly manage your assets in life, then you will never prosper. So asset management should be trained for all of us and all of our kids, so that they can show up prepared for the battle. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I did something good today. I hope that I did, because that's the goal. I want to share something with you that's going to make your life better.
All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here. I got to go. Guys, I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you're not on the text list, text morning to 87948. Also, you guys know with Money in the Morning, we have something called Money in a Minute, where we pick a certain topic, whether it's real estate or stock options, that allows you to learn that topic within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute for stock options means every day you would get a text message with a 3-minute lesson on stock options to help you get up to speed on the very basics so you can understand it well enough to want to pursue it further. And so we have a discount on that. If you guys want to get that, I'll text that out to you guys a little bit later on today. And then also Fly Nubian Money. I'll text out their video because I think everybody should take a look at it. And don't forget that we're going to go to Miami February 21st. You guys will be the first to know when the tickets are available. You're going to be the first one I'm going to mention and offer it to because you're the ones that I want to actually show up. I want people there who are already prepared for the battle, who understand what's going on. Outsiders are okay, but we kind of have to train them up on economics to get them ready for this because I don't want anybody distracting from the mission because we are meant to be great. We are supposed to be the best. We are like Ali. We are the greatest, and can't nobody tell me no different. And every time I show up, I'm gonna show up in my best form for you, and I'm gonna show up in the best form for my family and for myself as well. And I want you to do the same. So God bless you. Go be great. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. I think that's a great point you make, Athena, because when you're talking about artificial intelligence and just opportunity, let's just focus on that. Let's look at that bigger picture part. I think that there's a perception that as Black people, we're supposed to sort of be left on the sidelines while everyone else is enjoying the fruits of America. That we're kind of always sort of left out of everything, like almost like wealth is a highway and we can't get on the highway. We're down on the ground looking up at the people driving by, and that's just not true, right? There are ways onto that highway if you have the right attitude. You have on ramps, right? On ramps might be, for example, participating in the stock market. So I actually had made a list of stocks that I sent out to all the students in this class and said, look, if you buy these stocks, you will benefit as AI emerges because AI is not going away. And your other point that you made that I thought was really great was you were talking about the Stargate project with President Trump, and he has Sam Altman, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and they were all announcing this it's Mayoshi Son, can't forget him because he runs the Vision Fund, which they've got just, I think, over $100 billion that they're deploying and investing. And the thing is that, it is interesting, like you said, that we'll allow people to tell us why they can't afford reparations, but then we will sort of sit back and be okay when Democrats or Republicans make these $100 billion announcements. Like, well, we don't have 10 billion for you Black people who got us into office, but we got 100 billion for these people over here who didn't do anything. In fact, they live in a whole nother country, but because we expect y'all people to do what we tell you to do, you're going to support us as we go do this. You're going to carry water for us. We'll never carry water for you because after all, we're not Negroes. We don't work for you, right? And I find that to be kind of weird and offensive, whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. So, Dr. Boyce, I want to touch on something, right? You were talking about the highway. Immediately, I thought about Miami traffic and Miami highway, right? It is ghetto. It is horrible. I hate having to drive to Miami. But guess what they did? They opened up the express lane, but you got to pay a toll. You got to pay an investment to use that lane. The last time I was in that lane, traffic was backed up all the way. And I was on this freeway, listening to my music. I love a little ratch. Listening to my music, flying by, going on the highway. And that is what AI is for us. If you want to be in the bumper-to-bumper traffic stressed out, then you can stay over there. But if you want to make an investment in yourself as a person and your abilities into your future, it is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. Then you do that. And you need to be the type of person who is forward thinking, who's willing to act on things, who's willing to read the tea leaves and see where the wind is blowing, where things are going in this direction. This country, also known as Scamerica, all right, I'm a trademark that, Scamerica, is not invested in helping Black people in particular, but also not invested in helping a certain group of people, right? If you look at how things are structured, especially from an immigrant perspective, I can talk about this because I am an immigrant to this country. The United States government makes investment in people who are willing to work in certain labor, in certain functions. So infrastructure and construction, science, technology, and professional careers. So that's how my father was able to come here, because he was a scientist, right? He was a geologist. There's not too many geologists walking around. And they're more invested in importing the labor because they already have the expertise and everything than to build up its own people to get them to do those same jobs.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it is great to see everybody. I hope we are feeling good and feeling extra black and feeling black and proud. Say it loud. We about to go get this. We about to go make it happen. We're about to go out here and control our destiny. We ain't waiting for no politicians. So I know some of y'all coming in with a hangover from yesterday. Some of y'all were excited yesterday. I know that, and some of you were not excited, or maybe you were excited in the opposite direction. And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. We're gonna start the day off real clear. I don't give a damn how you felt, to be honest. Not because I don't care about how you feel, but because I think you have a right to feel however you feel about what's happening in Washington. But what I really want to talk about is how you're feeling about your community, your life, your destiny, your children, your outcomes. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if we can kind of have a conversation where we love ourselves as black people and ain't getting caught up in Democrat, Republican stuff. Can we please have that? Because I'm gonna tell you, Laura Key, Lala is our guest for today. She's a really great international real estate expert and an amazing woman. She's one of the hosts on Fly Nubian Money, which goes on every day at 1 p.m. Lala, I had this awkward discussion yesterday where my wife and I were on, and she's a real strong feelings about Trump and everything, and she had some other social workers in there, and so I was kind of surrounded because I just don't care as much as they do, and I think that I became kind of the bad guy, like you're defending, and I'm like, I'm not defending nothing. I defend black people. I defend my family. I'm not. But it got real awkward. I didn't like that conversation. I have maybe the reason I'm projecting the hangover on everyone else is because I have one. Did you happen to see any of that by chance?
No, I did not watch America's Funeral, and I refuse to. No.
Ooh, okay. Woo, Lord. Okay,
I don't deal with the Orange Muppet.
The Orange Muppet. Wow, that is such a creative description. And it's so accurate, though. He is orange.
Yeah.
He could be a Muppet. He could be like the angry Muppet,
Yeah, but not from Jim Henson, because Jim Henson was really beautiful, but not a Jim Henson Muppet.
Okay. All right. So we've drawn that line in the sand. All right. Well, let's run out of that hot box real quick. And so actually, this is a great segue, I think, because the Orange Muppet, he happens to have made most of his money in what particular area? And
Real estate.
There we go. So anybody who wants to compete with the Orange Muppet or make money like the Orange Muppet might want to learn a little bit about real estate. And Miss Laura is not just a leading expert, but she's from my hometown of Louisville. And she just blew my mind when she told me she's related to the Trowell family, who I grew up with. So now my mind is blown. So anyway, let's get started then. Okay, so right now, the investing world, Laura, seems to be pretty robust. I feel like there's lots of opportunities out there. Things are always constantly changing. What are you seeing right now on the real estate front in general?
You better get in while you can, where you can, because companies such as BlackRock have legal license to buy up full neighborhoods, and they are not fixing houses and putting them back on the market. They're not building neighborhoods to sell. They're building neighborhoods to keep you in rentals, whereas you get all the benefits of cutting the grass and paying the utilities and blah, 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 but you never own. But there are still ways that you can buy property. You can do tax, which is not so easy, but still doable. And you can do HUD properties. And that is also for home ownership, people who are going to live there, because they cater to that first. But the homes that don't go to home ownership first can be purchased by investors. So get in where you can, because real estate is a cycle. We all know that. And we are due for some coming downings on some of those right now because we have been kind of riding high there for a long time. So things are just even keel right now, but a good time to put your foot in the door.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good place to start. Okay, so BlackRock, who just seems to have whether they control what $10 trillion in assets or something ridiculous like that.
Yes, and I've
They
visited their community down in Florida. One of their big communities down in Florida. Houses are absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. Premium price, only rent.
Really? Okay. So they're just basically kind of, in a way, it's interesting because it does kind of reflect some of the points that I might have made about even American politics that, it's to the point where so many things are about the money, where the billionaires are kind of stepping into certain spaces and kind of hogging up all the oxygen. Even last night at the inauguration, I saw a lot of tech billionaires on the stage with the president. And then also you have which to me is a problem, right? Because you've got all this money coming in to control the politics. And I think this has been true before, even before Reagan. I think this is something
Oh,
that we
yes.
should have
Yes, yes,
stopped.
yes.
Yeah, and then on the real estate side, you see the billionaire corporations stepping in and basically saying, "Yeah, we know that you build wealth through home ownership. We know that that's kind of the American dream, but we want a piece of that. Even though we're already living a dream life, we want to eat some of your dream because that's what capitalism tells us to do." And so you also sort of see that as well, where these single family homes, which typically they didn't mess with, they'd buy apartment complexes and in malls and commercial real estate. But now they're starting to come in and say, no, 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 grandma, we don't want you or whatever, this young couple, we don't want you to own a home and build equity. We want to build equity. That's kind of a problem. Like, why do you think that there are no laws to kind of slow that down?
Because when billionaires are in control, they protect one another. What we are seeing is we have to remember, and you have to also remember, yeah, this is still a part of politics too, even though we don't necessarily like to admit it. You have to remember that everything was about land in America, stealing it from others. It was never theirs, taking it and doing whatever they can. And those who always had was always able to help those who also wanted. And they would get together with these conglomerates. Now, we all know that billionaires take care of one another. It's a matter of us as our own communities to create our own. We also know that whenever we do create our own, they tear it down pretty quickly. However, you still can fight back with home ownership. Simple as that. Now, I also want to tell you that even the wildfires in California, because I'm based in California and Florida for my real estate, although I sell across the nation, um, historic places like Altadena, which were completely flattened out, the hawks are out, baby. They are out. We'll buy your land. We'll buy your land. Buy your land. You don't want it. We'll buy your land. They are already out. And you can't tell me that that's not political. It is. So I'm urging all of my clients, which I had 4 clients lose their homes in these fires, to
Oh my
not
gosh.
give in and sell their land. California land? Are you crazy? Don't do it.
Mm. Wow. Well, what do you say to those families that are just cash strapped, right? Like that to me is the tragedy of it, right? There's so many people couldn't get adequate homeowners insurance, and even if they do have it, it's going to take time for them to get a check, you know.
Let me tell you
And
something
so,
about that.
wait, sorry.
Let me tell you something about that, because that also is some bullshiggity. All right. In Florida, California, and places like Louisiana, when they have natural disasters like this all the time, you don't have very good options for insurance. Insurance pulls out because they don't want to pay anything out. So most of the part, my last 2, 3 years, there's only been one option for mostly homeowners that are just not even adequate enough to cover their property, but it's required by law. So you get a top premium for insurance, but not much coverage. It's going to start shaking out now, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Wow. Well, it's interesting to see that, right? So I guess I'm thinking about that, right? I'm really, in like in this class we've talked about something that I don't think gets discussed enough, which is liquidity, just access to cash. sometimes you have wealth, but you don't have access to cash. In fact, that was the whole reason I created our whole Prime program. Is I was like, well, if you have some stock, here's how you can get some cash out of that stock, right? It's like if I have a bunch of fruit but I'm thirsty, there's water, there's moisture in the fruit if I know how to use it.
Yeah.
And so, I'm really just thinking that these corporations have a massive advantage, mainly because they're really liquid. They have, at BlackRock, they've got trillions of dollars. So yeah, they can wait it. They that gives you the ability to wait out the storm. They can be very patient. They can say, "Oh, we're buying this land as part of our 20-year plan." It also gives them the ability to go and get the cash they need to make an offer to you that feels really good. Not just because they can pay a premium for your house, but also because you're sitting there and you're like, "We don't have a hotel to stay in. We don't have clothes for our kids. We're trying to figure out how to relocate." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll write a check for you." Right. And this to me as a finance professor really piques my spidey senses because what this really is this is really a where one type of financial consciousness is able to take advantage of another type. This is big bank take little bank. This is how wealth gets transferred from one group to another. Is you have the long-term thinker that's in a financially secure position who always has a certain amount of negotiating power over the short-term thinker who's in a tough spot, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so if you want to know understand America in a nutshell, what it is for the most part is comfortable people really taking advantage of those who are not comfortable and saying, "Hey, you're in pain. Here, let me give you a couple dollars, but you got to sell me your soul." Right? Can you kind of speak to that?
Yes, it's very much true. And they know when people don't have anywhere to go and they need families. One of my families, he only got out with the clothes on his back because he never took the time to do the emergency kit that I always sent out, like, this is what you need, this is what you I always tell this to my clients, and they just never got around to it. So he shooed his wife and baby out, but by the time he came back, all he had was the clothes on his back. So when you are in that situation and you don't have access to certain types of monies or somewhere to go, then of course that looks very attractive to you. But in the long run, you are the one who is screwed because that land is probably twice, three times more because it's already a shortage in there. And it's erasing Black history because Altadena, which nobody is talking about, the Eden Fires is Altadena. That's Black history right there. They're wiping that out. So I always urge people, listen, it may not be easy. Oh my God, I know. There are times my husband and I ate ramen noodles when we first started out, okay? And I mean splitting the pack, not a whole pack apiece. But if you can put $5 away here and there, if you could just not buy that Starbucks 2 or 3 times a week and put that somewhere safely where you can get to it, you will have something to tap and touch to help you during these times. I can't stress and I can't make you. I wish I had a magic wand to go, ring, you need to make sure you save this money. But we can only tell you till we're blue in the face. You must have cash on hand. It's different to say you're a millionaire on paper and in real estate, but you can't liquefy that quickly. You still need cash.
Mm. Wow. Well, let me tell you this. One thing that's interesting is when you talk about institutional investors buying property, some research that I did here, it almost seems like BlackRock is kind of playing down what they're doing with single family homes. They claim that they don't really they said we do not directly purchase single family homes. How can they say that in light of so much evidence to the contrary? I mean, do you think that that means that that they're basically saying we indirectly purchase single family homes? What do you think's going on with that?
All about wording. And if we can have a convicted felon as a president, we can have BlackRock tell you anything they want to. I know differently. So, and so do so many other people. But it doesn't matter because now we're the conspiracy theorists by telling you the truth. So it's all about doing your own research and knowing the true facts on things. Do not just depend on what people are telling you. They're telling you anything, but the facts are out there. What does my favorite person say on Fly Nubia? Well, I don't have one favorite, but I love all my sisters. But one of my favorite people who has the best comebacks is Constance. She says, Google that shit. Google that shit. You can find really good information by doing that. Don't just take the word of other people. Find out for yourself. Get knowledge for yourself. It's not that hard.
Mm. Well, yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, knowledge is power. We know that. And whether it's BlackRock or not, I think that um, there is kind of this idea that basically it seems that you have these private equity investors that are looking at residential real estate for good reason. I mean, because there's a lot of money being made there, and I don't care what the narrative might be or what the trends look like. At some point, I think the vultures are coming. I think it's important to understand that. And I think it's also important to know that ownership is really critical. If you don't own something, then someone will own you. So let me ask you this. So Laura, I know that the orange Muppet, as you call Trump, is really just a big emotional thing for you. But what about do you see anything happening in the Trump administration in terms of deregulation that might actually help or be something that people can take advantage of, right? Rather than just sort of being upset about him being in
Okay.
office.
Yeah.
Are there, and he is pro business, he's pro investor, pro money, right? And we have a lot of investors in this room. Is there a way that people could still take advantage of that in the real estate space? Like I know one thing he seems to believe in is just getting rid of regulations so that building homes and stuff like that is easier to do. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling people. Don't just be angry. And I've had to learn this myself. You have to be able to take action. You see, their kryptonite is the fact that they think they have more than you do. So the regulations that they create for themselves are actually with that kryptonite that you can shoot right back to them. Because if he's pro real estate and he's for business, you better jump on that wagon. You better jump on that wagon. Now, yes, he will do a lot of deregulations on this. Why? Because that's how he built his wealth. I have a family member that worked with him in New York City. Well, not directly for him, but they were in the same circles. My family member was over the HUD condos and things of that nature for affordable housing. And HUD hired Trump. And what Trump would do was he would leave out the insulation. He would put in a crooked window. So he would pay the people to allow them to look over that and check it off the inspection. So from what he's done, he's going to allow. Now, I'm not saying you to do that. You do your best. You don't just do mediocre. You bring your Black excellence to everything you do, your words, your speak, your job, your everything. You don't do what they do. You do better. But you still can get in and do the same thing because you can buy properties with an FHA loan, okay, and get up to 4 units. You live in one, you rent out the three. Okay, so and there's also programs like if that fourplex needs some work, there's the 203K loan that you could take advantage of. So there are ways to get around that where you still can get ahead while also taking care of you and your family as well.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Well, I like that. And one more thing I want to mention to everybody really quickly. If you just came in, I'm speaking with Miss Laura Key. She is pretty much most of the time. I see you almost always being the main host for Fly Nubian Money. I know that there are others that come in and host, Constance Carter, and just so many smart Black women. But I see you on there so much. How many days a week are you the host?
Four, four.
Well, yeah, yeah, that's what I
In
thought.
there.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. And it's okay if I call you Lala. I know everybody else does.
Yes.
Okay, so Lala, and everyone should look her up. Lala's smart, and the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, they're just super brilliant Black women. And it's not ain't no twerking, ain't no stereotyping out here. Like these women are serious. Dr. Lene Javette is not a joke. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, comes in there with y'all a lot. Tiara Williams, Constance Carter, just so many amazing people, and the other sister, because she's coming, she does AI. Athena,
Athena
Athena.
Gardner.
How can I forget Athena? And anybody I didn't remember, I didn't name everyone because there's so many people. Madam President does stuff on the channel as well. So anybody who wants to be notified when they go live, pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. So just text Queens to 87948, and you'll be notified. I like what you all do because I just personally feel like I like the idea of having, I love Black female voices sort of being heard as much as our voices, but then also the diversity. I think the diversity of Black men and Black women gets underappreciated, right? Like,
Yes,
for example, as a Black man, I get annoyed that, like people are asking me, like, well, how do you feel about Snoop Dogg performing for Trump? I'm like, I feel the same way I felt when I saw Megan Thee Stallion twerking for Trump, or when I see the rapper Plies, or not Trump, I'm sorry, not Trump, but Kamala, right? Or you see the rapper Plies, what it's like. We're more than rappers. Black men are more than rappers. We're more than comedians. We're more than athletes. And when you're only focusing on that small group, you're ignoring like tens of millions of men who are like, no, wait, hey, I'm just a dad. I'm a hardworking dad who loves my kids. I'm a man who gets up and goes to my job every day. I'm not out here killing people or rapping about debauchery or disrespecting my women or throwing my money away. I'm actually building a life. I'm trying to be smart. I'm trying to be better. But you keep going to these stereotypes, right?
yes,
Like in the Trump inauguration, we saw that there was nothing but white people mostly in that room. But every now and then you would see a Black caricature, like whether it was the rapper performing at the crypto ball or, or like Rick Ross, I'm the drug dealer, right? We don't glorify
yeah,
drug dealers. Get out of here with that stuff.
yeah,
Or you had that pastor who's like, and the Lord said to Jacob that Jesus let freedom ring, let freedom ring. Like, seriously, I'm sorry. Some of these preachers ain't nothing but rappers who smoke less weed. That's what
yes,
they ain't nothing but rappers that they just
yes.
it's like y'all stop that. So let me get off my rant, and I'm gonna
No,
say
you're right, though.
what I appreciate about Fly Nubian Money is that it's the same thing. Like Black women get typecast, and it's
Yes,
all Black women ain't Cardi B, right?
that's right.
And we got lawyers and doctors and scientists and engineers and teachers and everything else. Can you speak to that, please, before I embarrass myself further?
No, that's the thing. And we need to make sure that we show our children because see, you see, the things that are slowly and no, not slowly anymore, that are being taken away from us very quickly that we fought so hard for. Not saying they were perfect, like DEI and all those things, they're not perfect, but it was something to allow us to put our foot in the door and be seen as other than, yes, massa, okay? But now they want to put us right back in those spots. We have brilliant people out here. I love all my queens. When we're on there, I learn something from them every day. And we fix each other's crowns. There was something that Constance saw that I should fix, and she said, Lala, I need you to fix this for me. And I was like, you. So it we help one another, we help raise one another up, but we also need to teach our babies and stop letting them get these phones and like, oh, Katie, I can get at 2 years old, 2 years old out the womb, look, fighting and crying for a phone. When I am in Portugal, I'm going to tell you this. When I am in Portugal, the same age group of children that I see are playing on the playground. They don't get the phones. They don't get to get on social media. They don't do those things. They play like kids. And we need to learn to start going back to those principles of teaching our children and showing by example. I was raised by a village. I saw my aunties, I saw my uncles, I saw them doing their thing. I saw them as a couple. I saw them, and that's what I wanted to emulate. And that's what I am doing. And I'm hoping that our light, my husband and I's light, is going to shine for the next generation. And I was so proud when one of my nieces came to me and said, Auntie, I need you to help me with something. That showed me that we're doing something right. And that's what we have to do for our children because they are watching us. And if we out in the streets twerking and they seeing us out in the streets twerking, then what do you think they're going to want to do? And we used to be ashamed when you see babies dancing and stuff and they be dancing the wrong way and the parents be, go sit your butt down. No, nowadays they're like, oh, look at little Shay Shay, she twerking. No, that's not cute. That's
Right.
not cute at all. We're better than that.
That's right. That's right. Well, and I just, yeah, and I think personally, it's really up to us to kind of fix that as much as we can, and I don't know what all the answers to all of this, but I do know that self-respect is a good place to start. And also I want to acknowledge someone in the chat. They're mentioning a stock that we talked about, golf, GOLF. I think John said something about it. It looks like golf is way up, like 29%. And actually, speaking of stocks, we are going to be doing Stock Market Tuesday this afternoon at noon. And so if you want to do a free trial on our Stock Market Investors Club, you can go to drboystockmarket.com, and you can come in this afternoon and I'll talk to you guys about some stocks that I like, because I really think that we should be investing. No matter who, if a Democrat's in office, you should be investing. If a Republican's in office, you should be investing. Because here's what's interesting, Lala. And by the way, the URL is drboystockmarket.com. So one thing I've noticed, Lala, is when the Democrats are in office, the stock market tends to go up. When the Republicans are in office, the stock market tends to go up. We don't know about policies. We don't know, which policies are going to work, who's going to declare war, whatever. But we do know that there is a very high probability, almost a complete certainty, that during the next 4 years, the stock market is going to go up. Crypto is
Mhm.
going to go up.
Oh, yes.
If a Democrat takes over, the stock market is going to go up. Crypto may or may not, but stock market for sure, right? So do you think that that's something maybe we can start with in terms of rallying around something? Like, we're always looking for something to find like black unity around, right? And maybe we can't unify around liberal conservative. Maybe we can't unify around, gay rights or whatever, these hotbed issues, the social issues. But I think, I don't know, tell me if y'all agree in the chat. I think we can unify around black wealth. I think we can unify around the idea that we're better off, all of us are, if we have access to the resources that we need to feed our kids. What do you think about that? How's that for a campaign speech, Lala?
That's perfect. How about y'all stop buying these Hermes bags and Gucci and put that money into building your wealth? There's so many things out there now to get you started on the wealth road, and you get them here. Dr. Boyce has so many of them. And it's easy to, like I said, just stop buying all the daggone Starbucks every week. And that little bit of money can end up growing into quite a nice nest egg.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. They call that the latte factor. In the
Yeah.
book, what was that book? I think it was called The Automatic Millionaire by I forgot who wrote it. But anyway, he was yeah, he did a great calculation where he was like, yeah, if you take $5 that you might spend on coffee at the time Starbucks was $5. Now it's like $10. You can't get a
Exactly.
good drink without spending $10 in Starbucks. And yeah, he was like, yeah, if you invest that consistently in the S&P 500, you'd have insane amounts of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Or we do that with our $5 a day plan, where I basically was like, yeah, let's look at what we might spend money on. And I'm not saying stop doing what you're doing. I'm not saying you can't go and buy the coffee. You can't, I'm not saying you can't go and buy the chicken or whatever the hell it is you buy that, but just love yourself as much as you love the people who made that damn chicken. Right?
Right.
I'm not saying don't get the Mercedes. I'm saying love yourself as much as you love the car dealer. Love your kids and your legacy as much as you care about those people that you're giving money to. Because if you go out and you pay your $700 car note, but then you say, you know what, I feel kind of bad. Almost like how, my wife's a Catholic. You're not a Catholic, are you? You
No.
Catholic? Okay, good. I don't want to offend
Baptist.
Catholics. But what do you say?
I'm a Baptist.
Baptist, okay, like my daddy, like my mom and my daddy. But yeah, but like in the Catholic Church, it's so funny how like no matter what you do, you can just kind of atone for your sins. Like, just come in and confess. Maybe if you give a little money, then we'll let you in heaven, right? Well, I think the same thing is true here. We can let you in. Not I'm not doing any of this, but the universe will let you into financial heaven if you just atone for your financial sin. Now, how can
Right.
I? Without sounding goofy, and I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, so forgive me if I sound that way. But here's the deal. Look, make a simple agreement with yourself. Look, I'm still going to make mistakes. I still might make some choices that are not perfect, but I'm going to atone for my sins. Right? So when I make a financial sin by wasting money, I spend $1,000 on a Hermes bag or whatever they cost. I'm going to go put $1,000 in my stock portfolio. Right? I got to get a new iPhone. That's $1,200. I'm gonna go put $1,200 in some Apple stock. My car note. I like to drive. I want to drive something nice, so my car note is $800, which is embarrassing. But I'm gonna atone for my sins by putting $800 a month in my stock portfolio. I guarantee you, I guarantee you that if you do that, then you will be better off. In fact, not just as well off, but probably better off than the person who did not get the car.
right? Who disciplined and strained themselves but didn't invest. Do you understand?
Right.
Right? And
Right.
that's the myth of finance. That's the myth of investing gets perpetuated too much. That in order for you to live good, you got to suffer and like just go through this unbelievable amount of suffering. I don't think you have to suffer. I think you can be successful and be happy at the same time. In fact, I encourage you. I need you to be happy. I want you to be happy. Life is short. Don't spend your life being miserable. But at the same time, seek balance. If you find balance, balance is better than just misery and living a miserly, horrible life where you can't find joy in all the hard work you're doing. You're working your butt off of that money. You should be able to live nice. I want you to feel comfortable getting your Mercedes and buying your Starbucks and sipping your latte while you're driving your Benz. But just make sure that same amount of energy is being put into your future, into your portfolio. And then 20 years from now, you'll be able to buy a nicer Benz. How about that, Lala? How about that for a policy? Can I get your vote for president? Lala, do I have your endorsement?
You already there. You already there.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So, all right. So let me now that we kind of had our moment on that front, I want to ask you a little bit more about sort of real estate, what you're seeing in the real estate market going forward in terms of opportunities. You're going to come into the Black Business School, which I'm honored, by the way, that you're coming in. You're going to talk about like purchasing HUD homes and things like that. Why is that important for you? Why do you think that that's a big opportunity that people maybe aren't aware of?
I do. I really, really do. When I first got into real estate, I came from a secretarial background. I knew nothing about sales. I got my license in 2006 in Denver, Colorado. I lost my job and I said, I'm done. I'm tired of working for other people and I need to do something. And my father-in-law and husband said, oh, try real estate. I said, okay. Well, I didn't know anything other than buying our own home and knowing that I didn't like our agent. I didn't know anything. So I went to Education 101 La. And at the time, it was 2006, 2007, and the market had crashed. And that meant that there were a ton of HUD homes on the market. I mean, brand new communities where some of the homes, people still had the little crank up things outside with the concrete. And it had crashed so bad that they couldn't even finish the homes. So every other home was a HUD home. Well, at that time, most of the agents were like, this ain't gonna last. You don't need to worry about learning that stuff. It's gonna bounce back real fast. Well, I was like, I don't know nobody to sell it to. So I made it a point to learn how to sell HUD homes. It is a different process than just buying a regular home on the market. It's a different process than buying a short sale, but it is a government home. A HUD home is a home that was foreclosed upon from someone who used an FHA loan, which is a government loan. So the government agrees to buy it back from the lender who allowed that loan to go through. So this is where these houses come from. They are in all different shapes. I've purchased homes that needed to be completely rehabbed to I didn't even want to walk in there stinky. And I've also sold some that were brand new, like back your truck up, baby. All you need is your appliances. So they're across the board. But HUD fixates on first-time home ownership. Now, it doesn't mean you've never not have to buy a house before. It just means in the last 2 years you didn't purchase a home, right? After 2 years, you're still considered a new homeowner, a homeowner person. So you can go and buy these properties at a fair market value. It's no longer where you can underbid them. It's just not that kind of market right now. But you still can get these homes without so much competition as regular sold homes. Now, is the competition there? Yes, but you got strategies that you could do. And as long as you live in that home 1 year, so say like you have to buy in an area you just I don't like this area, but I could stay here for a year. You could end up renting that property and taking some equity and buying another home in another area. Or you could stay put there, or you could put it in your trust and move somewhere else. So you could do a whole lot with that one little property that you could buy from HUD. And as I said, if it's in bad shape and you qualify for a 203K loan, which they encourage because they want people to buy these homes, then you can do it. Now, if you're an investor and you're like, this is kind of tough out here. I keep on trying to get these houses. I'm not getting them. Well, after the bidding period of home ownership buyers, if no one buys that property, they will offer it to investors. And you could do the same thing. And you don't have, there is no time limits for that one. An investor, you can fix it, flip it, keep it, whatever.
Interesting. Okay, so it's now, how long have you been in real estate?
Since 2006.
Oh, wow. Okay, and what drove you into that field?
Well, I was a secretary for a very long time. I had my son very early, so I was told you need to go and get a job. Well, at the time, secretary is what I did. And out of all of my jobs, I never was fired. I was either let go or the company, because the company was downsizing, or the company decided they were going in a different direction. And so finally, the last job that I had was a small company in Denver. Loved it. Got glowing reviews every time, raises every time, told me I was getting ready to move up in the company. Then the owner's wife decided she wanted to go back to work. And guess whose job she wanted? Mine. So I lost my job. And I said, that's it, I'm done. And at the time we were looking at real estate investing. And my husband was like, it might be good if you go ahead and get your license, and then maybe we can get in on some of these deals. And that's when things just went completely batty and it became hard. But we had already owned our home by then. I knew what to do because of what my agent didn't do for us. And I made it a point to do everything to help people and understand the process. So immediately after I started understanding the process and learning what was going on, I started teaching people. So I had real estate classes because I'm all about giving back to our community. But that's how I ended up getting into real estate.
I was listening to your story and I was thinking about how it feels to lose your job. And just what I wonder on a like therapeutic level, what that does to a person's psyche and sense of security. Like, I wonder if it's natural um, to go through life feeling that insecure and that stressed out, to know that you can do everything right. You're going to work every day, you're working hard, you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're not in jail, you're not hurting people. But then one day it's just like, sorry, we decided to go in a different direction. It almost seems like there should be laws against that, but there's not enough in the United States anyway. Now, in other countries though, they don't let you do. You can't just be like, well, we want to put more money in our pocket, so we letting half of y'all go. You can't do
Yeah.
that as
Yeah.
easily as the European country. But here in the US, it seems like that happens a lot. What do you think that does? What toll do you think that takes on the mental health of
It took a
America?
lot on me. I'm going to speak from personal experience. That took a lot out of me because, I sat back and watched some of my uncles and aunts work for a company for a very long time. And at the end, they got their little pension and they got the gold watch. And, I'm dedicated to the company that I'm with and I'm giving them my all. Well, guess what? They don't give you back your all anymore. There is really no such thing as a golden watch anymore. There aren't really very many pensions for people in anything. They want to take what they can from you, and then they're going to let you go. Well, after a while, you start thinking, what's wrong with me? What did I do? You start kind of internalizing it. Well, that was very hard for me. Whenever I lost a job, I would sit back and reflect, like, what could I have done to been some of those people that had to stay? Well, when you look back on it, the people they kept was the people who was doing payroll and HR. Everybody else was expendable. Once you reach that cap, that pay cap with a company, they don't want to pay you anymore and they don't want you to move up. So therefore, what they do is they make a reason to get rid of you so they can bring in these new kids that get paid less. And then they do the same thing. So it's a cycle. And we are going to see much more of that because although I am an AI lover, baby, I'm loving it. I'm loving AI. I have so much fun with AI. I know how to do graphics. I know how to do all sorts of stuff. I think it's because I'm a creative. Right? I'm also a vocalist. So I've always been a creative. But you better be careful because there are top experts right now that are saying, this is AI is going to be covering marketing jobs are going to be gone. We really don't need people. And we are now starting to see big companies doing just that.
Yeah, and programmers, all that stuff. I think even Google and Microsoft were basically admitting like, yeah, half of our code is written by AI now. You
Yes.
and you know, and that's interesting, right? Because we used to think that if you were a really good computer programmer, you could always find a job. Not in the age of AI. Things change. And so I think that's
You
really and
code
that
right now. Okay, I can write you code right now. We put it.
That's right. Yeah, yeah, we did like and that's what's interesting, right? You could have a person that knows nothing about coding who could write code as well as the best coders on earth. Like
Yes.
because the AI, they put the AI into these computer programming competitions, and the AI beat 99% of the coders, that were in the competition, right? So this is interesting, right? It's a kind of a new world, and it requires creative thinking, and we're gonna do some stuff on AI very, very soon. We're actually gonna bring in Athena Gardner, who's really into AI, and some other people, because I think that that's really important to drill into. And speaking of Laura, if you have an interest in what she's doing with real estate, she's actually going to be our next specialist to come into our real estate club, and we're going to meet tonight. It's tonight, right? At 8 p.m. tonight,
It
which is
is.
okay.
Yes.
And today is January 21st, 2025. So some people may be watching the recording, so I want to make sure they know. Um,
Right.
but we'll save that for those of you that can't make it, and those who want to come in and talk to Laura and ask her questions, and also get her special training on how to do the HUD real estate and things like that. You can actually go to drboycerealestate.com and do a free trial in the club. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. So I want to say thank you very much to our special guest, Miss Laura Key. Do you have like a Instagram or something that we can follow?
You can find me across all social media under Realty Goddess. Now,
Real.
when I first did that, people laughed at me when I first got in real estate. They were like, "Oh, Realty Goddess." I was like, "I'm not studying you." Guess what? People find me all across the board under Realty Goddess. Easy.
There we go. Well, hey, give me a yes in the chat if she has the right to call herself a realty goddess. I think you know what, you a smart, capable black woman, so you a goddess in my book. So go ahead, little realty goddess, you do your thing. You got my support. So if I get your vote for president, then I will give you my endorsement for realty goddess. There we go. We got to put crowns on each other. How about that? All right. So.
Perfect.
So God bless everybody. It's great to see you today. We had a great time. If you want to be notified when we meet every morning for our millionaire training camp, we do this every morning, 7 days a week, because we're serious about this. Make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll also later on this afternoon send you all a link if you'd like to do the free trial in the real estate camp and meet with Laura tonight, as well as the other experts that have come in. And then number two, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays at noon today. And you can go to drboystockmarket.com if you want to take a look at that. So we got you covered in the Black Business School. We want to see you win. We want to see you succeed. Bring your kids, by the way. Like, your kids need to be exposed to this. In fact, a little bit later, I'm going to do sort of a conversation about what happened with all the election stuff, and just some things I observed that I think might help you in terms of getting your kids and grandkids ready for the next generation. I won't even go into it right now, but I promise you, I think these insights will help you. So have a great day, everybody, and thank you again, Laura. I look forward to seeing you tonight.
Great.
All right,
Bye.
bye, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a great day. We are ready to conquer the world as usual, because we are the greatest and we are the smartest, and we're moving way ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to economics. We are the only group of people on the planet that is systematically training our children on economics at a very high level. Most people's kids are not talking to a finance professor every day. That includes white people and Jewish people. I know that we like to think that we're always a day late and a dollar short and left behind and don't have access, but I personally think that we've created our own special brand of black privilege. That's what we have. We have black privilege up in here. So clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Give yourselves a shout out for creating Black privilege. I do believe that we can do that. I think it just takes some work and some confidence. And I have complete confidence in your abilities. I have complete confidence in my abilities. I have complete confidence in our community. I have complete confidence in our children. And I know that we are going to win because we just the best, man. That's what the best does. The best wins. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, I wanted to shape our conversation today around the Trump coin. And I think there's a big question about the Trump coin. Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of you have seen this coin that Donald Trump issued. I think the good question that a good question a lot of people might want to ask is it a good investment or garbage, right? And and I'm gonna tell you right now, it's almost like when something weird happens in a relationship and somebody says, is it yes or no? Yeah, you gonna be with me or not? And they might be like, well, it's complicated. Right? So it is complicated. It is complicated in terms of really assessing what this coin is, what it means, whether it's ethical for a president to even do something like this. It's certainly unprecedented. There's no question about that. It's never been done before, that to my knowledge. I've never seen a president just say, "Hey, yo, I'm gonna put out a coin and I'm about to drop an album in September." I mean, there's no telling what the next move might be, and some of you may see it as incredibly creative and interesting and bold, and some of you see it as just trifling and ridiculous and shenanigans, right? And I get it. I understand all of it, and I think maybe all of it might be true. Multiple things can be true at once, and so yeah. So this coin is out, and it's interesting. I had to think about it a little bit this morning because because this gets into an area that I specialized in my doctoral studies, which was asset pricing, and asset pricing is basically just sort of this idea of sort of like how do you even decide what a financial asset should be worth? Is it what model should you use? And I know in the field of finance, we tend to want to believe that everything can be connected back to some sort of mathematical formula, or that you should be able to do some sort of statistical analysis and write a computer program that'll tell you what the valuation should be. But as you know about life, see, the funny thing about life, in case you don't know this, I don't know how many of y'all have known this about life. um, Sometimes life ain't fair, right? Sometimes in life we know the way things should be. Like, for example, a school teacher should always make more money than a Hollywood movie star. I don't care, what world you live in. The way the world should be is that a soldier should make more money than like a basketball player. Because I mean, you put your life on the line. How valuable is your life, right? Um, but sometimes life just don't work out like that. Sometimes life, so as my cousin likes to say, life be lifing, right? And this is what you run up against when you're really trying to understand, what should it even be allowed? Should it even make sense for a president of the United States to be able to instantaneously create tens of billions of dollars in economic value just by putting out a coin that to some extent, it's easy to argue that it could be effectively worthless. Like that. That's the short end of it. That's where it starts. Like you can make a direct, easy argument to say this thing is worth it's nothing. It's garbage. It shouldn't cost more than half a penny, and even half a penny would be overpricing it. And that's an argument that I think you can make, and it would be correct. But what happens is you kind of run into kind of this quantum mechanics kind of thing. Quantum mechanics is fascinating because quantum mechanics is where they have something called superposition, where something can be two things at once. And I think this might be the quantum argument on the Trump coin. This is a quantum mechanics kind of thing. And I'm not even an expert on quantum mechanics, but I kind of link it. It kind of reminds me of probability theory. And there's this whole double slit experiment, how something can be a wave and still be something else, and a particle. It's crazy. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world. Nothing makes sense. So you have to kind of choose your own truth, right? And that's kind of what the world we live in now, I think definitely politically, is people have kind of selected their own truth and said this is the truth. And I just don't know if that's right? I think that there's always multiple truths and multiple ways to look at things. All right, so what I want to do quickly is I want to analyze the Trump coin and basically help us kind of conclude, is it worthless, or is it Is it something that could be worth investing in? And nobody, no, it's hard to say. I'm going to give you the short answer. The short answer is it's everything. It's everything that you want it to be. So so let me break down some financial theories to kind of help you understand what's happening here. So basically, when I look at a Trump coin, first thing I see as I understand why the crypto industry was livid. Most people in the crypto space were very annoyed when this coin came out. Trump has presented himself as a friend to the crypto industry. That's how he got elected. They raised a bunch of money, not because they were in love with Donald Trump, but because they felt that the Biden administration was not supporting what they were trying to do in terms of crypto. So, so Trump gets all the support from the crypto bros. They get him in office, and what they were hoping that the president would do, which he kind of did, is back and support their industry and at the very least remove obstacles. One of the biggest obstacles was SEC Chairman Gary Gensler. Gary Gensler, was gone. He ran out of town as soon as Trump arrived. He said, "Look, yo, I'm done. I'm out. I don't need to be here." And that's kind of what occurred, right? So to some extent, he's kind of already started delivering for those particular constituents. Now, one thing before I move on, I want to ask you all, can you give me a quick yes if you can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And I know some of you may have noticed that the Zoom link for this class changed. The old Zoom link does not work. So if you have the old Zoom link, it won't get you into the Zoom. If you want the new Zoom link, send a text message. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I will text you the Zoom link to join the class. So you will have the latest Zoom link. So just know the Zoom link it changes about once every 6 to 8 weeks. So just kind of be so that's why you may want to get on the text list so you can be alerted when we do class in the morning. All right. So thank you for giving me the audio sound check. I did something yesterday and the audio was bad, and technology just makes you mad, right? Again, life be life, and it ain't fair. So here's so going back to that, the crypto bros, wanted Trump to kind of lend some legitimacy and backing from the government for what they were trying to do, and I think he's done that. If you notice, if you own, how many of you give me a yes if you've noticed how the price of Bitcoin has just skyrocketed since the election? Give me a yes if you own crypto. My God, I hope that you own something because there's been so much money being made over there. And I'll tell you, that's what I really want. I mean, that's my bias. Everybody has a bias. My bias is I just want to see y'all put some money in your pocket. So even as you get mad or happy about whatever's going on in politics, I kind of feel like at least if you're sad, you can be sad with, $50,000 in the bank than to be sad and broke. Because being sad and broke that just sucks, man. That ain't even right. But if you sad and rich, then I'll be like, well, you over there complaining, but you rich. You got rich people problems. You need to shut up with your rich people problems, right? So anyway, you look here, the last month, you see Bitcoin's gone up by about 8%. Not bad, pretty good. Last 6 months, it's been insane. Last 6 months, it's skyrocketed 53%, $36,000. So that means if your family had, enough money to buy one Bitcoin, you made $36,000. Quite a lot of money. That's $10,000 a month or $6,000 a month, sorry, without doing any work at all, right? And then this is what understanding economics and finance is really all about, is really understanding like how do some people in this society work their butts off and don't make anything, don't have anything to show for it, don't have any assets, don't have any financial security, but you have some people who know how to make money without working. They do. They know how to make money without working. And that's why I say, oh, I forgot. I have a PhD in finance. So I have this superpower and I can explain how to make money without working. So I did a whole training called How to Make Money Without Working. If you haven't watched it, 1 million people have watched that training, by the way. And I'm glad that a million of you have seen it because I want everybody to understand what rich people know, right? So if you haven't seen it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word money to that same phone number, 87948. If you text money to 87948, you'll get a link immediately where you can click on that and take a look at that training. And it talks more about stock options, but that's just one of many ways you can make money without working. So in this particular case, the Trump coin coin, which I don't know what the market cap of the Trump coin is. I've heard ranges from 8 billion up to 58 billion, but 58 billion seems on the high side because that would instantaneously make Trump one of the richest men on the planet. So that's not, that's not right. That's fake news. Not 58 billion. It's actually about 7.3 billion dollars. So when you talk about making money without working, I want you to think about this. There are millions of people that can work 80 years and maybe make $1 million, maybe $2 million. They didn't do any work at all. They just put out this coin, and their family net worth goes up by several billion dollars, depending on how much of this they own. Let's say they own half of it. That's $3 or $4 billion. It was created probably in about a day. About a day, right? So this is kind of the weird world of finance. This is the weird world of money, and this is where academics like me get it wrong. This is where people, my colleagues, just had it backward. We tended to believe that everything should be able to be explained by some mathematical formula with all these rigid assumptions that allow the calculus to work out, where you assume ridiculous things like investors are rational and that they have access to all information and all this other stuff. And that's just nonsense. That's just simply not true. Human beings are human. So just like life be life and humans be human, and right? So humans are human and life is life. And so at the end of the day, you can't explain the valuation of a Trump meme coin through a simple formula. You have to really look at the nuances of just what's really happening. And you have to really dig deep into things that I'm really fascinated by, like investor psychology. The fact that human beings just make decisions that sometimes don't seem rational, but actually they are kind of rational in a certain way if you understand what makes a human being tick. So one thing that I thought about when I saw this coin come out, and I understood why the crypto bros didn't like it. They didn't like it, in my opinion, most of them, because I think that they look at it and they're like, damn, this is speculative. This is just some crappy little coin that has no value, does nothing for anyone, doesn't you can't drive it to work every day. You can't use it at the store to buy things. You can't take this coin and actually make something happen. It's not manufacturing anything. So there's no fundamental value to this thing. And I think that's what the crypto industry was trying to get away from. They were trying to get away from this perception that they were just basically fake money. People like Charlie Munger, who worked with Warren Buffett, he's a great man. He used to basically say crypto was a bunch of crap. All of it was crap. And if I'm a crypto guy, I'm going to be offended by that because there are real people in the crypto industry who do real work and create real value with their coins. If you read the white papers, they have these projects. We're going to use a coin. We're going to create a coin that's going to create an economy around blah 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 blah. We're going to trade this and do this, and this is how people are going to earn the money because they're going to like they worked really hard to say, no, this is real. Like this is a real economy. There's real value being created. We're really getting things done. And then you have somebody like Trump that comes along like, yeah, I'm gonna make a coin too. Everybody buy my coin, right? And people do, and billions of dollars gets created, and then people say, see, that's what I told you. I told you, all those coins are ghetto. It's almost like for black people, it feels like it's like almost like being black, where black people work extremely hard. We build strong families. A lot of us, we go to work every day. We educate ourselves, but then they'll take they'll put sexy red out there and be like, this is black excellence, y'all. This is black women, and all the black women are like, come on, man, like this ain't, we're not all sexy red. Stop that, So ultimately, to me, I think the Trump coin is kind of like, if you know anything about hip hop, look up Sexy Red. It's real. It's a scary thing to see. I think the Trump coin might be kind of like the Sexy Red of the crypto industry, right? It's that big shiny object that's thrown out there. Everybody sees it, and it's misrepresenting, just so many people in the crypto industry who are working extremely hard to do legitimate work, who want to be respected, who want to be seen, who want to have credibility, and they're like, damn, you're literally putting out something that has no credibility. So here's what so let's look at a couple of things. I was sort of researching and thinking about some financial theories that it might relate to, and one thing that I thought about is I said, okay, so yeah, this thing. So let me ask y'all this: give me a yes or no. How many of you think that the Trump coin is just crap? It's not even crypto; it's crapto. Give me a yes if you think it's crapto. Give me a no if you think it's like if it's something good. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. All right, most of you say yes. Okay, and I don't disagree with you. But what if you are Bernard Arnault, who's one of the richest men on the planet? I think he's worth a couple $100 billion. And what Bernard Arnault does is he takes these these items, these items, like a bottle of liquor, like, and he puts a label on it, and the bottle of liquor costs $2, and he puts the Hennessy label on it, and then he sells it to you at the club for $200 a bottle. Would you say that that's a problem, that that's kind of fraudulent and just borderline ridiculous? Or he takes a purse that can be made in Taiwan for, $20, let's say. And then he puts a Hermes on it, and it becomes a Hermes bag or something, and then suddenly you're buying it in the mall for $1,200. Would you say that anybody who's ever bought a Hermes bag is just a sucker, and that it's stupid, and that it's ridiculous, and it's pathetic? Some of you would say yes, some of you would say no. And I think that you could both be right, right? If you say yes, that it's garbage and it's stupid, then a Hermes bag is not for you. You shouldn't go buy a Hermes bag. I see people, that buy stuff like that, and I'm like, ah, man, I ain't buying that crap. But then at the same time, I'd have to be honest and say, well, I got a wife and a daughter who really like Coach purses. I think my wife has a Coach purse. She bought a Coach t-shirt. And it wasn't like a regular t-shirt. Like I was like, oh, that t-shirt, I could buy that at Walmart for $8. But she paid maybe $80 for it, right? And what did she pay for? She paid for, the label, the branding, like it says Coach on it. So suddenly it's worth all this money. And so what this really speaks to is that there's kind of like this psychological thing that happens when you're looking at value. And as much as we might despise it, or some of you love it, some of you hate it, there are millions of people who value the name Trump. Again, it's not something that's easy to talk about. I know it's controversial. I know that it's going to lead to a whole lot of chaos and arguing and going back and forth. And he's this and he's that. Okay, yeah, but there are people. If I go down to downtown Chicago right now, there's a big, gigantic, massive hotel that I've never stayed in, but it's massive and it's beautiful, and it has the word Trump right on the front of that hotel. And there are facilities all around the earth that have that big name on there, right? And and you could say it's pro-black, anti-black, whatever, but I know that it's complex, right? I think R. Kelly stayed in the Trump Tower for a long time, and back when people, I guess, thought he was a good guy. And Jennifer Hudson, when her whole family got killed, he was like, yeah, come stay at my hotel, right? So it becomes complex. It's a complex conversation, but still, that name Trump means something to some people. So because that name means something to some people, there are people who say, yeah, I'll buy that coin. What I see there happening from a political standpoint is that there's a set of financial theories that relate to narrative, that a lot of times an asset's value can go up just because there's a narrative attached to it. There's a story. There's a power in storytelling. And so effectively, in fact, Tierra KJ Williams, who is in Hollywood, she writes scripts and she's a masterful storyteller. She's actually going to come in and talk about storytelling in business and how that works. And so what occurs here is that sometimes you'll see a stock that will just shoot up in price, where people will say, well, what happened with this company that should make the value double? Some of you have seen that. Some of you have seen stocks that doubled in price in a day, right? IONQ. Any of y'all own IONQ? I know a lot of y'all do, because we talk about IONQ in the Prime program a lot, and that stock's maybe a lot of money. Well, IONQ didn't change anything about the company when their stock price went up 400%. There was just a story like quantum computing. The Google computer solved the problem in 5 minutes. They would have took a cotillion years for a super, right? That's a narrative. That's a story. So this story creates real economic value. And then what happens is that there are some who say, okay, the value is what it is. It just is what it is. You can't get mad about it. It just is what it is. And then there's some people who say, no, that's not true. That's a bubble. That's going to pop. It's BS. And in fact, if you want to see what happened to IONQ when it kind of had this whole quantum computing story, let me show you what happened to the stock price. It's at 41.46 right now. I know this stock. I own this sucker. Let me show you what has happened with this stock price. I think it dipped a little bit recently, but it's okay. If you know how to protect against risk, it's still been a big money maker. Look at the last 6 months. Look at this stock, 400% in 6 months. This stock 6 months ago was $8. I mean, $8. So how can any rational person literally make the argument that like 6 months ago, you were worth $8. Now you're worth 41. That's insanity. They're not 5 times more productive than they were 6 months ago. They're not selling 5 times more products than they were 6 months ago. The market cap is $9 billion, and so even though IONQ is different from a Trump coin because they're actually creating real value, they really are doing real work. They're not doing $9 billion worth of work. I can tell you that right now. What a lot of this valuation increase represented was just the narrative. A lot of this was correlated with the story, the news story narrative of Google creating this quantum computer that's going to eventually change the world. So suddenly everybody's rushing to quantum computing stocks. And if you remember, we talked about this. I sent you all a list of quantum computing stocks that I think you may want to look at if you want to get in this industry early. And a lot of you made a ton of money from this stock, and I'm happy for you. I love it when black people make money. And even if you're not black, I love it when you make money too. Like, if you're down for the cause, and I'm down for you. So here is this kind of shows you how it's not cut and dry when you talk about what something's worth. So when you ask me, is the Trump coin worth it? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Who are you? What do you believe? Are you a Trump fan? If you're a Trump fan, maybe it's worth it. What does that coin cost? Let me see. Hold on. Let's look it up. Let's see. So imagine if I'm a big old Trump supporter. Let's say that I just love down in Nashville, Tennessee, or Knoxville. It's not Nashville. Nashville. We like President Trump because he's gonna fix the immigration problem, and he's gonna make America great again. And what else Trump's gonna fix the economy. He's gonna fix the economy. So down at where I'm from, down in Nashville, we love us some Donald Trump, and not Knoxville. I'm sorry, Knoxville, not Nashville. And so what I'm gonna do is I can go and I can buy me some Trump coins. Let me see how much they cost. Let me see here. I'm looking at the price. Well, it says okay. Oh, here we go. So let's see. The cost is $46. So because I'm a big fan of President Trump and I'm real happy that he's back in the White House, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna buy me 3 Trump coins. I'm gonna spend me $138 and get me 3 Trump coins for $138. What Think about how often we might spend $138 doing anything, doing things that give us no prospect for economic growth. Like, think about how easy it is to spend, or it's $46 coin, right? Many people, I bet you that in the last month, most of you have gone out to dinner and spent $46 on an asset that you put in your mouth that came out of your butt less than 12 hours later. I know that sounds nasty, but y'all know you know what it is. I've got to be honest, right? So does that mean that you're stupid or something? No, it means you were hungry and you had a good experience. Even though I could probably argue, I could say, well, you could have ate at home for $3, but you didn't want to. You wanted the experience. You're like, no, I wanted to be at Applebee's. I wanted to be at wherever I was, right? So ultimately, um, I think when you talk about just an amount of money that a lot of people might throw away very easily, $46 is really just not a big deal for most people. And I almost see the selling of the Trump coin as kind of like a campaign contribution that goes around the campaign finance laws. And I think that's where it does become kind of questionable and ethical. It's definitely unprecedented. Like, we're not used to the president of the United States doing something like that. But that's kind of, if you know the history of Trump in terms of how he's done business, he's thinking about making money, and he's been doing things like this since the 80s. He's always known that his name and his moves and his decisions can create economic value out of thin air. In the 1980s, he knew that if he started to acquire millions of shares of a company stock, that the stock price would go up because people thought in the 80s that he might be trying to do a hostile takeover. So he would just go buy a bunch of shares of his stock and not say a word, just acquire the shares. Maybe somebody in his office leaks it out. Hey, Donald Trump is acquiring a big stake in such and such company, right? And then the rumor spreads, the price starts going up because everybody wants to buy it, everybody wants to get on the bandwagon, and as the price goes up, then Trump says, "Oh, I think I'll sell today," right? So he's able to make money that way. Is that manipulative? Yeah, it is. He's definitely manipulating something. Is it illegal? I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be if you change the law. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely. There are lots of people all the time throughout the world who understand when their name or their presence or their idea or whatever can generate income, and they take advantage of that. If I go to a Chris Brown concert, you got all these poor sad women that will go spend $1,000 to take a picture with Chris Brown. Is a Chris Brown picture worth $1,000? To me, no, it's not. But is it worth it to a woman who's been idolizing Chris Brown since she was a teenager? Maybe, maybe, right? And if you and what this speaks to, in my opinion, is that one thing that makes valuation complicated is that valuation is in the eye of the beholder. So if I'm that Trump supporter down in Knoxville, Tennessee, who just loves President Trump, and maybe I was there January 6th, and he also gave me a pardon, and I got out of jail last night, then maybe I am gonna go ahead and spend $46 buy me a Trump coin because it means something to my family. You understand? But if I am a liberal who just thinks that Trump is garbage and he's a terrible guy and he's a convicted felon and how dare they elect this man and blah blah blah, then no, it's not worth $46 to me. So here's the point. One thing about valuation you should just definitely understand 100%. Valuation is kind of in the eye of the beholder. That's what it is. Just like beauty. It's like economic beauty. There might be a man or a woman where if you put them in front of one person, they say, "Oh, gross. Oh God, I would never date him." And then another woman's like, "Oh my God, I want him to be my baby daddy." That could happen, right? All of you have gone through this, right? All of you have been on both sides of that transaction, right? I've been in situations where I when I was 20 and I was 25 and just trying to get a girlfriend, I'd meet women who would say, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men who are under 6 feet tall." They would talk to me like I was in a wheelchair or something. Like I feel like one of those little, one of those little hospital kids, like something's wrong with me, like I'm a midget or a munchkin, We represent the lollipop kids, right? Because I'll never be 6 feet tall. Like I keep hoping, like I was praying to white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus to help me grow, and it just never happened. But then I've been in spaces where where there was a lady who's like, "Oh my God, I just need to have your baby immediately because I like smart guys." And I'm like, "If you like smart guys, I'm your man, girl. I got you, girl." Right? And so the point of the matter is to say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, just like valuations in the eye of the beholder. Um, the Trump coin is to me a coin that where you can justify its valuation uh, easily by just saying, well, the valuation is what it is. It's what people are willing to pay for it. If people aren't willing to pay for it, then that's not the valuation. That's how real estate's valued in a way. For example, real estate, when they tell you a house is worth a certain amount, sure, they can say, well, it should be worth this amount because we did an appraisal and this is what the appraisal says. That's all theoretical. But then there's a transaction, right? The rubber meets the road, and then you say, well, clearly it must be worth this amount because that's what someone paid for it. It's almost like when my Ohio State Buckeyes, I'm a college football fan. My Ohio State Buckeyes won the national championship. And so they proved on the field that they are the best team in the country. But then you could still argue that maybe they weren't. You could say, oh, well, they only won because they got lucky. Or maybe before the game, you could say, well, really the best team is Notre Dame. And then they play it out. And then you say, no, really the best team was Ohio State. But then sometimes teams win and they weren't supposed to win. And so they might have won even though they weren't the best team. So evaluation is complicated like that. Like nobody kind of knows, right? And so with the Trump coin, I think that the decision to invest in the Trump coin can come down to either A, you love Trump and you really just like what this whole moment represents to you and you're excited about it and you want something that's commemorative. Right? No different from buying, a commemorative t-shirt for a concert you went to. You go to a Beyonce concert, she sells you a $60 t-shirt. You buy it because Beyonce's on it, not because the shirt is worth $60, right? Um, or maybe you buy it because you have a speculative intuition about Trump supporters. So you're sitting on the sideline and you don't really know, you don't really care if the valuation is what it is. You're just looking at the trends. You're looking at people, and you're like, these Trump supporters, they really like that. They really like this guy. I think I want to buy this coin because I think that they're going to like him even more. I think that the coin is going to go up in value, so I'm going to buy it because I'm hoping I can sell it for more. And then you have the majority of people. This is the overwhelming majority of the world who just says, I'm not buying it. I'm not participating, right, at all, either because I think it's worthless or because I just don't care, right? And that's what I see with the Trump point. So Before I move on, one thing I want to remind everybody of is that tonight we are going to meet for stock options class. It's called Prime, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. If you want to join us tonight, we're going to have a tax specialist that's going to talk about getting tax or how to deal with minimize the taxes on the money that you guys are making. I know a lot of you are getting income from selling your stock options and all that. And so if you want to participate or join us, I'll send you all a link where if you want to do a 7-day free trial in the class, you can. Or if you want to just, come in directly now, you can go to drboyceprime.com, Prime. And the other, it's so look for that text. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. Also, if you have an interest in crypto, we do a lot of crypto stuff in the Black Business School. So you can just text the word crypto to that same number, 87948, and we'll send you some crypto information as well. All right. So here is another way to kind of look at the Trump coin. Let's kind of break this down a little bit further. I actually gathered some financial theories that we talked about in grad school that I thought would be appropriate to understand what's happening here. One of the big weaknesses of the Trump coin is for sure that if you did decide to invest in it, just know you're going to get a lot of volatility. I think it dropped 50%, in a very short period of time, but I think this morning it's up by a lot. So it's going to probably do that. It's what you call a high beta asset. So it's going to have a lot of up and downs. There are some ethical and regulatory issues, but then again, it's released by the president of the United States. So I don't know if the SEC is going to try to stand up to the president like that. That doesn't seem like this type of administration. Also, market sentiment is a big driver, meaning that people are buying the coin because they like Trump. So if Trump's popularity were to suddenly drop, then the coin's value would drop. So to some extent, what you're kind of buying is Trump's popularity as a financial asset. If you think that his popularity has peaked and that people will never like him more than they like him now, then that might not be such a good investment. But if you think people are going to love him more and want to buy more of the coin, then that might actually be something that could be worth investing in. Let's see. Someone says being broke is no fun. Thank you for teaching about finance. Yeah, I don't think being broke is fun either. Like they say, money's the root of all evil, and I just don't agree. I think money can be evil if you're an evil person, but if you're a good person, money makes you a gooder person. You can be gooder if you have money. Also, I think being broke is the root of evil. I know good people who've done bad things because they were financially desperate. So don't ever think that money is the root of all evil. If anything, being broke will make you real evil and angry. And when you get hungry and angry and you broke at the same time, that is not a good feeling. So I don't want you hangry up in here. I want you feeling good. I want you happy. All right. So another thing about the coin is when you talk about utility, utility is the ability of the asset to be used for some purpose other than just speculation. So effectively, the utility of the Trump coin is pretty much minimal. It's pretty much just done like in terms of there's no use case really for this. There's nothing there that says that if there's no market for this coin, if there's no place I can go and sell this publicly, then it has no value. So here's the thing. This is one of the things about American finance that makes it powerful, but also makes it problematic is that markets create value. Like all those billionaires that were on the stage with Trump, their total net worth was over $1 trillion. Their net worth, much of their net worth is tied up in equity markets. It comes from the fact that there's a functioning market that you can go to where they can take stocks and real estate and sell this stuff on the market and generate this wealth from it. One area of discrimination or racism, if you want to call it, or where black people are locked out of economic value is that we don't have access to markets like that. We don't have big markets where I can go and I can just issue a Dr. Boyce coin and then instantly create $20 million worth of wealth, on an open market. It would be hard to do, right? And so effectively, the ability to access markets is really big in wealth creation and wealth manifestation. But I can also tell you, though, that a lot of you have wealth that's there that you just can't see, and you maybe can't see it because you can't sell it, right? There's nobody coming up to you and saying, hey, if you were to sell 10% of your earnings for the next 20 years, you could get a check for $2.5 million right now. No one says that because there's no market out there for that. So the existence of markets is a really big part of valuation, and that's what Trump was taking advantage of, is the fact that there's a market where he can sell this coin. If there were no market, or if he were blocked legally from participating in the market, then that wealth wouldn't be created. There's also something called herding behavior. In my dissertation committee, there's a very nice little short guy named David Hirschleifer who was an expert in herding behavior and following the crowd. And one of the things that Professor Hirschleifer taught me that I really respect about him, he was a wonderful guy, is he would talk about the fact that in financial markets you have people that follow the herd. Studies show that 70% of all people follow the crowd, even if the crowd is wrong. And that's what's crazy. That's insane to me. When I heard that, I said, okay, we don't have a chance here. Because I believe in free thinking. I believe in critical thinking. I believe in leadership. I believe in leading your life. I don't believe in following the crowd because following the crowd will get you in trouble. Especially when you talk about our community and the toxic ideas that get pushed into our community in terms of bad choices and everything else. Following the crowd will get your son killed. Following the crowd will get your daughter killed. So if I'm raising a child, first thing I teach them is how to think for themselves. First thing I teach them is how to be a leader. First thing I teach them is to say, no, 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 I'm getting out of the car, man. I'm out of here. Right. Or no, girl, I'm not going to that party. Right. Because at the end of the day, if you can't do that, if you don't have the courage to do that, and you don't have the self-love and self-respect and to make decisions that are not popular, you will fry. You will go down. I mean, the prisons are full of young black men who followed the crowd, and the crowd led them into a bad situation. So ultimately, herding behavior happens. Though it's very natural, it's very real. Everybody wants to fit in. Everybody wants to be part of the culture. I hear people talk about the culture, or they'll say, Doc, you need to connect to the culture. You need to be part of the culture. And I'm like, well, I am part of the culture. I'm part of the Black excellence culture. I'm part of the B1 culture. I'm part of the culture that says we want to be healthy, wealthy, and successful. I'm part of the culture that's pro-family. I'm part of the culture that's pro-Black woman, pro-Black man that wants our kids to be the best. That's my culture. But that shit you talking about on BET, that ain't my culture. That was made in a lab. They manufactured that. They sat down and said, what are the instructions? Like, what are the ingredients to destroy the life of a young black man? Seriously. And that's what they did. They said, okay, so we're gonna make a bunch of music where you're gonna sing mantras about how you want to go have sex with every girl that moves until you're dead. You want to create babies, mamas everywhere. You want to go and kill each other and be happy about it. You want to throw your money away, trick your money off, so until you're broke and financially desperate and got to go and hold a white man's testicles in order for you to have a job. We're going to also show you how to be as ignorant as possible. And then, oh, and by the way, we need you to call yourself the N word the entire time. Keep calling yourself the N word, so we don't have to do it. Right? That's because we need somebody to do it because we know what y'all are. So that culture is not my culture. That's a culture that I get people get mad at me, you get yelled at. I don't give a damn. I say, well, I ain't had that many friends growing up. I don't need no more friends now. So at the end of the day, herding behavior is part of something that is natural. It's very human to do that. But I encourage you, if you want to be a leader, you want to be a winner, you want to be successful, practice breaking out of that. And that starts with just loving yourself enough to say, you know what, it's okay. I'm gonna stand over here, even if I'm wrong. But y'all go do your thing. You go to the party, you go to the club, y'all have fun. Have fun in college. I was like, have a good time at the step show. I'm gonna be in the library with the little nerdy Asian kids because I want to have a future. But y'all go and you kill it at that step show, dog. You go do your thing. You go bark and hump each other, whatever. Let me stop because people gonna get mad at me. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. There's also when you talk about one more thing about the Trump coin. Let's get back to that. Sometimes if you have a scarcity in something that makes it more valuable. So like a lot of you may not know this, but De Beers, the diamond company, if you know, De Beers basically artificially restricts the supply of diamonds. How many of y'all knew that? That the diamonds are not nearly as valuable as they make you think that they are. They're like, damn, we need everyone to think that diamonds are rare. So what I know what we'll do, we'll make them rare. We'll just get a whole bunch of diamonds and we won't put them out there so people can't get them. And then people will pay more for it because there's the perception of scarcity. Diamonds aren't really that scarce. Diamonds, kind of like rock hard toilet paper in terms of just how readily available they are. But there's a marketing campaign around the idea that you should go spend 2 or 3 months of salary to buy a diamond for a woman to prove that you love her. And it's a game. It's a game, and it's a lie that everyone has bought into. See, to create an illusion, it helps if multiple people are in on it. Right? So you got to be in on it, and your woman's got to be in on it, and the world's got to be in on it, on this false idea that a diamond is a symbol of love. And one thing that you would have to kind of know is that if you go back over 100 years, and you talk to a random person on the street in 1910 and you say, hey, you're going to get married. Doesn't that mean you have to buy a diamond for your wife? They would be like, what are you talking about? Why would I buy her a diamond to prove that I love her? Diamonds are expensive, and I love her. I bought her flowers, right? And so what happened was there was a deliberate campaign, a deliberate campaign that leaned on herding behavior, leaned on the fact that people followed the crowd, and they came up with slogans like "Diamonds are forever." Anybody heard that? Anybody heard "Diamonds are forever"? Or say you love her with a diamond, stuff like that. And they actually, and then they immortalized it. They put it in movies and they put it in songs. Diamonds are forever and ever, right? And then people started to believe, like, oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah, diamonds are forever, and diamonds are a girl's best friend, and diamonds that's how you show you love her. And people bought into that. So that campaign was so effective that they actually won awards for that. They won awards. They're like, man, that's some good pimping, because white people got a players ball too. They all went to the players ball for white people, and they basically said, man, that was some good pimping. You really did a good job of getting people to go out and spend all their money on these diamonds, even though we know, and I know that they're not worth what they say. But hey, we got everybody believing that. So that was some good pimping. And that's pretty much what the what kind of happens when you talk about perceived value and manipulation. So the perception of scarcity, the Trump coin. Let's circle back to that. Pretty much, they pretty much said we're only going to release, I think, 200 million of these or something, for $40 or whatever. And so people were like, "Oh my God, they're rare and they're limited supply, so we better buy one." Beyond that. The last thing I'll throw in there is something that we've talked about briefly before called the greater fool theory. And so the greater fool theory basically says that if I buy something for a certain price and I'm a fool for paying that price, I can make money as long as I find a greater fool. And that's kind of like a financial game of musical chairs. At some point, somebody's not going to have a chair, and I don't care as long as it's not me. That's kind of what the argument might be. So you might buy it and say, at some point the coin might collapse and might go back to zero, but it won't go back to zero before I sell my stake. And so insiders end up having a massive advantage. This is where did anybody see where that lady who did the Hawk Tuah thing, where she basically put out a coin, and then as everyone was buying up the coin, her team was selling the coin on the open market. They were like, "Oh, we better convert this into dollars as fast as we can while the getting's good, while this coin is hot." And then the coin collapsed, and so hundreds of millions of dollars was lost. A lot of people lost their money, and this is the common thing. And this is one of the reasons why there are so many um, crypto bros who are legitimate, who are getting up every day, working hard, sitting at a computer screen and creating real economic value. This is why they're not a big fan of the Trump coin. They're generally speaking, from my understanding, most of them are not happy that he put out this coin. So it's out there. But the thing is, not everybody's unhappy about it. Robinhood has it listed. You can buy it on Coinbase, all these things. And if you want to actually get started with crypto, stuff like that, text the word crypto to 87948, and we have some crypto stuff in the Black Business School that can help you. We brought in a really great crypto expert. We got to bring the sister back because I know y'all loved her. She would put her name in the chat, please, so I can say her name. I'm bad with names. Please forgive me for that. I remember faces. Naja. What's her? Do you remember her last? Naja Roberts. Yeah, Naja Roberts. Just did a great job, and she's B1. She's actually out of the Black Business School. Like she learned. From what I understand, Naja, please forgive me if I get it wrong, but I think she learned crypto in the Black Business School, and now she's teaching crypto in the Black Business School. So she's an amazing woman. If you want to find out how to check out her presentation, you can email the support team. We have a great support team here in the Black Business School. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Don't forget the THE. It's the Black Business School. All right, guys, just like I went to the Ohio State University. Oh, Buckeyes. We won the national championship. It was good. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a wonderful day. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to meet again. I think Athena Gardner is going to come in, and Athena is doing a presentation on AI, the use of AI in your business. AI. I talked yesterday about how MBAs, Harvard MBAs, are having a hard time getting jobs now because AI, I think, has really started to eat away even at those high level jobs. So Athena is going to kind of school us a little bit on AI. She's going to do a presentation, a deep dive on Saturday morning in the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. A lot of you know about the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, Dr. Lene Javette, the great Constance Carter, Tiara Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. Those ladies, they actually talk every single day. They're smart black women, and I hope that the brothers especially will go and support these sisters and listen to our women because they're so smart, they're so capable. And also for the ladies, like, I mean, if you're looking for some badass women, these women are not a joke. So anyway, if you want to be notified when they go live and stuff like that, another thing you can do is text Queens to 87948. So just text Queens to 87948 and take a look. And I see Tiara's in the chat, and she put the URL flynubianmoneyclub.com. They have an investment club where they work together, make investments, and learn about it and all that stuff. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow morning. And all right, until then, keep getting rich. Talk to you later. Bye bye.